Chapter 241, Breaching 10 Cities in Succession. Chapter 241, Breaching 10 Cities in Succession. Translator, Zayamoj. The Red Earth City. Since the departure of the Hunting Feng Corps, the city lost the liveliness it gained not long ago. However, the prostitutes and merchants didn't leave. They were looking forward to the victory of the Hunting Feng Corps, so that they could make a profit again. Dust surged outside the Red Earth City, as a 2,000-strong cavalry galloped towards the Red Earth City like a sharp arrow. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The complexion of a warrior patrolling atop the city wall of the Red Earth City suddenly changed greatly when he saw the 2,000-strong cavalry, and he shouted. Hearing the scream, panic broke out in the Red Earth City. Squads of warriors were driven to the top of the city wall by officers. Everyone was in a state of uncertainty and panic. When the Hunting Feng Corps dispatched its troops, the battle-hardened elite troops inside the Red Earth City were also taken away, and the city was only left with 1,000 local troops to defend itself. The 1,000 local troops could barely suppress riots and gangs. However, they had no experience fighting a regular army. Besides, goblins, bugbears, and ogres of the Red Earth wasteland would never attack a human city guarded by a city wall, as they couldn't even build siege weapons. When a guard officer saw the 2,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng, he immediately heaved a long sigh of relief and shouted, "It's a cavalry! Don't be afraid, it's a cavalry. It's impossible for it to besiege us. They should be just some mounted bandits. So long as we close the gate, there won't be any problems." Yang Feng sneered, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the gate, conjured the level 2 spell Fire Burst, and shot a flaming arrow straight at the gate. With a loud bang, the gate of the Red Earth City was blasted into tatters. On the Feisua Plain, gates were divided into ordinary and special. Ordinary gates couldn't withstand the bombardment from level 2 spells. Of course, if it was the special gate of the capital of the Morrince Empire, then even legend rank spells wouldn't be able to blast it apart. The guard officer immediately turned silent. Standing still atop the city wall, fear overcame his eyes and he said in a trembling voice, "A wizard! They have a wizard! The city is breached. Those who surrender won't be killed." Yang Feng pointed at the Red Earth City and barked, "The city is breached. Those who surrender won't be killed. The city is breached. Those who surrender won't be killed." The uniform roars of the 2,000 cavalrymen behind Yang Feng frightened the warriors of the Red Earth City. "Charge!" Yang Feng pulled the reins of his mount, barked, and took the lead to rush towards the Red Earth City. As if a flood, the 2,000 cavalrymen surged towards the Red Earth City. The guards atop the city wall of the Red Earth City were awed by the imposing aura of Yang Feng's party, and just watched as Yang Feng led the 2,000 cavalrymen into the city. When Yang Feng's 2,000 cavalrymen entered the city, they quickly took over the entire city. A while later, 3,000 riding infantrymen of the Miracle City, who with difficulty learned equestrianism, finally rushed over from behind and took over the city quickly. When the subsequent troops arrived, Yang Feng took the 2,000 cavalrymen to mercilessly pierce into the hinterland of the Morrince Empire. The Hunting Feng Corps was the strongest army of the Morrince Empire in this region. Now that the entire army was annihilated, a huge gap was torn open from the direction of the Red Earth wasteland. Yang Feng barged into the huge gap with the 2,000 cavalrymen. Within 13 days, 10 cities were breached in succession. The 10 cities were looted empty. Whether people, goods, or a variety of wealth, everything was taken away and was transported to the Miracle City in a steady stream. The Melinsan province had a total of 44 cities. After conquering 10 cities, nearly 1/4 of the Melinsan province fell into Yang Feng's hands. The entire Morrince Empire was shocked, and the governor of the Melinsan province sent out 10 blood-written letters in succession, asking for help from the imperial capital. Originally, the Melinsan province wasn't located at the border, and the strongest troop in the province was the Hunting Feng Corps. Now that the Hunting Feng Corps was defeated, the Melinsan province was just a husk, and only had 100,000 local troops scattered among the various cities. The 100,000 local troops were specifically designed to maintain public order and suppress armed rebellions in then Melinsan province, and their combat strength couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as that of the Hunting Fong Corps. Additionally, with the long period of peace that pervaded the Melinsan province, the 100,000 local troops had atrophied. In fact, there were less than 60,000 local troops, and most of them were relatives and friends of senior officials of the armies and had no fighting strength to speak of. Under such circumstances, the Melinsan province was like an unprotected cake from which Yang Feng could easily cut a slice off and take a big bite. The only thing the governor of the Melinsan province could do was to pull back his forces, recruit people like crazy, and hole himself up in the capital of the Melinsan province, the Bar Roman city. The Silver Sword Corps stationed in the neighboring Zero province was ordered to set out to the Melinsan province by the Morrince Empire. The Hunting Fong Corps was defeated by Ian. What a surprise! Although Amadeo isn't much, but Fred is an experienced veteran. So how could they be so easily defeated? A 35 or 36-year-old, rather handsome man dressed in commander uniform of the Morrince Empire thought out loud while on horseback. The rather handsome man was Magana, the commander of the Silver Sword Corps. The Hunting Fong Corps was the strongest army in the Melinsan provinces. Besides, the Morrince Empire still mobilized 1 archwizard, 10 great wizards, over 100 wizards, and over 1,000 apprentice wizards to form a large wizard squad and assigned it to the Hunting Fong Corps. No matter how you looked at it, there was no way the Hunting Fong Corps would lose to a nearly established, small force like the Miracle City that had less than 10,000 warriors. A scout quickly walked over and reported, "Sir Commander, we found the cavalry of the Miracle City." Magana frowned and asked solemnly, "Where are they?" The scout replied at once, "They are about 10 kilometers southwest from us. They appear to have just looted a city, and are heading towards the anchor city along with a lot of wealth." Magana's gaze congealed and he said coldly, "That's the direction of the Rubaka city. These fucking thieves must have just looted the Rubaka city. Transmit my order. Everyone is to advance immediately. Our target is the anchor city. We're going to take these fucking thieves from the back." The 20,000 warriors of the Silver Sword Corps suddenly sped up and moved towards the anchor city. Frio Ubinovel Desio. Halfway to the anchor city, the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps saw the richly bedecked 2,000 cavalrymen carrying large and small bags. Simultaneously, there were 1,000 horses carrying huge bundles next to the 2,000 cavalrymen. The vast wealth weighing on the fast like the wind 2,000 cavalrymen slowed them down to the point that they were even slower than infantrymen. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. When the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps saw the 2,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng, their eyes turned bloodshot and they revealed greed. Magana's gaze congealed. He pointed at Yang Feng's party with his blade and barked loudly, "Brothers, those are the rebels. Kill them all, and the riches on them are yours. I won't take a single copper coin for myself. Kill, kill, kill them all, and the riches are ours." The morale of the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps rose to the limit, and their eyes were bloodshot. Under the command of the generals, they rushed madly towards Yang Feng's 2,000 cavalrymen. "Drop them!" Yang Feng swept the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps with a glance, sneered, and ordered. The 2,000 cavalrymen pulled down the bags on them and threw them on the ground. Countless valuables scattered on the ground, dazzling people's eyes. Next, the 2,000 cavalrymen pulled on ropes and the valuables tied to the horses scattered on the ground. The area seemed to be covered in valuables, looking fascinating. "Withdraw!" After discarding all the treasures, Yang Feng sneered, turned around, and retreated towards the anchor city along with the 2,000 cavalrymen. "Mine! These treasures are mine! Motherfucker! Anyone who dares to fight me over my treasures will be cut down." Their eyes bloodshot, the warriors of the Silver Sword Corps rushed towards the area full of valuables, and fought over them. Many warriors even drew their blades to fight for the valuables. The warriors of the Morrince Empire were paid only 1 gold coin per month. The many gems on the ground could be sold for hundreds or even 1,000 gold coins. Just getting a gem was equivalent to tens of years or even 100 years of their salary, which naturally drove them crazy. In particular, since Morgana had promised that the valuables would belong to whomever got them, it was even more chaotic. No one had the mind to fight the enemy, and only thought about fighting over the treasures. Even many generals of the Silver Sword Corps joined in the fight over the treasures. Morgana roared anxiously, "Get up! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! It's dangerous now. The cavalry of the Miracle City may be just waiting for us to fall into chaos." Apart from the bodyguards next to Morgana, no one else listened to him. Everyone had their attention fixed on the valuables and fought over them. "It's time. Charge!" Yang Feng watched the chaotic scene through magic eye, then sneered and rushed towards the Silver Sword Corps. Chapter 242, Defeating the Silver Sword Corps. Chapter 242, Defeating the Silver Sword Corps. Translator, Xuanhuan. When Morgana saw the cloud of dust raised by a cavalry from afar, his face changed dramatically and he roared wildly, "Regroup! Regroup! The cavalry of the Miracle City is here." The Silver Sword warriors had fallen into confusion and were still fighting over the valuables scattered on the ground. Only a few officers responded to Morgana's orders, yet they were unable to organize the troops at all. The 2,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng quickly arrived, and, like a sharp sword cutting tofu, pierced into the Silver Sword Corps and divided the warriors into two groups. Without the power to resist, the Silver Sword warriors, as if pigs, were chased and killed by the 2,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng. Some brave warriors of the Silver Sword Corps had just gathered in a group, when Yang Feng led the 2,000 cavalrymen to kill them. The Silver Sword warriors fighting over the treasures on the ground woke up and came back to their senses. However, the people beside them were no longer those familiar comrades in arms and commanding officers, but some strangers who fought with them over the treasures a moment ago. The Silver Sword Corps collapsed and the warriors fled in helter-skelter, unable to organize any more. "Fucking bastards! Die!" Following a furious bellow, Morgana suddenly burst out with Star Knight rank chi, rushed at Yang Feng in an overbearing manner, and, while carrying tremendous pressure, slashed at Yang Feng. With the army being routed, the only way to reverse the battle was to kill Yang Feng. Morgana was a martial arts genius of the Morrince Empire. He cultivated Star Knight rank chi at the age of 45. With his frightening Star Knight rank chi, he killed numerous powerhouses and thwarted numerous rebellions. Morgana was in desperate straits several times. Each time, by relying on his exceptional courage and strength, he killed the general of the opposing party and reversed the battle. In this fashion, he slowly ascended to the position of commander. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't dodge. Instead, he slashed mercilessly at Morgana with the magic sword forged from divine blood steel. Ding! The two swords clashed. Amid Morgana's shocked gaze, his sword was sliced in two. He was sliced in twine by the extremely sharp magic sword in a flash. Practically at the same time, Yang Feng was knocked away by Morgana's terrifying chi. He fell from his mount, rolled aside, and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. "It's a pity. Even though you aren't weak, but your weapon is just too lacking." Yang Feng swept Morgana with a glance. After leaving a few words behind, he jumped onto another horse and continued to chase after the Silver Sword Corps. If they had similar weapons, Morgana's strike would be able to knock Yang Feng away from his mount without receiving any damage himself. Morgana was killed by Yang Feng with a single strike because there was a tremendous gap between their weapons. A good weapon was equally crucial to a powerhouse. It was due to this reasoning that the 5 magic swords had previously caused such a big stir among the merchants in the Miracle City. Yang Feng and the 2,000 cavalrymen chased the Silver Sword Corps for 20 kilometers and killed 7,000-odd warriors before turning back and returning to the anchor city. Of the 20,000 warriors of the Silver Sword Corps, only 5,000 routed warriors ran back to the Zero Province with their tails between their legs. The Zero Province immediately gathered the 5,000 routed Silver Sword warriors at the rear. At the same time, another army, the Silver Hammer Corps, was transferred to the border of the Zero Province with the Melinson Province to bide their time. After the Silver Sword Corps was crushed, the governor of the Zero Province no longer thought about how to help his ally, but how to defend himself. If Yang Feng's 2,000-strong cavalry were to enter the Zero Province and cause a great upheaval, it could be the end of the governor. Inside the Anchor City. Standing atop the city wall of the Anchor City, Yang Feng looked far into the depths of the hinterlands of the Morrince Empire, and heaved a long sigh. It's a pity that I have so few troops. Otherwise, the Melinsan province would have already been captured. Yang Feng had trained the 2,000 cavalrymen meticulously, as he led them to breach 10 cities within 13 days, and then to ambush and defeat the Silver Sword Corps. After going through fierce fighting day after day, the 2,000 cavalrymen were exhausted, so Yang Feng had to stop pushing ahead. After all, humans were not robots who could fight 24/7. If Yang Feng was commanding the Shizu robot army, he would have taken the advantage of the Hunting Fang Corps' crushing defeat to capture the entire Melinsan province. As for the 10,000 slave warriors in the rear, their fighting strength was even worse than that of the local troops of the Melinsan province. Taking them to the battlefield would be just throwing their lives away. In such a large-scale war, the weakness of the Miracle City's shallow foundation was exposed. Even if the Morrince Empire lost a dozen times, its strength wouldn't be affected. For Yang Feng, however, a single loss would lead to the Miracle City being easily swallowed by the other. This was the absolute gap between the strength of the two sides. freewebnovel.cm. Amazing, Master Ian. You really are amazing. To defeat the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps in succession, you really are a remarkable talent. Following a soft laugh, Edith slowly walked out of a corner of the Anchor City's city wall. With a flowery smile adorning her face, Faldina followed beside Edith. As if she was his shadow, every step she took matched his. Exuding frightening chi, 3 burly warriors with sword in hand flanked Yang Feng and cut off his path of retreat. Behind the 3 warriors stood 2 great wizards, who stared at Yang Feng with frosty expressions. Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked solemnly, "How did you get in?" Yang Feng had been very cautious all along. He had deployed a lot of micromonitoring devices in the Anchor City, leaving no blind spots. He didn't understand how Edith and them could sneak up on him. Edith replied with a smile, "Master Ian, your magic abilities are really strong. However, you aren't the only wizard in the world. My dearest sweetheart Faldina is a genius archwizard. For her, deceiving the perception of a great wizard like yourself isn't an issue." Yang Feng creased his brows slightly and said, "Miss Faldina, I heard that there's a feud between the Titan Empire and Morrince Empire. So why have you joined hands with Edith to ambush me? The more I wreck the Morrince Empire, the better it is for the Titan Empire, am I right?" "You make a lot of sense." Faldina blinked her big, beautiful eyes and then said with a soft smile, "However, I love Edith, and since he wants to ambush you, I'll help him. Everything else doesn't matter." Yang Feng's words were directly blocked by Faldina. Faced with a woman who was blinded by love like her and was a powerful archwizard rank powerhouse, he was left speechless. Such a beautiful and enamored girl would be a goddess in the minds of many men. Yang Feng could not help but feel slightly jealous of Edith. Edith smiled, saying, "The Hansen family needs such a talented person like yourself very much, Master Ian. Please join the Hansen family so that your outstanding capability will have space to be showcased." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said faintly, "What if I don't want to?" Still looking very graceful, Edith said without a trace of anger, "If you don't want to, then, regretfully, you'll die here today. His Majesty has offered a high bounty for your head. That bounty, even I'm tempted by it. In this case, please go and die together." A cold light flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. Then, he operated a secret method and countless black dragon scales immediately covered his body. Next, he silently recited an incantation and sent 30 vampiric rattan seeds flying with a wave of his hand. With the power of magic, the 30 vampiric rattan seeds suddenly burst and grew crazily into freaks with numerous sharp barbs and tendrils. "Master Ian, the magic sword you forged is unusually sharp. I like it very much." Edith smiled faintly. In a flash, he took a step forward, erupted with terrifying Star Knight rank chi, and unsheathed the magic sword at his waist. sword rays, as if specks of light, ripped apart the defenses of the 30 vampiric rottans and sliced apart the cores of the 30 vampiric rottan seeds. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.cm. Resembling human brains, when the cores of the 30 vampiric rottan seeds were sliced apart, the rottans withered, fell to the ground, emitted black smoke, and gradually crumbled. Psyche hammer! Faldina smiled. She silently chanted an incantation, then took out a dark green legend rank magic staff, pointed at Yang Feng, and shot white, magic light at Yang Feng. Psyche spells were most difficult to resist. The best way to resist psyche spells was to strengthen your willpower. When the psyche hammer hit Yang Feng, his mind shook, he had a splitting headache, his eyes dulled, and his body stiffened. The three warriors instantly erupted with frightening firmament knight rank chi and slashed at Yang Feng from different directions with 3 swords. At that critical moment, the divinity of fear inside Yang Feng's spirit sea trembled. Divine energy of fear covered his body and pulled his mind out of the shock. Yang Feng's eyes refocused in an instant. He erupted with divine energy of fear and gave an earth-shaking roar. Under the eruption of divine energy of fear, everyone on the scene stopped mid-action for a moment. He unsheathed his sword and released a brilliant sword ray, which turned into a mysterious arc that wound around the 3 firmament knights. Chapter 243 Thwarting an Ambush. Chapter 243 Thwarting an Ambush. Translator, Xuanhuan. The 3 firmament knights were instantly split into twine, and blood splashed about. In that moment, the 2 great wizards behind the 3 firmament knights finished conjuring their spells. They pointed at Yang Feng and released the level 1 fireball, which was the fastest to be unleashed. Along with scorching heat, the 2 fireballs mercilessly slammed into Yang Feng. Frightening flames and heat swallowed him in an instant. Although fireball had a simple name, yet it was one of the most powerful level 1 destruction spells. Level 2 warlocks would be seriously injured or even killed if they didn't conjure the corresponding defensive spells to defend themselves. A figure broke out of the frightening flames and instantly appeared in front of the 2 great wizards. With the flash of sword rays, the heads of the 2 great wizards, which carried shocked expressions, flew high into the air, and large amounts of blood spurted out of the necks. They couldn't believe that someone could withstand the bombardment from their fireballs and still be able to attack them. When she saw this, Faldina wrinkled her eyebrows slightly and waved her lily-white hand. Suddenly, 36 rhomboid crystals surrounded her and formed a huge crystal shield. Simultaneously, she rose into the air and floated backwards. The land was the domain of warriors, the sky was the domain of wizards. It was their flying ability that enabled wizards to beat warrior powerhouses and place them far above warriors in status. Magic and martial dual cultivation. Master Ian, I underestimated you. Edith took a step to the left and positioned himself in front of Faldina with his sword held horizontally. His eyes flashed with graveness. While under the siege of a Star Knight and an Archwizard, Yang Feng was still able to kill 3 firmament knights and 2 great wizards. His fighting strength was simply terrifying. You dare to make an attempt on my life. This will be your burial place. As if a humanoid black dragon, Yang Feng was covered in dragon scales. His eyes were frigid. He released a fierce killing intent and said coldly, pointing the magic sword forged in the Miracle City at Yang Feng. Edith said gravely, Edith, disciple of Star Sacred Swordsman Banksy, is here to experience your swordsmanship. Faldina squinted her eyes slightly and burst out with very powerful spirit force fluctuations. With the magic staff in her hand, she was ready to conjure level 2 spells and under at a moment's notice. Let's fight, roared Yang Feng. His figure flickered. He jumped down from the city wall and fled madly into the city. If it was one-on-one, Yang Feng was confident that he could fight Edith. But against Edith and Faldina joining hands, even a level 3 warlock might not be their match. Yang Feng wasn't confident that he could beat them. When Edith heard Yang Feng's roar, his spirit congealed and the sword in his hand assumed a defensive stance. Yang Feng killed 3 firmament knights with a strike, and then braved the spells from 2 great wizards and killed them. This scene was very shocking, prompting him to play it safe. After all, when he and Faldina worked together, even a great wizard who practiced magic and martial duel cultivation was not their opponent. Seeing Yang Feng choose to run away, Edith and Faldina stared blankly for a moment. They didn't expect that Yang Feng, who looked like a hero who would fight to the death and never retreat just now, would choose to flee. What a shameless fellow. Go to hell. Faldina's pretty complexion changed slightly. She bit her silver-white teeth and waved her lily-white hand. Ice Cone, Fireball, Earth Thorn, Windblade, and other level 1 destruction elemental spells slammed towards Yang Feng in a flash. Under the bombardment of Faldina's various level 1 destruction elemental spells, Yang Feng was compelled to stimulate his life force and swing his sword to slice apart the destruction elemental spells. The spells that he failed to slice apart could only be resisted by relying on the defensive strength of the Black Dragon scales. Faldina's spirit force seemed to have no limit. The densely packed level 1 spells hadn't bombarded Yang Feng for a long time and he was already covered in blood. The Black Dragon scales were torn to shreds and dripped with blood. Apart from the elemental spells, Faldina still released a variety of curse spells, such as splitting headache, weakness, perception disturbance, and others onto Yang Feng. Even though Yang Feng's level 2 warlock rank life force gave him immunity to some low-level curses and weakened the strength of a lot of powerful curses, yet he still felt dizzy and weakened at times, nearly falling to the ground. When Faldina acted, Yang Feng was no longer able to escape, and could only stand in place and desperately resist the various spells without fighting back. Edith's figure flickered and he shot towards Yang Feng like a bolt of lightning. Yang Feng barked suddenly, "Pagos, you're still not acting? If I die, you'll all be buried with me." The source of this scentent is froueol.com. Gravity, dark rays, fear, psyche shock, fireball, web, dot. Suddenly, under 100 spells were released from a house and slammed madly towards Edith. The less than 100 spells included all kinds of different spells, and even a Star Knight would die if hit by them. Level 3 warlocks also wouldn't dare to forcibly resist the bombardment from the under 100 spells. No! Faldina gave a miserable scream and then watched in despair as the less than 100 spells engulfed Edith. With the flash of white light, Edith strangely got away from the bombardment of the less than 100 spells and appeared atop the city wall with his face pale and his back drenched in cold sweat. Were it not for the disposable life-saving magic item he owned, he would have been killed by the less than 100 spells. Edith saw under 100 wizards come out from the house slowly, and his eyes filled with astonishment. "Master Pagos? How come it's you? How can you serve him?" Yang Feng ordered icily, "Kill them!" "Yes, sir." Pagos smiled bitterly, then raised the magic staff in his hand, pointed at Edith, and silently recited the incantation for a level 3 spell. 20 wizards recited quickly an incantation and conjured a variety of powerful defensive spells around the wizard squad. Offensive wizards were responsible for the offense, defensive wizards were responsible for the defense. Wizard squads that combined offense with defense were the strongest military force of humans. Retreat! Edith's complexion changed, his figure flickered, and he quickly fled outside of the anchor city. Faldina, who was midair, conjured a variety of spells, turned into a stream of light, dropped from the sky, and ran after Edith. For an archwizard and a Star Knight to confront a wizard squad with an archwizard in their ranks would be suicidal. Yang Feng looked at the backs of the escaping Edith and Faldina and frowned slightly. These peak powerhouses are really troublesome. It's not that easy to kill them. Yang Feng had many powerful level 4 extraordinary life form mechanical battle beasts inside his dimensional crest. If those mechanical battle beasts were released, they might be able to kill Edith and Faldina, but as a result, it would raise Yang Feng's profile in the eyes of the Morrince Empire. The next time they sent people to kill him might be a group of legend-rank powerhouses. Yang Feng said suddenly, "Pagos." Pagos responded, "Yes." Yang Feng continued lightly, "Now that the wizard squad was exposed, join the second corps and attack the Toe City." The first corps was the 2,000-strong cavalry trained meticulously by Clive. Most of the experts of the Miracle City gathered in the first corps. The Second Corps was a new army formed from 5,000 slaves. The fighting strength of the Second Corps was extremely low. Even after being equipped with the equipment seized from the Hunting Fang's corps, their fighting strength was still much worse than that of the local troops of the Melinsan province. No matter how lacking the Second Corps was in terms of strength, with the support of the human wizard squad, there was no force in the Melinsan province that could contend against it. When properly utilized, the under 100 official wizards led by an archwizard may even be able to kill a legend-rank sacred swordsman. This was the terror of human wizard squads. Of course, if a legend-rank sacred swordsman managed to get close to the wizard squad, the squad would be annihilated in under 1 minute. Pagos hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master Ian, the strength of the Morrince Empire is beyond your imagination. It has the gods as its backer. Even if you manage to conquer the Melinsan province, you won't be able to keep it." The Morrince Empire was one of the 4 most fertile empires of the Feisua Plain, and it was supported by the gods of the Zalia divine system. In the history of the Feisua Plain, there was no shortage of geniuses who appeared out of nowhere and established their own states, threatening the rule of the Morrince Empire. Later, there would be divine chosen, divine descendant, and demigod-rank heroes to appear in the Morrince Empire, and, under the guidance of the gods, destroy the geniuses who appeared out of nowhere and the states they established. It was practically impossible to destroy the Morrince Empire and Titan Empire, so Pagos had to warn Yang Feng of this cruel fact. Yang Feng smiled faintly and said, "That's all right. Anyway, I don't intend to keep the Melinsan province. I just want to loot it clean and sell its population to the Titan Empire before withdrawing." Pagos felt his heart turn cold. He finally understood why Yang Feng would plunder the populations of each city. He attacked clean and transport them to the Miracle City. If Yang Feng did this to the Melinsan province, it would take it at least 10 years to recover. At the same time, the Morrince Empire would find it more difficult to attack Yang Feng from the Melinsan province. Pagos hesitated, then gritted his teeth and asked, "Sir, isn't that too cruel?" "Cruel?" Yang Feng was taken aback slightly, then smiled softly and said coldly, "If it was me who lost the fight over the Red Earth wasteland, what would have become of the tens of thousands of people in the Miracle City? You should know too well, Master Pagos, right? Why haven't you thought of the word cruel at that time?" Pagos was rendered speechless immediately. If the Miracle City was defeated, the people would be captured by the Hunting Fang Corps and sold to others as slaves, and the wealth would be plundered clean. However, at that time, Pagos didn't regard the slaves in the Miracle City as people. He didn't even care about Yang Feng's avatar Master Ian. Why would he take note of the word cruel when he was at a high? Yang Feng said lightly, "Okay, Master Pagos, now that you are a person of the Miracle City, your life and death, honor and disgrace are connected to the Miracle City. If you do well, I can even tell you the method on how to promote to a legend wizard and let you become a powerful legend wizard." Legendary wizard. When Pagos heard this, his eyes burst out with tremendous longing. On the Feisua Plain, the ultimate goal of wizards was to promote to a legend wizard. Once a wizard was promoted to a legend wizard, they could master legend rank spells. Level for spells. Among legend rank spells, there were many spells that could strengthen your physical constitution and extend your lifespan. On the Feisua Plain, only after promoting to a legend wizard would your lifespan reach upwards of 200 years. This was also one of the biggest weaknesses of wizards of the Feisua Plain. After all, on the Zhangji Plain, an official level 1 warlock would have the lifespan of 200 years. If you gathered some life-extending elixirs, even living until 300 years old wouldn't be an issue. On the Feisua Plain, the lifespan of an official wizard was no different from that of an ordinary person. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yang Feng sent a stack of magic notes flying towards Pagos. When Pagos took the stack of magic notes, his face trembled and his eyes flashed with excitement. The stack of magic notes in his hands talked about how to advance to a legend wizard from an archwizard. This stack of magic notes was very valuable. Generally, such a stack would be controlled by greater aristocrats, royal families, churches, and other powerful forces. Only by working hard for the royal family could a commoner archwizard like Pagos acquire the corresponding magic knowledge. This was a trick royal families used to control wizards. Pagos could promote to an archwizard due to his talent in magic. However, because he was sidelined, he hadn't been able to get his hands on magic knowledge regarding the promotion to a legend wizard. His heart was flooded with a feeling of delight now that Yang Feng gave him the stack of magic notes. Pagos bowed slightly towards Yang Feng and said, "Sir Ian, rest assured, I will comply with your orders. I will lead the wizard squad and take all the cities of the Morrince province." Yang Feng said faintly, "Go!" 2 days later, the Toes City. The Toes City only had 2,000 local troops. In fact, what should have been 2,000 local troops was only 1,300 people under the fraudulent behavior of the military upper echelon. Atop the city wall of the Toes City, it was filled with guards, who looked in alarm at the 5,000-strong Second Corps of the Miracle City outside the city. Chapter 244, Powerful Wizard Squad. Chapter 244, Powerful Wizard Squad. Translator, Xuanhuan. The 5,000 warriors of the Second Corps of the Miracle City were in fact slaves who had just been trained for 1 month. Although they may not compare to these guards in terms of combat strength, but as they wore the equipment seized from the Hunting Fong Corps, they looked very fierce and gave palpitations to others. Clive rushed out, pointed at the city wall with his long sword and barked, "I am Clive, the commander of the Second Corps of the Miracle City. Open the gate immediately and surrender. Otherwise, after the city is breached, the people in this city will be reduced to slaves." A guard officer shouted encouragingly, "Don't listen to him. This rabble doesn't even carry siege weapons, so how can they possibly take the Toes City? This Clive is also a nobody. He isn't the devil Ian. It's impossible for him to breach the Toes City. So long as we hold the Toes City, there will be glory and wealth for us to enjoy. We can even become aristocrats." Yang Feng first destroyed the Hunting Fong Corps, then defeated the Silver Sword Corps, and then went to loot the Morrince province, plundering countless wealth. He was dubbed as the Devil Ian by the people of the Morrince Empire, and had a fearsome reputation. When they heard the guard officer, the warriors regained some morale. The Second Corps, led by Clive, had indeed no siege weapons. "Master Pagos, I'll have to trouble you." Clive retreated into the Second Corps and said very politely to Pagos. On the Feisua Plain, wizards had a very high status. Even though Pagos was subdued by Yang Feng, but Clive was still unwilling to offend Pagos, who was an archwizard. Pagos nodded slightly and stepped out slowly with the less than 100 official wizards. With big shields in their hands, 500 warriors of the Second Corps blocked in front of the wizards. Their only task was to guard the wizards with their lives. Pagos silently recited a chant, pointed at the gate with the magic staff in his hand, and conjured the level 3 spell Advanced Fire Arrow. An arrow formed from flames shot towards the gate like a meteor. Boom! Following a sky-shaking sound, the gate was blown apart, revealing a large hole. "Why? Wizards!" the guard officer shouted in despair. "Fireball! Shadow Ray! Corrosive Ray! Dot!" The wizards silently recited incantations and pointed at the top of the city wall. As if raindrops, numerous spells were shot at the top of the city wall. Screams came from the top of the city wall. In a mere blow, more than 100 warriors succumbed to the bombardment of the spells. Clive pointed at the Toes City and barked, "Charge!" 2 Earth Knight rank officers immediately took 2,000 warriors of the Second Corps and charged towards the Toes City. With the gate broken and the suppression from the wizard squad, the resistance of the Toes City was quelled quickly, and the Toes City fell into Yang Feng's hands. When the Toes City fell into Yang Feng's hands, Lina organized the slave transportation group, which, like worker ants, methodically looted the Toes City, looting the city clean of anything of value, and then transported everything to the Miracle City. To this date, Yang Feng obtained tens of thousands of slaves through various means from other places. Among which, in order to cope with this sudden war, he had 10,000 slaves form the Second and Third Corps, and another 10,000 slaves form the transportation group, which, under Lina's command, was in charge of transporting goods. The entire Miracle City had been mobilized, operating frenziedly like a well-oiled war machine. Could continue to operate so long as it didn't lose. However, once it had a loss, the tightly wound war machine would collapse. After taking the Toes City, the Second Corps rested for several days before setting out for the Jia City. There was no suspense. The powerful warlock squad destroyed the resistance of the Jia city, allowing the Second Corps to occupy the city. Meanwhile, Yang Feng took the well-rested 2,000 cavalrymen, which comprised the First Corps, and continued to attack the Melinsan province. Wherever the cavalry passed through, one after another, cities would fall into his hands without much resistance. The governor of the Morrince Empire sent blood-written letters to the imperial capital and the governor of the neighboring Zero province, begging for support. The governor of the Zero province ignored the letter. He proceeded to recruit warriors to fill the gap inside the Silver Sword Corps, and had them train continuously to recover the strength of the Silver Sword Corps. The Morrince Empire didn't expect that the Silver Sword Corps would be defeated by Yang Feng, which greatly rose Yang Feng's profile in its eyes. The empire had the core of several provinces lying behind the Melinsan Empire mobilize and travel gradually towards the Melinsan province. A mobilized army required a lot of provisions. The Morrince Empire wasn't ready to fight a war, and, in all the hurry, was unable to coordinate. According to the original plan of the Morrince Empire, the Hunting Fang Corps was already enough to take care of the Miracle City. The empire didn't consider the possibility of defeat. Therefore, it hadn't stockpiled enough provisions. Now that Yang Feng defeated the Hunting Fang Corps and Silver Sword Corps, the inadequately prepared Morrince Empire was caught in a predicament. The huge empire had countless provisions and elite warriors, but because it hadn't prepared beforehand, the mobilization of provisions was very cumbersome. The corps from the several provinces moved very slowly due to logistics. 10 days later, the First and Second Corps of the Miracle City finally converged outside the Bar Roman city. Yang Feng stepped forward, looked at the Bar Roman city from afar, and his eyes flashed with graveness. The city wall of the Bar Roman city was 20 meters tall and was entirely made of secret steel rock. Could even somewhat withstand legend rank spells. The gate of the Bar Roman city was made of the magic metal star magic iron. Could fully withstand the bombardment from legend rank spells. There was a temple dedicated to the sun god Dragoni inside the Bar Roman city. The Melinsan province was one of the missionary sites of the sun god Dragoni. The sun god Dragoni was a powerful intermediate divine power rank god of the Xalia divine system. His status was only second to that of the 9 primary gods, and his fighting strength was terrifying. Reportedly, he was no less powerful than primary gods of weak divine systems. If the Sun Temple in the Bar Roman city gave the governor its full support in protecting the city, then with the bit of strength Yang Feng wielded at present, he may not be able to take the city. If this huge city has the support of the priests of the Sun Temple, then with my current strength, unless I use the legend rank mechanical battle beasts, it will be difficult to breach it. fgewebnavuel.com. As he stared at the Bar Roman city, Yang Feng's gaze flickered and he kept coming up with strategies, but they were all rejected. Unless he used poison or mechanical battle beasts, he had no hope at capturing the Bar Roman city. Yang Feng was stumped by the siege weapons alone. The 2 armies, Cavalry Corps and Slave Corps, under Yang Feng didn't have much experience in besieging a city. Their modus operandi was to have Yang Feng or the wizard squad smash gates with spells before easily breaking into cities. They never experienced the bitter struggle of a real siege. Yang Feng gave the Bar Roman city a profound look and his eyes flashed with determination. Let's feel it out a bit and then see again. I'll retreat immediately if it really is difficult to take it. The 2,000 cavalrymen and 5,000 slave warriors were the foundation of Yang Feng's Miracle City. Without these 2 armies, Yang Feng's power would be weakened greatly. If it was field warfare, Yang Feng was confident that he could defeat the army recruited by the governor of the Melinsan province, who was already badly frightened. But urban warfare was different. In urban warfare, even recently recruited rookies could put up some fight. There were 130,000 warriors in the Bar Roman city. Against so many warriors, even with 10-to-1 casualty ratio, Yang Feng's troops would still be consumed first. Suddenly, sounds of fighting came from the gate of the Bar Roman city, and the tens of thousands of catty heavy gate was opened. White flags were raised atop the city wall. Seeing this, the generals of the Miracle City, including Yang Feng, were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. They suspected that it was just a ploy. Arad latest chapter s at freewebnavuel.com only. A huge barrier, which was released by the temple of the sun god Dragoni, was spread open inside the bar Roman city. Yang Feng didn't dare to have his mechanical insects venture inside and investigate. Otherwise, once exposed, he may be pursued by the god's true body. Clive said promptly, "Master, this is a golden opportunity. Whether it's a trap or not, we still should send someone to have a look." Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast. Then he made a decision and ordered, "Helio, take 500 people and go have a look. Send a signal if there are no issues." "Yes, Master." Helio, who had an Earth Knight rank cultivation base and had the background of a general of the Amon Principality, immediately urged his warhorse to rush madly towards the bar Roman city along with 500 cavalrymen. Yang Feng and his party nervously stared at the 500 cavalrymen. They saw the 500 cavalrymen enter the bar Roman city. Soon after, a firework signal soared into the sky. A cavalryman returned quickly and shouted excitedly, "The city is breached! Master, the city is breached." Yang Feng ordered promptly, "Enter the city." Yang Feng led the 1,500 cavalrymen into the bar Roman city. Once he entered the bar Roman city, Yang Feng saw chaos everywhere, with sounds of crying, shouting, screaming lingering in the air. Countless people fled in the direction of another gate. Chapter 245, Easily Taking the Bar Roman City. Chapter 245, Easily Taking the Bar Roman City. Translator, Xuanhuan. A seemingly very capable young man arrived in front of Yang Feng and said, "Andro greets Master." Yang Feng looked at the young man and said faintly, "Andro, you're Artai's man." Ever since Artes obtained the large amount of funds from Yang Feng, his power expanded geometrically. Like this, Yang Feng could be well informed regarding the intelligence of the Morrince Empire and Titan Empire. Without the intelligence provided by Artes, Yang Feng would never have invaded the hinterland of the Morrince Empire and turned the Melinson province upside down so lightly. Information and intelligence were the two most important factors in war. Yang Feng was very glad that he didn't kill Artes and instead chose to take him in as a subordinate. Andro replied respectfully, "Yes, Master. I am the general manager Sir Artes planted in the bar Roman city." Yang Feng asked curiously, "What exactly happened? How come the bar Roman city was captured by you so easily?" The governor of the Melinson province recruited an over 100,000 strong army in the bar Roman city. Although this army wasn't of much use in field warfare, but its combat strength would be considerable in urban warfare. It was a miracle that the small army Artes planted in the bar Roman city could capture a gate of the bar Roman city. "It's all thanks to you, sir. Sir, you've been attacking cities all over the place. No city can withstand your offensive." The governor of the Melinson province was already frightened, so when he heard the news that you were coming, he began to transfer his wealth and family to the Danton province. He also deployed the army as an escort. When the greater aristocrats of the bar Roman city got wind of this, they also lost their fighting spirit. They quickly organized their people and withdrew from the bar Roman city. There have been rumors circulating in the army, yet the governor of the Melinson province did nothing. Freeweb novel to see them. Master, when you arrived next to the bar Roman city today, the governor of the Melinson province, escorted by 20,000 warriors, immediately fled the city. When they saw the governor escape, the warriors he recruited scattered in confusion. No one was willing to defend the city. When I saw this, so as to avoid undue delay, I took my people to seize the gate and welcome you, Master. Narrated Andro coherently. Yang Feng couldn't help asking, "If the governor of the Melinson province is such a good-for-nothing, then how did he become a governor in the first place?" Andro answered, "The governor of the Melinson province has a sister, the southern consort, who is the favorite consort of His Majesty. It was the southern consort who pleaded with His Majesty to have her brother become the governor of the Melinson province. On the Feisua plain in the Morrince Empire, every adult man was allowed to take 6 wives, 2 official wives and 4 secondary wives. As for concubines, there was no limit to them. The Morrince Empire had 2 empresses and 4 consorts. They were the 6 women with the most noble status in the imperial harem. The status of the concubines wasn't as noble as that of the 6 women. The reason behind this practice was that the first emperor of the Morrince Empire was accompanied by 6 very noble women. The 6 women were either the favorite women of the emperor or had great forces backing them, with noble divine blood of demigods flowing through their veins. To show that the 6 women were different from the rest, the emperor made 2 of them empresses and 4 of them consorts. The status of the concubines was much lower than that of the 6 women. In the Morrince Empire, unless the 2 empresses and 4 consorts didn't give birth to an heir, the children birthed by the concubines had no right to the throne at all. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint and he said slowly, "The emperor is this fatuous?" Andro's eyes flashed with disdain, saying, "The emperor is a good-for-nothing. Not only does he like men, but he's also very fatuous, making a hell of a mess when choosing people for posts. If it weren't for the deep foundation of the Morrince Empire, he would have already ran it into the ground." Yang Feng shook his head slightly and said slowly, "No matter how useless or fatuous he is, the Morrince Empire will not collapse. There are gods in the sky watching." The Morrince Empire was supported by the gods of the Xalia divine system. Within the empire, there were numerous temples and believers of the gods of the Xalia divine system. The gods of the Xalia divine system would never let the Morrince Empire topple over. If they deemed it necessary, they would have all kinds of ways to interfere. The forces threatening the Morrince Empire would be destroyed directly. So long as each god of the Xalia divine system dispatched a divine chosen, the frightening force would be enough to destroy Yang Feng's trifling miracle city. Yang Feng swept Andro with a glance and said solemnly, "Andro, you have rendered a great contribution this time, so I will reward you handsomely. Do you want to serve me?" Andro's eyes glimmered with joy, but he still said respectfully, "If Sir Ardace agrees, then I am willing to serve, sir." Yang Feng smiled lightly and threw him a vial of elixir. "I will talk to Ardace. This is a reward for you. Drinking it can extend your lifespan by 10 years and have you promote to a knight rank powerhouse." "Many thanks, sir." Andro was only an advanced warrior. After he received the vial of elixir, delight overtook his face, and he thanked Yang Feng respectfully. Yang Feng, who had built a portable fortified fortress not far from the Miracle City, was able to synthesize this elixir that could enable people to promote to the knight rank in batches. But if Yang Feng took out the elixir without any reason and had the slave warriors use it, it would appear that the elixir was very cheap, which would arouse the suspicion of others. In this war, Yang Feng could justifiably use the elixir on the slave warriors that rendered great contributions to upgrade their strength and remove their slave status. A warrior walked up to Yang Feng and said, "Master, Sir Archbishop Esteban of the Temple of the Sun God invites you to go see him." Finally, Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, then released them, contemplated for a moment, and said slowly, "Take me to see him." In the center of the Bar Roman city, the magnificent and imposing temples. Among the numerous temples, there was a sun engraved above the most sacred and grand temple. In the middle of the sun stood a blond, young man with a golden, sacred sword. This temple released powerful fluctuations of power, which enveloped the Bar Roman city at all times. It was the temple of the sun god of the Bar Roman city. Before he reached the temple of the sun god, Yang Feng operated a secret method and looked at it. He saw very rich faith power envelop the temple of the sun god and exude very powerful fluctuations of power. On the Feisua plain, every city had at least a temple, but the size and power of the temples varied. Up to this point, Yang Feng had yet to meet a decent resistance, as the clergy of the temples in the various cities didn't resist. Of course, in exchange, Yang Feng didn't touch the clergy. On the Feisua plain, every clergyman was the servant of a god. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Feng wouldn't touch clergymen easily. An arrogant-looking, middle-aged bishop wearing a bishop robe of the Temple of the Sun God emerged from the Temple of the Sun God. Following behind the middle-aged bishop were a dozen rather pretty nuns dressed in nun clothing. The middle-aged bishop overlooked Yang Feng from a higher ground and asked coldly, "You are Ian?" Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, before releasing them and answering lightly, "I am Ian." Act said very haughtily and scornfully, "I am Bishop Act of the Temple of the Sun God." The Bar Roman city belongs to the great sun god Dragoni. It's not a place that barbarians like yourself can desecrate. Scram. You are not welcome here. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then a cold glint flashed past his eyes. He took a step forward and hit Act in the face. Act lost a few teeth, and his face was covered in blood. He was sent flying for quite a few meters, then fell to the ground, twitched and fainted. As a bishop-rank powerhouse, the might of divine spells unleashed by Act was comparable to that of level 2 warlock spells. However, his body was very weak and could not take a hit. What are you doing? Barbarian. Do you want to blaspheme the mighty sun god Dragoni? This chapter is updated by fruubavel.cm. The complexions of the dozen nuns behind Act changed dramatically, and they screamed shrilly. These nuns of the temple of the sun god had always been aloof in the Bar Roman city. Even the governor of the Morrince province, when he saw them, had to be polite to them. Now, however, a bishop-rank bigwig, as if a dead dog, was knocked to the ground with a blow from Yang Feng. This was unheard of. Yang Feng swept the dozen chirping nuns with a glance and his eyes turned cold. He drew the sword at his waist and barked coldly, "Shut the hell up, all of you. Now I am the master of the Bar Roman city. I can decide your fates with just a sentence. I can let you live or die. I can have you go to heaven or have you taste the pain of hell." The more than 30 guards next to Yang Feng drew the swords at their waists and pointed at the dozen nuns. So long as Yang Feng gave the order, they would rush into the temple of the sun god and kill the nuns. The pretty complexions of the dozen beautiful nuns changed. Their hearts chilled, and their lovely bodies shivered. Chapter 246, Negotiations. Chapter 246, Negotiations. Translator, Xuanhuan. Master Ian, they're just ignorant girls. Why do you stoop to their level? A gentle, magnetic voice came slowly from the temple. A 31 or 32-year-old, handsome, endearing young man dressed in archbishop clothing of the temple of the sun god and covered in sacred light slowly emerged from the temple. 5 bishops of the temple of the sun god followed behind the young man. The light outside was outshone by the light of the young man. Yang Feng praised secretly, "What an excellent medium! This one will be a challenge." As an outstanding and professional medium, you had to be covered in sacred light at all times, so that people would feel worship, awe, and affection at first sight. In this way, missionary work would be more convenient. When necessary, Yang Feng didn't spare his spirit force to bless himself with light of intervention, which would make him look more genial and sacred. In many churches, one of the most important criteria for selecting priests and nuns was good looks. The more good-looking a person was, the easier they would get promoted in the churches. fruubavel.cm. In fact, in terms of appearance alone, the young man was a notch ahead of Yang Feng. After all, the young man was a professional medium. When the dozen beautiful nuns saw the man covered in sacred light, their eyes flashed with admiration. Then they bowed respectfully to him in salute and said, "Archbishop Esteban." The 5 bishops behind Esteban scanned Bishop Act, who was on the ground, with a glance. Then their gazes focused on Yang Feng and their eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Esteban smiled gently and said, "Master Ian, my people were a bit rude. Please forgive me." Yang Feng smiled faintly. He didn't expose the fact that when Bishop Act came out, Esteban was hiding not far away. Yang Feng said calmly, "Although I am a believer of the great weave goddess, but I keep a humble and respectful attitude towards the great gods of the Xalia divine system." Act incited disharmony in the relationship between the mighty weave goddess and the mighty sun god. My guess is that he ought to be a heretic who infiltrated the temple of the sun god and tried to strain the relationship between the two churches. He should be burned at the stake. When they heard this, the faces of the dozen beautiful nuns and the 5 bishops suddenly changed dramatically. Heresy was one of the greatest crimes you could commit in the churches of the Feisua Plain. Once someone was convicted of heresy, what would await them was the most cruel capital punishment, being burnt at the stake. The people of the temple of the sun god didn't think that Yang Feng would be so fierce, to the point of charging Act with heresy. Once the charge was enforced, Act's soul would not be able to return to the divine country of the sun god Dragoni, but would fall into the netherworld or abyss. Esteban felt a light chill in his heart. Still carrying a kind smile on his face, he said, "Act is a bit short-tempered, and usually makes some minor mistakes. However, I can assure you that he is definitely not a heretic. I apologize in his stead if he offended you." Looking expressionless, Yang Feng said coldly, "Sir Esteban, I have 2,000 cavalrymen, 5,000 infantrymen, and a wizard squad under my command. As long as I give the order, the temple of the sun god in the Bar-Roman city will cease to exist. Are you really going to make an enemy of me because of the trifling act? If something untoward were to happen to the temple of the sun god of the Bar-Roman city, I'm afraid that you might not be able to return to the divine country of the mighty sun god after your death." The faces of the people of the temple of the sun god suddenly changed greatly, and a glimmer of panic flashed past their eyes. The Feisua plain was a world of gods. On this plain, gods were represented by churches and clergymen. Pious believers would be pulled into the divine country of their god after death and be reborn in the divine country. The sun god Dragoni was a powerful god with his own divine country, and he could bring his believers into his divine country after death. Many clergymen of the temple of the sun god would willingly die in battle so that they could return to the sun god's divine country. However, if the temple of the sun god was destroyed, they would have committed a great crime, and they wouldn't be able to return to the divine country after death, which would serve as the greatest punishment for them. Esteban still carried a refreshing smile. In a few words, he took a few steps back. "Master Ian, the temple of the sun god has no intentions of getting involved in secular disputes. The temple of the sun god will remain neutral so long as you don't harm the believers of the Sun Church." At first, Esteban planned to prohibit Yang Feng from acting against the believers of the Xalia divine system. However, under Yang Feng's overbearing attitude, he could only choose to just protect the believers of the temple of the sun god. Yang Feng asked, "How do you tell who is a believer of the Sun Church?" Esteban answered unhurriedly, "Every devout believer of the sun god will have a temple badge given to them by the temple of the sun god on the door of their house. Please tell your warriors not to harass them." With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng cast a soundproofing spell over himself and Esteban and said with a light smile, 50,000 gold coins per badge. Each time I find a badge, I will charge the temple of the sun god 50,000 gold coins." Esteban frowned and said, "The temple of the sun god doesn't have so many gold coins." Yang Feng said enticingly, "You can say that the miracle city forced you to accept it. What does a badge worth 50,000 gold coins count for to the many major aristocrats of the Bar-Roman city? You can charge them 100,000 gold coins, of which 50,000 gold coins will fall into the hands of the temple of the sun god. The miracle city will be the culprit that forced the temple of the sun god to stand down." "You're the devil." Esteban sighed slowly, before revealing a smile and saying faintly, "In order to spread the glory of the great sun god, I am forced to cooperate with the devil. Gods had no need for gold coins, only faith. However, the churches in the secular world were always short on gold coins. Without gold coins, the churches would not be able to expand their influence." After barely contemplating for a moment, Esteban made a wise choice. Anyway, he had Yang Feng as a scapegoat. No matter how much he charged for the badges, the greater aristocrats would only thank him, yet Yang Feng would receive all the hate. Yang Feng and Esteban smiled at each other, and the relationship between them became more intimate. Yang Feng said, "Esteban, I need a proof of identity of a bishop of the temple of the sun god." Esteban frowned slightly and asked warily, "What do you want it for?" "I want to see the governor of the Morrince province, preferably in a peaceful setting." "What do you want to see him for?" Yang Feng smiled faintly and answered, "I think that the Morrince province needs a hero who can defeat the devil Ian. I hope that the governor of the Morrince province can be this hero." Esteban was silent for a long time before showing a smile and praising sincerely, "You really are smart." The governor of the Morrince province was a waste. At first, Esteban planned to take the powerhouses of the temple of the sun god and hold the Bar-Roman city. However, not only did the governor of the Morrince province run away, but he still caused the collapse of the more than 100,000-strong army. As a result, the Temple of the Sun God opted not to act. For Yang Feng, the governor of the Morrince province was the best choice to act as the hero who reconquered the Morrince province. Thus, Yang Feng wouldn't have to face the powerhouses of the Morrince Empire. He could return to the Miracle City to recuperate and expand unhurriedly. After all, the Morrince Empire was one of the strongest empires of the Feisua Plain, and its comprehensive strength was more than 10,000 times higher than that of the Miracle City. If he continued to fight, then once the huge war machine that was the Morrince Empire was operated fully, it would be easy for it to crush Yang Feng's Miracle City. Up until now, Yang Feng made a fortune in the Morrince province. He looted goods and gold coins worth hundreds of millions of gold coins. Once he returned to the Miracle City and digested the spoils of war, his strength would soar geometrically. His best choice now was to retreat and yield. This was an overboard ploy, and Yang Feng wasn't worried that Esteban knew of it. Once the governor of the Morrince province knew of Yang Feng's intention, he was sure to grab at this life-saving straw. Besides, although the governor himself was a waste, but he had a huge force backing him which could suppress all dissent. Esteban said, "I'll go with you to meet Busso. With me there, it will be easy for you to meet him." Yang Feng was stunned somewhat, asking, "You're going in person?" Esteban replied meaningfully, "That's right. Although Busso is a good-for-nothing, but his backer, the southern consort Katarina, is my greatest ally, so I have to pull him in myself." Having friends at the court was always helpful. In order to influence the Morrince Empire, the churches would send their agents into the court or the harem. The southern consort Katarina was either a believer or a firm ally of the Sun Church. In addition to the Sun Church, the forces of the other churches also had infiltrated the Morrince Empire deeply. In the Morrince Empire, the struggle between imperial and religious forces never ceased. If it wasn't for the divine bloodline coursing through the bodies of the royal family, the Morrince Empire would have been completely controlled by the churches. Although the imperial forces were slightly suppressed by the religious forces, but the imperial forces were still very strong and could not be underestimated. North of the Bar Roman city, an army of 20,000 odd people was on the run, with people taking off their leather armor and discarding their weapons just to make themselves lighter. Normally, they would have been restrained and severely punished by the officers. Currently, however, no one took charge of the army. Everyone just scrambled to flee. "Faster, go faster! Go faster, you rubbish!" With a horsewhip in his hand, a fat man with shiny skin and a huge beer belly made a long face and berated continuously. A general came forward and advised, "Governor Busso, we're already going as fast as we can. If we go any faster, the infantry won't be able to keep up." Busso shouted, "Then let's abandon the infantry. We still have 2,000 cavalrymen. So long as the 2,000 cavalrymen escort me to the imperial capital, you all will be greatly rewarded. If we go any slower, the devil Ian will catch up and kill me. Right now, we have to go faster, understood? You wastes." The complexions of the generals around Busso changed greatly, but they remained silent. Angry gazes focused on Busso. If Busso, in his capacity as the governor, hadn't ordered the generals to escort him away, the Bar Roman city wouldn't have toppled over. These generals had already analyzed the situation many times. If Busso had stuck to the Bar Roman city, he wouldn't have lost. Unfortunately, Busso was obstinate and ordered the escape. As a result, the Bar Roman city easily fell into Yang Feng's hands. A handsome, young general immediately echoed the sentiment. "Yes, Sir Busso is right. Can we escape with the infantry? We should promptly abandon it. With just the cavalry, we can escape the pursuit of the Miracle City." Busso praised loudly with satisfaction. "Right, Yuan, you're right. When I'm safe, I'll promote you to a commander." Yuan was overjoyed, saying, "Thank you, Sir Governor." Yuan scanned the indignant generals with a glance and said coldly, "Why haven't you gone to carry out the order of Sir Governor yet? Do you want to rebel?" Busso bellowed immediately, "Yes, go carry out my order. Otherwise, you will be charged with treason and your families will be implicated, as well." "Yes, Sir Governor." The generals complied helplessly. Under Busso's order, the 2,000 cavalrymen, Busso, and the senior officers of the army quickly separated from the rest of the army and rushed ahead. Those bastards! We were abandoned. Scatter! We were abandoned. Everyone, disperse. The more than 20,000 infantrymen howled, then suddenly dispersed and fled in disarray. What a genius this fellow is! In the sky, Yang Feng, wrapped in black cloth, looked at the collapsed 20,000 strong infantry down below and couldn't help but praise. The 20,000 infantrymen were the remaining most elite warriors of the Melinsan province. Without using poison, it would take Yang Feng some effort to defeat the 20,000 elite infantrymen in a direct confrontation. However, before he even made a move, the 20,000 strong army collapsed on its own, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Esteban smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. He usually performs well. In his youth, he was a famous talent in the aristocratic circle. I didn't expect that, when push comes to shove, his performance would be this bad. The source of this scene tent is freewebnovel.com. Chapter 247, The Famous Busso. Chapter 247, The Famous Busso. Translator, Xuanhuan. Riding a magic carpet, Yang Feng's group of two circled two in front of Busso's 2,000-strong cavalry. I am Archbishop Esteban of the Sun Temple. Have Governor Busso come see me. Esteban jumped off the magic carpet and landed on the ground, blocking in front of Busso's troops. A dazzling sun slowly rose behind him and erupted with endless light, proving his identity as an archbishop of the Sun Temple. When the 2,000 cavalrymen saw the sun and heard Esteban, their hearts shook and they stopped. On the Feisua plain, people of churches were not to be provoked. Once you were convicted of heresy, your entire family would be burnt at the stake. Even aristocrats, once convicted of heresy, would be burnt, have their titles confiscated, and have their families implicated. This was a world of gods, where gods had their divine countries rise high among the stars. Occasionally, they would perform miracles in the secular world. Everyone knew that gods existed, and was full of awe towards churches that worshipped gods. Greetings, Archbishop. Busso, surrounded by a dozen generals, walked out. When the generals saw Esteban, they bowed slightly in salute and said respectfully. Esteban was recognized as the genius in the Sun Church most hopeful to promote to a legend archbishop. Naturally, the generals didn't dare to slight him. When Busso came out, he saw the magic carpet behind Esteban. Then his eyes lit up and he said, full of expectation, Esteban, you came to take me away? On the Feisua plain, unlike on the Zhangji plain, there were no secret treasures refined by human warlocks. However, there were still some magic items circulating in the world. As someone with the background of a greater aristocrat, Busso was no stranger to magic items like the magic carpet. He also had a few life-saving magic items on him. However, he didn't have such an advanced flight secret treasure like a magic carpet. Esteban swept Busso with a dignified glance and said in an unquestionable tone, I brought a person who wants to talk to you. Let's go over and have a talk. Yes. Busso was shocked by Esteban's grandeur, and obediently followed Esteban far away from the 2,000 cavalrymen. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation, pointed to the surroundings, and, with the flicker of a magic radiance, conjured a soundproofing spell that enveloped the three of them. Esteban said faintly, This person is Master Ian of the Miracle City. He wants to see you. Hello, Master Ian. A friend of Archbishop Esteban is my friend. No, Master Ian. You are the Devil Ian. Busso spoke very boldly at first. Suddenly, he reacted. His complexion changed greatly and he took a few steps back. Looking at Yang Feng, his eyes were filled with fear. Yang Feng pulled open the black cloth wrapped around his face and revealed his true identity, then smiled faintly at Busso and said, Yes, I am Master Ian. The one you call the Devil Ian. Master Ian, spare my life. I beg you, spare my life. I'll give you a lot of money as ransom. Spare me. I don't want to die yet. Busso fell to his knees and wept loudly. Snot and tears covered his face, as he pleaded bitterly. This fellow is really the best. Yang Feng was secretly amused, yet his heart was firm. Yang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Governor Busso, I'm not here to kill you, but to give you a great credit. Under the leadership of Governor Busso, the army of the Miracle City will suffer successive defeats, before eventually being beaten back to the Miracle City. What do you think of this credit?" "You're not here to kill me?" Busso was a little taken aback. He wiped the snot and tears off his face, got up, and his eyes lit up, saying, "You want to have a fake war with me and then lose on purpose? What do you want in return?" Yang Feng was slightly surprised. He thought that Busso was a waste, yet unexpectedly, Busso reacted this quickly and got to the core of the matter. Yang Feng said lightly, "With such a great contribution, can you, Governor Busso, keep your position as the governor of the Morrince province?" Busso's eyes lit up and he said with a beaming smile, "If it was someone else instead, even if they rendered such a great contribution, I'm afraid that they would still be demoted to a commoner. However, with the strength of my family, I can atone for my crimes by rendering this great contribution and hold the position of governor of the Morrince province firmly." Having friends at the court was always helpful. Busso's family had great power in the Morrince Empire. His sister, the northern consort Katarina, was one of the 4 consorts favored by the emperor of the Morrince Empire. If he suffered a crushing defeat, even Katarina wouldn't be able to help him. However, once he put up a good spectacle and orchestrated a huge counterattack, he could wash away the criminal charge and render a great achievement. Yang Feng said lightly, "I want to flush out 200 million gold coins from the Bar Roman city." Shocked, Busso contemplated for a while before replying, 200 million gold coins is too much. How about 100 million gold coins? Most of the assets of the greater aristocrats of the Bar Roman city are linked to real estate. Their liquid capital is fairly limited, so it is very difficult to come up with 100 million gold coins together. However, if antiques, precious stones, and the like are included, then it's possible to get 200 million gold coins. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "What title can I get from the Morrince Empire if I have my territory attached to the empire?" Busso's eyes lit up and he replied enthusiastically, "Good, good, good. Master Ian, leave this to me. I'll definitely do a good job. Rest assured, the title of a hereditary earl is all but a certainty. Leave this matter to me, and we will be the best of friends." The Morrince Empire sent troops on a punitive expedition against the Miracle City, which resulted in a disastrous defeat. The entire Morrince Empire was greatly humiliated. Right at this time, Busso would came forward, subdue the Miracle City, and expand the domain of the Morrince Empire, bringing great honor to the empire. Busso would render a great contribution, a really great contribution, which would increase his political capital and lay a solid foundation for climbing to a higher position. Yang Feng said, "However, I don't want others to interfere with the operations of my Miracle City." A nominal surrender to the Morrince Empire was acceptable, but Yang Feng didn't want to have the Miracle City he built himself to be swallowed by others. Busso laughed and said without a care, "Haha, that's easy. There are so many bandits in the Red Earth wasteland, so it's quite common for officials who take office to accidentally die in their hands. Everyone does that. As long as you do it cleanly, then no one will find out about it. Regarding this trivial matter, the Orthix family can cover for you in the court without raising any waves." Although he was a coward, but Busso was clear about the various gateways in the Morrince Empire. With the way he spoke about murder, it was clear that he had the blood of a number of people on his hands. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. The colossus that was the Morrince Empire was so chaotic that he could fish in troubled waters. With a smile on his face, Archbishop Esteban watched Yang Feng and Busso discuss how to cooperate and seize the Morrince province. For Busso, Yang Feng's offensive against the Morrince province was also a great opportunity to eradicate his political adversaries. By borrowing Yang Feng's hand, all his enemies would be removed, and he would make a killing. Both Yang Feng and Esteban could make a fortune from this. New novel chapters are published on fgeriwebnovel.com. For the Sun Temple, so long as Yang Feng cooperated, his invasion could expand the faith of the Sun Church in the Morrince province and promote the devotion and faith of the believers. As for the fates of other people, Esteban didn't consider this question at all. 3 days later, Busso led 2,000 cavalrymen on a counterattack towards the Bar Roman city. For Yobnul.com, the troops of the Miracle City were defeated and orderly withdrew from the Bar Roman city. A day later, Busso led the 2,000 cavalrymen in pursuit and once again defeated the forces of the Miracle City at the Terran city. Within 10 days, the forces of the Miracle City fought 10 times and were defeated 10 times. Like raindrops, victory reports were sent to the capital of the Morrince Empire. Busso's fame as an exceptional general gradually rose in the Morrince Empire. Under Busso's mad pursuit, the forces of the Miracle City finally suffered a disastrous defeat. A procession carrying treasures and goods and excitedly escorting countless slaves extended for dozens of kilometers and returned to the base in the Red Earth wasteland. St. Toulon City, the capital of the Morrince Empire. As the capital of the Morrince Empire, this city was not something that could be built by mortals. This was one of the divine cities built by the gods in a miraculous way. The city wall of the St. Toulon city was 200 meters tall, and it was completely constructed from the highest grade secret steel rock and was blessed by the gods of the Zalia divine system. The city wall was enchanted with numerous defensive divine spells, so even a demigod-rank powerhouse with a divine armament would find it hard to destroy it. In the center of the St. Toulon city lied huge, majestic, sacred temples. Powerful fluctuations of power emanating from the temples formed a barrier around the St. Toulon city. Darkness and evil creatures would be purified as soon as they entered the St. Toulon city, which was blessed by the gods. Once inside the barrier, spirit and control spells would be weakened and turned visible. It was practically impossible to control people of the St. Toulon city upper echelon by means of evil spells. Within the St. Toulon city, only the temples of gods of the Zalia divine system could be encountered. Even powerful gods such as the Weave goddess could not have their temple in the St. Toulon city, nor could their faith be preached publicly. Chapter 248, Morrince 2867th. Chapter 248, Morrince 2867th. Translator, Xuanhuan. About 10 kilometers opposite of the vast temple complex lied a luxurious and magnificent palace with a 50-meter-tall city wall. The palace was enchanted with countless blessings from gods and all kinds of powerful, permanent divine spells. In the palace, poison, magic, or other means of control would be easily purified by the powerful, permanent spells left by the gods. In the history of the Morrince Empire, there had never been an emperor to be poisoned to death or have their spirit controlled by powerful wizards. In some principalities, occasionally, stories of their rulers being controlled by powerful wizards or darkness life forms would circulate. Inside the reception hall of the palace, wearing a crown and dressed in an imperial robe, a burly, rather handsome old man with slightly puffy eyes sat on the throne and exuded the dignity of a person of authority as well as the aura of decadence. This old man was Morrince 2867th, the emperor of the Morrince Empire. The Morrince Empire was a human empire established after the Battle of Gods. Under the protection of gods of the Zalia divine system, even though this ancient and vast empire declined and experienced countless rebellions, upheavals, coups, and divisions, but it still persisted until the current era. So long as the gods of the Zalia divine system didn't abandon the Morrince Empire, and so long as they weren't defeated or suppressed by other powerful beings, the Morrince Empire would never be completely destroyed. In there lied the difference between states with and without the protection of gods. Without anyone suppressing the gods of the Zalia divine system, any force threatening the continuation of the Morrince Empire would be eventually destroyed by the gods. Yang Feng very astutely quit when he was ahead and took his troops back to the Miracle City. An official walked towards the center of the hall and said loudly, "Your Majesty, we received a report from Governor Busso of Melinson Province. Morrince 2867's spirit was slightly stirred, and he said in a slightly aged voice, 'Read it out loud.' The official read slowly, 'Yes, your servant Busso led 2,000 cavalrymen, caught up with the troops of Master Ian in the Red Earth City, and fought a bitter battle. Your subordinate suffered 18 sword wounds and eventually killed over 7,000 people, crushing the troops of Master Ian. The Red Earth City was recaptured in one fell swoop. At last, the territory of the Morrince province was recovered in its entirety. The eyes of the ministers of the Morrince Empire standing on both sides of the hall flickered with a peculiar glint. The well-informed ministers of the Morrince Empire, via their intelligence networks, long since knew that Busso fled before Yang Feng's forces arrived at the Roman city, leaving the city for Yang Feng to loot. Subsequently, as if he received help from the gods, Busso defeated Yang Feng's troops again and again. This was his 44th report. According to Busso's reports, he already killed more than 200,000 people of the Miracle City. Morrince 2867 said with a faint smile, Busso refuses to give up in the face of adversity. Despite repeated setbacks, he ultimately ambushed Ian's forces and dealt them a heavy blow by relying on 2,000 cavalrymen. He really is a pillar of the Morrince Empire. As your Majesty has said, Governor Busso is a good example to learn from. Governor Busso, calm in the face of danger, took the initiative to abandon the Roman city to the arrogant Ian. Then, seized an opportunity to sneak attack the Roman city and defeat the forces of the Devil Ian, defeating the Devil Ian 44 times in succession. His ability to command troops is unparalleled. He's indeed a pillar of the Morrince Empire, so your Majesty has to reward him heavily. As if they witnessed it firsthand, the officials siding with Busso's family spoke righteously, loudly praising Busso's achievements and distorting the truth deliberately. It was incredible. In the court, everyone turned a deaf ear, and no one stood out to expose the big lie. Casimiro, the Prime Minister of the Morrince Empire, stood in his place like a statue without saying a word. Morrince 2867 said faintly, Good. Busso did indeed render a great contribution this time. However, he also lost a large chunk of territory before. His merits and demerits offset each other, so let him continue to be the governor of the Morrince province. Your Majesty is wise, said numerous ministers of the court in unison deferentially. An official stepped out and said respectfully, Your Majesty, after defeating the Devil Ian in the Red Earth City with great skill, Governor Busso reasoned with the Devil Ian and finally persuaded him to agree to attach his territory to the Morrince Empire. This is a letter from the Devil Ian. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Morrince 2867, his eyes lit up and he said solemnly, The Devil Ian is willing to attach his territory. Present the letter. The official handed Morrince 2867 the letter respectfully. The letter was specially made for Yang Feng by Busso. It contained a lot of humble words and indicated that the Devil Ian was inspired by the character of the mighty Morrince 2867. Finally, he was persuaded by Busso to choose to join the Morrince Empire as an aristocrat. Morrince 2867's face looked flushed and he sighed in praise. Good, good, good. This Ian is sensible indeed. Haha, the territory of the Morrince Empire was expanded under my rule. With this achievement, I've surpassed numerous ancestors of mine. Haha, Ian and Busso have both done well. I'm going to reward them handsomely. Morrince 2867 had whatever he wanted ever since he succeeded the throne. His only regret was that he wasn't able to render achievements that surpassed those of his ancestors. Now that the Miracle City had chosen to be attached, the territory of the Morrince Empire increased by a fraction. Henceforth, Morrince 2867 would become one of the most accomplished emperors of the over 2,000 emperors of the Morrince Empire, which was enough for him to show off before his ancestors and descendants. The official continued, proposing, Your Majesty, Governor Busso believes that Master Ian has made a great contribution by attaching the Miracle City and should be conferred the title of Duke as reward for his contribution. As for the fief, the Red Earth Wasteland can be his fief. Anyway, the Red Earth Wasteland isn't part of the Morrince Empire. With his Miracle City as a barrier, it could resist the military pressure from the Red Earth Wasteland brought to us by the Beastman Empire, Elven Empire, and the Titan Empire. If Yang Feng's avatar Ian really was conferred the title of Duke in one fell swoop, then Busso's family would gain another greater aristocrat political ally in the Morrince Empire, which would be of great benefit to them. Morrince 2867's face was flushed, and he was ready to promise the nomination Good, good. Morrince 2867 had heard about how barren the Red Earth wasteland was, so he never cared about it. The mobilization of the Hunting Fong Corps was pushed in the court by the initiative of some greater aristocrats who coveted the wealth of Yang Feng's miracle city. So long as Yang Feng's miracle city was captured, those greater aristocrats could collude and swallow it. Although the Morrince Empire was enormous, but the vast tracts of land already had their masters. The miracle city, which had no background, was the best target to be swallowed. Even if the greater aristocrats swallowed this fat piece of meat, it wouldn't cause too much backlash. No, Your Majesty, you mustn't. Just then, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man with a trace of overbearing aura between his eyebrows stepped out, arrived at the center of the hall and shouted. Morrince 2867's face sank slightly, and he said frigidly, "Iser, state your reason." Your Majesty, the Devil Ian murdered 100,000 warriors of the Hunting Fong Corps and 50,000 warriors of the Silver Sword Corps. Simultaneous, he entered the Melinson province, burned, killed, and pillaged, killing hundreds of thousands of people. We cannot let such a fiend join us. According to the reports we got from Governor Busso, he smashed the Devil Ian's forces in one fell swoop at the Red Earth City. He is indeed a peerless general of the Morrince Empire. I think that we should have him lead troops to attack and capture the Miracle City in one fell swoop, and offer it to Your Majesty. That's the best course of action. Iser sneered at the officials affiliated with Governor Busso and said, "Follow current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. The complexions of the many officials affiliated with Governor Busso changed slightly. After all, they knew exactly how Busso won. If Governor Busso led troops into the Red Earth wasteland, he would certainly reach a dead end. Morrince 2867 scanned the patriarch of the Orthics family, of which Busso was a member, with a glance and asked faintly, "Fabio, what do you think?" Fabio said indifferently, "Your Majesty, the Red Earth wasteland is easy to defend but difficult to attack, and it lacks water and food. If our forces attack, the consumption of water and provisions will be astronomical. Besides, the Melinson province suffered a series of military disasters, so it's very difficult to come up with the money to attack the Red Earth wasteland. But if the Empire really wants for General Busso to attack the Miracle City, then I believe that Governor Busso will give his all to take the Red Earth wasteland for the Empire. Before that, however, I ask the Empire to allocate 40 million gold coins for military expenditure. In addition, the Empire still needs to allocate equipment for a 2,000-strong army, siege weapons, and a large amount of provisions. Otherwise, the preparations won't be enough, and rushing into the Red Earth wasteland would just repeat the defeat of the Hunting Fong Corps." Morrince 2867 frowned slightly and sank into his thoughts. "That's so much money." Chapter 249, Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. Chapter 249, Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Morrince Empire was enormous, so 40 million gold coins were nothing to it. However, the taxes collected by the enormous empire, in large part, had to be used to pay the expenditures of civil servants and millions of warriors. Coupled with the luxurious and extravagant lifestyle of the emperor, it was very difficult to mobilize 40 million gold coins in a hurry. Most importantly, Yang Feng already withdrew into the Red Earth wasteland and posed no threat to the Morrince Empire. The source of this content is freoebnovel.com. Morrince 2867 wasn't willing to cut back on the gold coins that went towards his pleasure-seeking lifestyle and spend them on military expenditures. Iser said loudly, "Your Majesty, the Devil Ian has looted over 1 billion gold coins in wealth from the Melinson province. If the Empire spends 40 million gold coins and defeats the Devil Ian, it can take back the 1 billion gold coins." Morrince 2867's muddy eyes flickered brightly, as the 1 billion gold coins in wealth moved his heart somewhat. He looked at Fabio. Fabio smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant hasn't finished yet. After the crushing defeat of the Hunting Fong Corps, the fighting strength of the Melinson province was nearly consumed. Although Governor Busso defeated the Devil Ian times and again, but his troops suffered many casualties as well. It will take at least 2 years to recruit and train new warriors and restore his fighting strength. Morrince 2867 creased his eyebrows slightly. He could not wait 2 years. Fabio turned the tables and mercilessly attacked Iser. Your Majesty, I have a good suggestion. The private troops of Iser's family are very strong. Not long ago, the Iser Duchy used its private troops to destroy the Aman Principality. It would be better to have Duke Iser send his family's private troops to serve your Majesty and capture the Miracle City in one fell swoop. Duke Iser is your Majesty's most loyal minister, so he definitely wouldn't decline this suggestion, right? Morrince 867's eyes glimmered and he laughed loudly, saying, Good, good, good. Fabio, you said well. Iser, I order you to attack the Miracle City with your family's private troops. After the Miracle City is captured, I will take 100 million gold coins from the wealth acquired in the Miracle City and reward you with it. When he heard that, the complexion of Duke Iser suddenly changed dramatically. The Hansen family had 20,000 elite private troops. The 20,000 elite private troops were the lifeline of the Hansen family and the foundation of Duke Iser that allowed him to run amok in the Morrince Empire. Once the 20,000 elite private troops were wiped out, the Hansen family would drop from a top big shot to an ordinary big shot of the Morrince Empire and its strength would decline greatly. On the Feisua Plain, unless it was a war between states, the emperor didn't have the authority to order a greater aristocrat to use their private troops to do battle for him. However, Morrince 2867 didn't play according to convention, forcing Duke Iser into a dilemma. Fabio said coldly, Duke Iser, could it be that you don't want to serve His Majesty? Duke Iser's back was drenched in cold sweat. His thoughts revolved lightning fast and he said loudly, Your Majesty, it isn't that your servant is unwilling to serve your Majesty, but the casualties of the private troops under your servant's control exceeded 50% after their hasty campaign against the Aman Principality. The compensation payment required is at 30 million gold coins, which your servant is unable to raise at the moment. If you want your servant to send troops, your servant will oblige. However, your Majesty, please allocate 70 million gold coins as well as provisions for an army to fight for a year. Otherwise, rushing into the Red Earth wasteland would just repeat the defeat of the Hunting Fong Corps. Although Morrince 2867 was extremely muddle-headed, but he still was the emperor of the Morrince Empire and had enormous authority. To offend Morrince 2867 would certainly be most foolish. Once Morrince 2867 bore a grudge, the whole Hansen family would be in danger of being destroyed. Fabio said frigidly, Duke Iser, your Hansen family can wage war to destroy a principality due to your anger, but it isn't willing to serve His Majesty. That's devious. Iser replied coldly. The Hansen family is His Majesty's most loyal servant, and it is the duty of the Hansen family to help solve His Majesty's problems. Just that, before a military campaign, provisions go first. How can a war be sustained without enough money and provisions? Fabio, Governor Busso of your family reported 44 victories in a row, according to which he killed more than 200,000 people. I heard that the total population of the Miracle City doesn't exceed 50,000 people. So where did the over 200,000 enemies come from? Having planned in advance, Fabio replied. Previously, the Devil Ian's Miracle City indeed had a population of only 50,000 people. However, after he invaded the Melinson province, he wantonly captured slaves and filled his army with them. That's how his army expanded so much. Every time Governor Busso defeated the Devil Ian, the latter would replenish his army, which was how the number of enemies killed reached over 200,000. An official of the Orthics family stepped out and barked, Duke Iser, your family's private troops obviously didn't suffer such great casualties. So why aren't you willing to serve His Majesty? Does your Hansen family want to keep your troops and defy orders? An official of the Hansen family came out and barked back, Duke Iser already promised to send troops, just that the provisions aren't enough. Sir Fabio, the Orthics family also has 15,000 private troops. Why don't you take the initiative to serve His Majesty? Do you want to keep your troops and defy orders? Officials from the Orthics family and Hansen family factions came out and criticized each other. Quarrels pervaded the imperial hall. Shut up. Feeling vexed, Morrince 2867 said coldly. The voices pervading the hall faded away and everyone turned quiet. Morrince 2867 pondered for a moment before saying, "Since it's so troublesome to send troops, then that's it. Since Ian wants to attach his territory, then let's infeff him as Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. As for the fief, it shall be the whole Red Earth Wasteland. Every year, let him pay 200,000 gold coins." The Feisua Plain also adopted the feudal system. Aristocrats had various privileges, such as collecting taxes and formulating laws in their territories, which was almost equivalent to having countries within a country. Each year, however, aristocrats had to offer gold coins or goods as tribute to the empire in accordance with the size of the fief and fertility of the land as a show of submission to the empire. If the aristocrats couldn't pay the designated tribute to the empire had the right to take back the land from the aristocrats. In Morrince 2867's view, the 200,000 gold coins already seemed to be a large sum. After all, the Red Earth Wasteland was a forsaken land without any specialty product. Duke Iser wanted to say something, but didn't. Finally, he looked coldly at Fabio beside him, heaved a long sigh and turned silent. He had already offended Morrince 2867 slightly with his delaying tactics just now. If he continued to provoke Morrince 2867, the situation of the Hansen family may become dangerous. To accompany a ruler was akin to accompany a tiger. To accompany an incapable ruler like Morrince 2867, who had great power and acted as he pleased, was even more dangerous. "Your Majesty is wise." Morrince 2867 had just finished speaking when uniform voices came from below. Fabio showed a light smile. Yang Feng leading the Miracle City to submit to the Morrince Empire was a marvelous achievement. With this marvelous achievement, Busso could quickly climb the ladder of power of the Morrince Empire in the future. Soon, he would become an important pillar of the Orthox family within the Morrince Empire. Although Busso was a coward and his ability to command troops was practically non-existent, but he was politically savvy. He was also one of the people of the Orthox family's young generation who climbed the ladder of power the highest. An official of the Orthox family came to the center of the reception hall and said, "Your Majesty, your subordinate has something to report." Morrince 2867 asked impatiently, "What is it? Speak up." The official opened his hand. An image crystal released light and projected the image of an exceptionally beautiful girl, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, in a silver dress, with shining golden hair, tall figure, jade-like fair skin, delicate and beautiful facial features, and beautiful and expressive eyes above the reception hall. A light flashed past the murky eyes of Morrince 2867, and he looked at the official with expectation. His aged body seemed to have gained another trace of vitality. When Duke Iser saw the exceptionally beautiful girl, his complexion changed dramatically and he stared at Fabio, who was smiling, with enmity and wrath in his eyes. The official said calmly, "Your Majesty, the girl is called Faldina, a personal disciple of the legend wizard Alvida of the Titan Empire. Reportedly, she is a divine descendant with the bloodline of the charm goddess of the Titan divine system. According to the information your servant received, she has an intimate relationship with Duke Iser's son Edith. Your servant suspects that Edith might have disclosed a great deal of intelligence on the Morrince Empire and might have even betrayed the Morrince Empire because of this woman." His gaze sharp like a blade, Morrince 2867 stared at Iser. Suddenly, he smiled and asked as if it wasn't a big deal, "Iser, what do you think?" Iser's back was immediately drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if the Hansen family was facing imminent calamity. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the Hansen family is loyal to your Majesty and to the Empire. When your old servant returns to the family, he will immediately utilize all the strength of the family to capture this woman and offer her to your Majesty for personal interrogation." Chapter 250 The Puppet Prime Minister Casimiro. Chapter 250 The Puppet Prime Minister Casimiro. Translator, Xuanhuan. Morrince 2867 gave a pleased smile, nodded slightly and said, "Very good. Get up. Remember, I want her alive." Iser heaved a sigh of relief. He climbed onto his feet and replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." After a good while, the court dispersed. About 2 kilometers west of the palace, there was a street paved entirely with white marble. This street looked like white jade from a distance and emitted white light. As a result, it was called the White Jade Street. Dazzling and grand mansions flanked the White Jade Street on both sides. The mansions belonged to the various ministers as well as greater aristocrats of the Morrince Empire. Therefore, the White Jade Street was also called the Dignitary Street. freewebnovuel.com. In the middle of the White Jade Street lied a very ordinary mansion, which was jokingly dubbed as the mansion of the puppet Prime Minister Casimiro. A rather handsome young man shouted at the puppet Prime Minister Casimiro somewhat resentfully, "Father, why didn't you stop His Majesty? Master Ian of the Miracle City has clearly colluded with Governor Busso of the Melinson province. How could that waste Busso, who flees at the first sign of trouble, have defeated Ian 44 times in a row and killed more than 200,000 warriors?" Casimiro stared at his son. Suddenly, he gave a long sigh of vexation and said, "Amber, you really aren't fit to be an official. Or, you aren't fit to be an official in the Morrince Empire. There are many clever individuals in the court. You think that they couldn't tell that it was a scheme? Apart from some good-for-nothings, at least 60% of the people realized that Ian colluded with Busso. However, His Majesty wants face and wants this victory, so this victory is real. Governor Busso rendered a great achievement. Anyone who brings this up at this junction will make His Majesty displeased and the Orthix family bear a grudge. The reason I am able to keep my position as the Prime Minister for so long is because I, just like a puppet, don't obstructed other people. His Majesty wants a puppet Prime Minister and the greater aristocrats also want a puppet Prime Minister. Only like this can I keep my position. Puppets don't have a voice. Once a puppet finds its voice, it will be either discarded or destroyed," said Casimiro slowly. Amber's body turned ice-cold. He gained some understanding of how deep and cold the waters in the court of the Morrince Empire were. Casimiro gave Amber a profound look and said meaningfully, "So long as His Majesty sits on the throne, I can only be a puppet Prime Minister. This way, I can get a good ending and our family can prosper." Amber said with some indignation, "Fuck! How come a man like him became the emperor? Could the gods amid the stars be blind?" Casimiro's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He crushed a magic crystal and a soundproofing spell shrouded the hall. Then he berated sternly with a solemn expression, "Amber, that's the way it is, so don't mention it again. The gods are very strong. Just thinking of their names will trigger a reaction from them. At that point, once they dislike anything you said about them, our family would be destroyed directly." With the hot temper of a youth, Amber replied loudly, "Father, I know that. However, as long as I don't mention the true names of the gods, they won't react to our conversation. I just want to know why the gods ignore this and let such a foolish and incompetent man like Morrince 2867 ascend the throne. Why did that luscious old man who gives off a decadent smell become the emperor of the Morrince Empire? With him as the emperor, the Morrince Empire will be run to the ground." Casimiro hesitated for a long time before saying slowly with a solemn expression, "Amber, my son, I'll explain it to you only once. You have to remember it well." Amber nodded with a grave expression. "The sourk of this content is frubuvel.cm. Casimiro's eyes flashed with ridicule and he sneered, "That's because people like Morrince 2867 are good emperors in the eyes of the gods at present." Amber's complexion changed dramatically and he exclaimed, "How could this be? Morrince 2867 has been sitting on the throne for more than 10 years, smoldering the whole empire. The people have no way to make a living. How could the gods view him as a good emperor?" Casimiro sneered. "It is precisely because the empire is being smoldered and the people have no way to make a living. Those who are at the bottom living in distress make more devout believers, and are more willing join the churches. Only this way can the gods amid the stars gain more faith power." Amber was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. After the Battle of Gods, the gods required a large number of believers to recuperate. They chose wise monarchs one after another so that they would rule the land and thrive. When the population reached a certain extent, a tyrant would appear and bring the people suffering, so that people would worship the gods and pray for their blessings. Then, the gods would send their emissaries to kill the tyrant and rectify the empire. This is a cycle. Now it is time for the gods to reap large amounts of faith power, and Morrince 2867 plays the role of the tyrant. He is now the good emperor that the gods like to see the most. Before his role is completed, going against him is the same as going against the gods. "Do you understand now?" said Casimiro meaningfully. When Amber heard those cruel words, his hot temper cooled down. "I understand." With a mocking smile on his face, Casimiro said faintly, "For us, what matters isn't the Morrince Empire, but the interests of our Cunha family. It wouldn't matter even if the Morrince Empire was destroyed so long as it didn't harm the interests of the Cunha family. However, with the gods watching from amid the stars, it is very difficult to destroy the Morrince Empire." Casimiro continued unhurriedly. "The family is the foundation of us greater aristocrats. This is a common understanding among the greater aristocrats. Our family is what really matters, not the Morrince Empire. Amber, my son, do you understand now? I hope you grow up a bit and stop being so impulsive. I'm old. You're the heir of the Cunha family, so you have to shoulder the lives of the more than 100,000 people of the family." Amber remained silent for a long time, then nodding slightly and, as if he had matured by a lot, said slowly, "I understand, father." Casimiro showed a gratified smile, then pondered for a while before saying, "Ian is a very smart person who hasn't become drunk on victory. After fishing out enough benefits, he immediately chose to take the initiative and attach his territory. This person isn't simple, although the Morrince Empire is decaying, but it still has many powerhouses. It isn't something that his trifling miracle city can compete with. Amber, if this person comes to the St. Toulon city, you can get in touch with him." Amber replied, "Yes, father." The mansion of the Hansen family was also on the White Jade Street. Iser entered a secret room slowly, then carefully turned a vase at the edge of the secret room. Click. Following the sound of gears turning, a dark passageway appeared in the secret room. Simultaneously, a blank scroll appeared above the secret room. A very mysterious magic fluctuation shrouded Iser and scanned him for a moment. Then, a black light drew him into the blank scroll. The dark passageway strangely disappeared, and only the blank scroll was left suspender in the secret room. Iser felt his vision become a blur before he very strangely appeared in a mysterious, terrifying, and gloomy temple engraved with countless mysteries runes. "Iser, what brings you here?" Exuding a mysterious feeling, a priest covered in a black robe appeared from the void and said in a hoarse voice. His face could not be made out. Iser replied coldly, "Ian, the master of the Miracle City? Do you know of him?" The priest smiled and said in a low voice, "Yes, I know of him. He is one of our next development targets." Iser frowned and said, "I want him dead." Iser not only pushed for the Hunting Fong Corps to attack the Miracle City, but also obstructed Yang Feng's promotion to a duke in the court. It was obvious that once Yang Feng's avatar Ian joined the Morrince Empire, the Hansen family would gain another powerful enemy. The priest smiled gloomily, saying, "What price are you willing to pay? After all, he is a target we are preparing to develop." Iser said solemnly, 10 million gold coins. A complete martial art that can be practiced until the legend knight rank, and important intelligence. The priest smiled gloomily and said, "We'll think about it. Okay, time's up. The barrier set up by the gods of the Zalia divine system is very annoying, so we don't have much time. We will contact you if we succeed." A black light enveloped Iser. His eyes blurred and he appeared in the dark secret room again. Iser's complexion changed and he said coldly, "Fucking darkness travelers doomed to live in the darkness. If it wasn't for me, how could these lowlives have entered the St. Toulon city?" The St. Toulon city had a very powerful barrier opened. Once darkness life forms or darkness forces appeared in the city, they would be purified. However, the divine power of the gods wasn't omnipotent after all. In the past countless years, the darkness races managed to infiltrate this divine city by relying on the bigwigs of the Saint Toulon city. Chapter 251, Promoting to a Level 3 Warlock. Chapter 251, Promoting to a Level 3 Warlock. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City, in a secret room of the City Master's mansion. Yang Feng sat inside the secret room. There was a huge magic array carved underneath him and a large number of top-grade magic stones, which slowly exuded tremendous life magic energy, scattered around him. The tremendous life magic energy entered his body. In Yang Feng's spirit sea, countless spirit force surged and tossed, and, inch by inch, gathered and formed the third spell Model Dragon Breath. Once the third spell Model Dragon Breath was completed, very powerful life force suddenly appeared in his body and tremendous, indescribable strength surged in his body. The soul seed that acted as the core also abruptly expanded frantically as it absorbed the life force. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. A tremendous amount of life magic energy flowed into Yang Feng's body. After being absorbed, the life magic energy strengthened his physical constitution. A long time later, Yang Feng suddenly faced upwards and issued a tremendous dragon roar, then opened his eyes and his eyes glimmered. His body was filled with strength. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Level 3 Warlock. I finally promoted to a Level 3 Warlock. freewebnov.com. Since he entered the Feisua plane, Yang Feng had never stopped practicing cultivation, and now he finally promoted to a Level 3 Warlock. Besides, he was a real Level 3 Warlock, unlike some other Level 3 Warlocks who only relied on elixirs. After advancing to a Level 3 Warlock, Yang Feng's strength increased by several times again. Yang Feng left the secret room and went to the underground base near the Miracle City, where he entered the virtual reality battle cabin. He selected Level 3 Warlock rank enemies and began his combat training. A few days later, Master, Governor Busso requests to see you. Yang Feng had just finished his training in the virtual reality battle cabin, when Lena's voice suddenly came from a communication magic box placed aside. A secret treasure like the communication magic box refined using alchemy wasn't as eye-catching as a mobile phone, and it could be used on the Feisua plane. Wizards also had all kinds of mystical communication means, so the communication magic box was nothing special. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take him to the reception hall to wait for me." Lena replied, "Yes, Master." After taking a bath, Yang Feng left the underground base and went to the reception hall of the Miracle City. When Busso saw Yang Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically, saying, "Master Ian, good news! You've been infeft as a hereditary peer earl of the Morrince Empire, with the Red Earth Wasteland as your fief." Busso lamented, "The Orthix family spent a great deal of energy for the sake of your title. Originally, with the help of our family, you should have gotten the title of Duke. However, Duke Iser of the Hansen family stepped in. In the end, under our family's relentless arguments, we were only able to get you the title of Earl. What a pity." Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and asked in curiosity, "When did I offend Duke Iser of the Hansen family?" Yang Feng didn't know many people in the Morrince Empire, so he didn't know when he offended such a bigwig like Duke Iser. Busso said with a smile, "In the court, the one who pushed for the Hunting Fong Corps to attack your Miracle City was Duke Iser. He took a fancy to your Miracle City." Killing intent flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He said with a light smile, "I see. Governor Busso, I'm very grateful to your Orthix family. As for Duke Iser, he's bound to pay for his stupidity." With a flick of his wrist, he gave Busso a warrior's edge. "This is something I refined in passing. I hope that you like it." Busso showed a satisfied smile. He took the warrior's edge, examined it carefully for a moment, and sighed in praise. "What a good sword, Master Ian. Do you know for how much one warrior's edge is being sold in the capital?" Yang Feng answered, "I don't. For 2 million gold coins. Using your sword, the Storm's sacred swordsman Domitio defeated the Gale's sacred swordsman Favela. At the crucial moment of the fight between the two sacred swordsmen, the sword of the Gale's sacred swordsman Favela was sliced apart by the warrior's edge of the Storm's sacred swordsman Domitio, which resulted in the former's defeat. In fact, it is common knowledge that Gale's sacred swordsman Favela should be slightly stronger than the Storm's sacred swordsman Domitio. After his defeat, the Gale's sacred swordsman Favela wanted to purchase a warrior's edge for a huge sum of money. Reportedly, if you offer him a warrior's edge, you can be accepted as his personal disciple and be taught swordsmanship wholeheartedly. Busso looked fondly at the warrior's edge in his hands and smiled. For a sacred swordsman, a good sword was their second life. Many swords could not bear the chi of sacred swordsman rank powerhouses. Only when merged with precious magic metals like divine bloodsteel and mithril could a magic sword bear the chi of sacred swordsman rank powerhouses. Using an ordinary sword, a sacred swordsman could easily kill a star knight using such a precious sword as a warrior's edge. However, when two sacred swordsmen fought to the death, if one used an ordinary sword and the other used an elite magic weapon like the warrior's edge, the one to die would be the sacred swordsman using an ordinary sword. Yang Feng smiled and said, "In this case, with this sword, you can become a personal disciple of the Gale's sacred swordsman Favela, Governor Busso." Busso smiled and replied, "I know very well that I don't have the talent for martial arts. Moreover, even after practicing until you reach the realm of sacred swordsman, you still have to listen to the orders of the court. The status of the Empire's sacred swordsman is just the same as that of us governors. However, their authority is not necessarily comparable to ours. Besides, martial arts cannot be passed down for the next generation to inherit. But lands and titles of aristocrats can be inherited from generation to generation. Being a good aristocrat is much more cost-effective than being a martial artist. Martial artists are but hunting dogs to aristocrats." Yang Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but to look at Busso with different eyes. Previously, he felt contemptuous towards Busso, who was a coward. But after having dealings with the other, he realized that Busso wasn't simply a good-for-nothing. From the intelligence he received from Ardes, Yang Feng got a lot of first-hand information about the Morrince Empire. In the Morrince Empire, there were dozens of human sacred swordsmen. Many human sacred swordsmen either served the empire or became helpers of greater aristocrats. Very few sacred swordsmen really possessed a transcendental status. The ultimate goal of saint swordsmen serving the empire was to become aristocrats, preferably pure hereditary greater aristocrats. Busso was already a greater aristocrat. Naturally, he wouldn't abandon his current foundation to learn martial arts instead. Busso hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master Ian, now that you are an aristocrat, I brought you the appointment document. Nevertheless, you have to make preparations to go to the capital and have an audience with His Majesty in the near future. This is a necessary procedure. Any baron hereditary peer aristocrat and above must go to the capital within 2 months from the date they were in theft to have an audience with His Majesty. Otherwise, your appointment will lose its legitimacy." Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. To go to the capital. The Morrince Empire was one of the 2 human empires on the Feisua Plain. So the capital of the Morrince Empire was infested with powerhouses and experts. There were over 30 sacred warriors. Besides, legend wizards and legend priests of the various temples gathered there. Yang Feng had just been promoted to a level 3 warlock. With his strength, it was easy to claim hegemony over the Red Earth wasteland. However, once he went to the St. Toulon city, he would just be a top expert. In a divine city like the St. Toulon city, even Starry Sky Warlock and Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would be jointly suppressed and destroyed by the gods once they acted up. Busso smiled, saying, "Master Ian, don't worry. This is just so that His Majesty can see you, and not a ploy to lure you into the capital to kill you. It has already spread through the entire aristocratic stratum that you have been in theft as an earl. Besides, your aristocratic appointment has been approved by the aristocratic senate. If His Majesty set up an ambush to kill you, that would have a chilling effect on the entire aristocratic stratum. With all due respect, but you aren't qualified to make His Majesty do such a thing." Yang Feng thought carefully for a while before also revealing a smile and saying, In that case, I'll make preparations to go to the capital to have an audience with His Majesty. Only demigod and god-rank powerhouses were worthy for the Morrince Empire to destroy its reputation by setting up an ambush to kill them. In front of the huge colossus that was the Morrince Empire, a great wizard, others had yet to find out that he already promoted to an archwizard. Like Yang Feng was a nobody and was not worthy for the empire to do such a thing. Busso said with a smile, "I'll return together with you. It just so happens that I also have to return to see His Majesty." Yang Feng agreed. All right. 3 days later, a convoy escorted by 100 cavalrymen left the Miracle City and headed towards the Melinson province. 15 days later, the convoy appeared in the Bar Roman city. Not long after, a huge convoy escorted by 1,000 people slowly traveled towards the St. Toulon city. Along the way, Yang Feng witnessed the might of the Orthox family. Wherever Governor Busso passed through, numerous officials would greet him warmly and compete to offer him local specialty products and jewelry. Yang Feng, who was a newly appointed Earl of the Morrince Empire, was also entertained enthusiastically. Numerous officials sent all kinds of beautiful women to Yang Feng and Governor Busso. Along the way, Yang Feng and Busso welcomed all the jewelry and beautiful women without hesitation. Anyway, his miracle city could accommodate those beautiful women without any worries. Along the way, he sampled the delicacies from different places and had a taste of the local customs and practices of the Morrince Empire. Yang Feng moved leisurely towards the capital of the Morrince Empire, the St. Toulon city. Chapter 252, Faldina in Distress. Chapter 252, Faldina in Distress. Translator, Xuanhuan. Inside a fragrant carriage, Yang Feng carefully studied a book on Level 3 extraordinary plants. This was a book he got from the demonic fighting sect with knowledge about different kinds of Level 3 extraordinary plants recorded. Many of the Level 3 extraordinary plants came from different planes, and each Level 3 extraordinary plant had mystical powers. Although the offensive strength of Level 3 extraordinary plants could not exceed that of great warlocks, but there are many among the Level 3 extraordinary plants with special abilities which even great warlocks could not replicate. Suddenly, Yang Feng's heart was stirred slightly. He closed the book in his hands and, with a flick of his wrist, put it inside a storage ring. Andro's voice came from outside the carriage. "Sir, there are people fighting ahead." After rendering a great contribution, Andro was promoted by Yang Feng to the vice-captain of his guards. Yang Feng wanted to take a closer look at the young man. If he was of use, Yang Feng would try his best to groom him. On this trip to the St. Toulon city, Andro took the post of the vice-captain of Yang Feng's guards and commanded 100 knights. "I know." When the carriage stopped, Yang Feng alighted and looked ahead. He saw the peerless beauty Faldina, who looked like she came out of a painting, in a silver dress, with shiny blonde hair. A tall figure, jade-like fair skin, delicate and beautiful facial features, and beautiful and expressive eyes, as she desperately fled his way. A dozen men wearing black clothes with pitchforks, snare sticks, fishing nets, and other catching gear chased after her. The men had knight-rank cultivation bases. "So it's an acquaintance." Yang Feng scanned Faldina with a glance, and saw that she seemed to have been poisoned and her magic power was almost completely sealed. If Faldina was at her prime, she could have killed the dozen knight-rank men with a single hand. Busso also alighted his carriage. When he saw Faldina, his eyes lit up and he said with excitement, "What a beautiful girl! How about we capture and enjoy her?" Yang Feng was suddenly speechless. Obviously, Busso was not a good person. When he saw a beautiful woman, his first reaction was to capture her. Suddenly, Busso's complexion changed and he said solemnly, "No, that is Faldina, a personal disciple of the legend wizard Alvida of the Titan Empire, Master Ian. She is the exclusive property of His Majesty, so you cannot capture her." Despite his lust, Busso knew that there were women he could touch and women he could never touch. Yang Feng nodded slightly and turned towards his carriage. "Let's go." Although Faldina was a beautiful woman, but she ambushed Yang Feng with Edith. Yang Feng's impression of this stunning beauty of the Titan Empire wasn't good, and he didn't care whether she lived or died. Busso heaved a sigh of relief. He feared that Yang Feng would capture Faldina for his enjoyment. By then, he would be in a dilemma. Less than a handful of people of the Morrince Empire could withstand the thunderous fury of Morrince 2867. Master Ian, save me. Save me. I'll tell you the location of a divine artifact so long as you save me. Faldina's imploring voice came from behind Yang Feng. Divine armament. When Yang Feng heard that, he suddenly had palpitations. The so-called divine armaments were mystical treasures with the power of law created by gods. Each divine armament had a strange and formidable power. According to the ranking of secret treasures on the Zhangji Plain, divine armaments were at least level 6 secret treasures. At present, Yang Feng didn't have a single level 6 secret treasure. There was a handful of level 6 secret treasures on the Tyrannid subcontinent. However, those level 6 secret treasures either upgraded the soul aptitude or promoted the strength of warlocks. There was not a single level 6 secret treasure that could be used in battle. If Yang Feng could get a hold of a divine armament, he would have made it big on his trip to the Feisua Plain. Even in the continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, divine armament rank secret treasures were definitely rare. They could only be forged by divine craftsman rank alchemists. Each divine craftsman rank alchemist was a terrifying being of the Moonlight Warlock rank or above, and had a noble status and extraordinary strength. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, even Moonlight Warlock powerhouses may not have a divine armament. Save her. Yang Feng turned to Andro standing beside him and ordered faintly. Yes, sir. Andro turned around, drew his sword, pointed at the dozen black-clothed men, and barked, "Charge!" 50 knights suddenly burst out with strong chi, followed after Andro, and charged towards the dozen black-clothed men. Startled, the dozen black-clothed men burst out with chi and resisted hurriedly. Under the charge of the 50 knights, the dozen black-clothed men were killed after only resisting for a moment. Andro escorted Faldina to Yang Feng. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew out, pricked Faldina in her lily-white arm, and injected the elixir into her. Faldina's pretty complexion flushed a little. In a flash, a mysterious force erupted inside her and killed the liquid metal nano-robots. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly at once. The liquid metal nano-robot elixir could easily control great warlock rank powerhouses. Faldina, who was merely an archwizard and whose physical constitution was much worse than that of level 3 warlocks, could kill the liquid metal nano-robots. This was simply unreasonable. Looking beautiful without equal, Faldina smiled brightly. I was blessed by the gods when I was born. Mind enslavement spells, control poisons, and control magic drugs are ineffective against me. Yang Feng said lightly, Are you making fun of me? I am a wizard proficient in pharmacology. I think that the mystical pharmacology should be able to make a beautiful lady spit out the information I need. If pharmacology can't make you talk, then Andro here beside me, who is an expert in interrogations and torture, should be able to make you tell me the information I want to know. Very cooperative, Andro took a step forward, scrutinized Faldina's private parts, and made eerie, lascivious laughing sounds. Faldina's pretty complexion changed and she took 2 steps back. She looked pitiable as tears poured down her cheeks, and said, You're bullying me. To bully a weak woman like myself? Are you still a man? It was a heartbreaking sight when Faldina cried. Andro's eyes shook a little, and revealed a trace of obsession. Yang Feng said coldly, It's no use. Faldina, where is the divine armament? If you tell me that it is in the All-Gods Sacred Mountain, I'll send you to meet your maker. The All-Gods Sacred Mountain was the headquarters of churches of the Xalia divine system. The All-Gods Sacred Mountain was the place with the most powerhouses in the Morrince Empire. In the eyes of countless believers of the Morrince Empire, it was the most holiest place. The All-Gods Sacred Mountain of the Morrince Empire and the Titan Divine Mountain of the Titan Empire both possessed divine armament rank treasures. People who went to steal divine armaments of these 2 places would all be turned into corpses. There, even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses could die if a little careless. Naturally, Yang Feng wouldn't go to such a place and throw his life away. Faldina's tears came to an end and her face turned straight. A trace of sadness appeared amid her composure, and she sighed lightly, saying, "Of course not. I can tell you the location of the divine armament. However, there is one condition. I want you to escort me to the St. Toulon city to meet Edith. I want to ask him why he poisoned me." Yang Feng was shocked. "Edith poisoned you?" For Edith, Faldina abandoned her duty as the emissary of the Titan Empire, and even willingly followed Edith to assassinate Yang Feng. For Edith to poison Faldina, that was heartless of him. Faldina said faintly, "I'm tired." Yang Feng pointed to a carriage and said, "Take this carriage." Faldina nodded silently, and, with graceful steps, boarded the carriage. Yang Feng gave the carriage with Faldina a profound look, then turned around and boarded his carriage. Read ADST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Set out. The huge convoy continued to move towards the St. Toulon city. Just as the convoy started moving, Faldina's carriage shook abruptly. In the midst of that shake, a mechanical flying ant the size of a grain of rice flew to the edge of Faldina's skirt, attached itself to it, and melted and transformed into a part of the skirt. 5 days later, the magnificent and immense St. Toulon city finally appeared in front of Yang Feng's group. The St. Toulon city, it looks like this city can contend a little against cities of the Zhangji plain. Yang Feng looked at the huge St. Toulon city and his eyes flashed with praise. In front of the St. Toulon city, there were huge convoys queuing, waiting for permission to enter the city. The huge queue extended for a dozen kilometers. Yang Feng's convoy, however, made a beeline for the exclusive passageway of the greater aristocrats. Along the way, when the people in the convoys saw the crest of the Orthox family on the carriages, their complexions changed dramatically, and they made way. This was one of the privileges of greater aristocrats. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant and domineering voice came from in front of them. "Motherfucker, you peasants dare to block the way of this young master? You don't want to live." Chapter 253, Kidnapping a Woman. Chapter 253, Kidnapping a Woman. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. He saw a fat, middle-aged woman dressed in tattered clothing on the ground with a young girl in her arms in front of a luxurious carriage of an aristocrat. Escorted by 6 guards, a young man dressed in gorgeous aristocratic clothing came to in front of the middle-aged woman and hurled abuses at her. "I'm sorry, master. We were squeezed out by others. We'll be going now. I'm very sorry to have offended you." While hugging the daughter, the fat, middle-aged woman kept apologizing in a low voice. After letting her have it, the young aristocrat felt content and wanted to wave his hand to let the two of them go. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stared at the face of the daughter of the middle-aged woman, unable to tear his eyes away. Although the face of the daughter of the middle-aged woman was covered with a bit of dust, but if you looked carefully, you would find out that her eyes were limpid, her facial features were delicate and captivating, and her skin was as smooth as jade. She was very beautiful. The young aristocrat's eyes lit up and he said with a wild smile, "What a beauty! It seems that today is my lucky day. Take her away. This is the punishment for bumping into this young master. You peasants." 2 guards immediately stepped forward and pried away the pretty girl from the middle-aged woman, then kicked the middle-aged woman, kicking her to the ground. The pretty girl made sorrowful cries, "Mom! Save me! Mom!" Some commoners who weren't completely heartless couldn't help but turn their heads away, unwilling to look. Warriors of the St. Toulon city, standing a dozen meters away, kept silent when they saw the crest above the luxurious carriage of the young aristocrat. "Stop!" Just then, a stern shout came from the side. Everyone's eyes focused on the place from where the voice came. The young aristocrat turned his head and saw Yang Feng alight his carriage. "What a nice little beauty!" Busso also alighted his carriage. When he saw the beautiful girl, his eyes burst out with excitement. The young aristocrat turned and said coldly, "Who are you?" Andro took a step forward and barked, "Impudent! The noble sir in front of you is Sir Earl Ian, who was personally enfeoffed by His Majesty as the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland." "An earl? That's a hereditary peer earl. When the people near the gate heard Andro, they immediately showed a look of awe. These people mingled in the Saint Toulon city, so they were much more knowledgeable than people from other places. A hereditary peer earl was more than 100 times as powerful as a life peer earl. A hereditary peer earl was a bigwig even in the capital. The arrogant young aristocrat suddenly changed his temperament and became courteous, saying, "So it's Sir Earl Ian, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. I am Angelo, the third successor of the Antino family. Is there something you want from me?" Yang Feng said faintly, "I like this woman." Angelo's complexion changed slightly and he hesitated. Busso also came over and said with some pride, "Angelo, since the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland likes this peasant, then just give her to him. Otherwise, I'm going to have a talk with your father, Antino." After seeing Busso, Angelo's pupils constricted slightly. With a graceful smile on his face, he handed Yang Feng and Busso an invitation each. "Since you like her, then I'll give you these two peasants, Earl Ian. Governor Busso, Earl Ian, my father's birthday is in a few days. I would like to invite you to attend the banquet." Yang Feng and Busso took the invitation. "I'll take my leave first." Angelo smiled, turned around, and boarded his carriage. After getting into the carriage, his face sank and turned gloomy, and his eyes flashed with enmity. Busso's small eyes revealed a covetous look as he stared at the beautiful girl. He said with a smile, "Earl Ian, congratulations, you got a hold of such a wonderful little beauty. Her figure, appearance, and skin are impeccable. After polishing her a bit, she will become a perfect beauty. If you don't want her, you can sell her to me. I can buy this little beauty for 300,000, 500,000 gold coins." Yang Feng said, 500,000 gold coins. You can buy an elven slave with such a sum of money. Busso, you're willing to pay that much. Busso gave a chuckle and said, "Elven slaves are not fun to play with. If discovered by the Elven Empire, there is the danger of being assassinated. Besides, this little beauty is more beautiful than an elf. After some training, she'll turn into a very tasty treat." "Mom, don't go. Don't leave me alone. Don't go, please don't go, don't leave me alone. How can I live if you leave me? Mom, don't go." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching weeping came from the side. Yang Feng's gaze followed the sound of crying and saw that the little beauty had already thrown herself onto the middle-aged woman, and had 2 lines of tears wash away the dust on her pretty face, looking very pitiable. Yang Feng sighed lightly and said, "Forget it. I want this girl to stay with me." Busso sighed with some regret. "What a pity." Yang Feng came to the girl and asked lightly, "Do you have a place to go?" The girl raised her weeping, pretty face. "Master, I have no family other than my mom. Please, sir, help me bury my mother. I am willing to stay with you and work hard to repay your kindness, master." Yang Feng said, "Andro, go and bury her." Andro took a step forward and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." The girl showed a grateful expression and said, "Thank you, master." Yang Feng said, "My name is Ian. What is your name?" The girl said, "Master, my name is Alarina." "Alarina, come with me. Let's enter the city together." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Then he grabbed Alarina by her little hand and strode towards the gate of the Saint Toulon city. There was a strong barrier, which was a blessing of the gods, at the gate of the Saint Toulon city. Anyone who entered the Saint Toulon city would be tested by magic. Once a fiend, devil, kindred, dark elf, or other darkness life form or evil life form entered the Saint Toulon city, they would be discovered. Alarina's pretty face flushed and she struggled slightly. Seeing that she could not free herself from Yang Feng, she let Yang Feng pull her into the gate of the Saint Toulon city. When Yang Feng reached the gate of the Saint Toulon city, a bright divine light shot from the gate and shone on him. The nano-robots of blasphemy hidden in Yang Feng's head immediately simulated the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the Weave goddess. Even if it was a non-believer who entered the gate of the Saint Toulon city, they would be discovered instantly, and then burned at the stake. In the world of humans of the Feisua plane, non-believers were not welcome, and were considered to be heretics. They were like stray dogs and could not be active in the central pockets of human power. Yang Feng's spirit was tense and his gaze was firmly fixed on Alarina next to him, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Looking innocent, as if she hadn't sensed anything, Alarina let the divine light shine on her, not triggering any response. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly and his eyes flashed with doubt. Did I guess wrong? Was I really lucky to meet such a beautiful girl? Alarina was so beautiful that she could be called a peerless beauty. Once such a beautiful girl was discovered by an aristocrat, she would be either pocketed, offered to a greater aristocrat as a gift, or sold to slave merchants for a huge sum. After entering the St. Toulon city, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at Alarina. A detection of evil spell fell on Alarina. Alarina erupted with pure white light, showing that the girl was pure of heart, had a clear conscience, and hadn't killed any intelligent life forms. Yang Feng gave a self-deprecating smile. It seems that I am paranoid. Shortly after entering the gate, a handsome young aristocrat with short blonde hair, escorted by a dozen guards, blocked in front of Yang Feng's group. The young aristocrat blocking in front of Yang Feng's group said arrogantly, "Ian, Busso, come out now." Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, and then alighted his carriage unhurriedly. Busso also came out. When he saw the young aristocrat, his complexion changed slightly. Yang Feng asked, "Who is this fellow?" Busso immediately whispered to Yang Feng, "He is Bernard, the eldest son of His Highness Great Prince André." Bernard sneered and ordered, "Sure enough, Busso, you colluded with the devil Ian and harmed the interests of the Empire. Come, arrest the devil Ian." "Yes, Your Highness." The dozen knight-rank guards laughed fiercely, then burst out with strong chi and pounced at Yang Feng. Courting death. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent and, with a flick of his wrist, a king's sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared in his hand. As he stepped forward, he erupted with firmament knight-rank chi in a flash, and his sword shone brightly like a star. Mists of blood burst out next to Yang Feng and splashed about. TH most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Chapter 254, Your Highness, are you not satisfied? Chapter 254, Your Highness, are you not satisfied? Translator, Xuanhuan. When Busso saw this, his heart trembled and his eyes flashed with fear. What a scary fellow, worthy of the moniker Devil Ian. Ever since Busso and Yang Feng reconciled, the relationship between both parties drew closer rapidly, and Busso's fear of Yang Feng faded away gradually. Seeing the mist of blood and body parts next to Yang Feng, fear overtook his body and mind, and he finally understood the terror behind the moniker Devil Ian. Andro's eyes flashed with excitement and zealotry. This is our master, flawless, strong, callous, and merciful. Amazing! The eyes of the warriors who accompanied Yang Feng through numerous battles also flashed with excitement. For them, following such a powerful master was their goal. Looking like a god of death treading in the secular world, Yang Feng walked up to Bernard and overlooked him coldly. In a flash, he erupted with divine energy of fear, and a terror enveloped Bernard, as if he was on the brink of death, as if he would be burnt at the stake if he said anything wrong. Bernard's face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear. His body trembled constantly, and his mouth was dry. He could not take his gaze away from Yang Feng. These rebellious bandits tried to assassinate you, so I helped you get rid of them, Your Highness, said Yang Feng in an aloof tone. Overlooking Bernard, he barked, Your Highness, are you not satisfied? His face pale white, Bernard took 3 steps back and said fearfully, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. Exuding divine energy of fear, Yang Feng took a step forward and threatened overbearingly. Were my actions justified? Bernard replied fearfully. They were. They were more than justified. Yang Feng smiled disdainfully and waved his hand, saying, All right, you can go. Yes, yes. Looking frightened, Bernard mounted his horse and frantically rode away like the wind. Busso said with a look of worship, Ian, you are so amazing. Although Bernard is an idiot who doesn't even understand the rules of the game of aristocrats, but it still is really difficult to deal with him. And you scared him away with a few words. That's really amazing. Ordinary princes still abided by the rules of the game of aristocrats, and, at least on the surface, were very respectful towards greater aristocrats. Bernard, on the other hand, shed all pretenses of cordiality with Yang Feng, which was a very foolish action in the eyes of aristocrats. However, Bernard's status was very noble, and Busso had no good way to deal with him in a short time. From afar came the sound of whistles, as the security officers of the security hall of the St. Toulon city finally came out. Dozens of security officers, who hid close by beforehand, quickly rushed over. When the security officers arrived at the scene, they saw the dozen corpses on the ground. The complexions of many security officers turned pale and their bodies shivered. A supervisor hesitated, then took a dozen security officers to block in front of Yang Feng's party and said with a gloomy face, "I am Bessières, a grade 1 supervisor of the security hall. I suspect that you are involved in this vicious homicide. Please follow me back to the station." Busso sneered, pulled out a whip, and ruthlessly hit Bessières in the face, leaving a deep whip mark behind. Bessières clasped his face, curled up, and screamed in pain. Busso looked down at the other party and said in contempt, "I am Governor Busso, the Baron of the Melinson province. This is Earl Ian, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. We just killed these assassins who tried to assassinate His Highness Bernard. It was an act of justice and reasonable self-defense. Understood, you peasants?" The security officers suddenly turned pale and shivered slightly, realizing that they might have been drawn into the power struggle of bigwigs. In the Morrince Empire, the power struggles between bigwigs were extremely cruel, and it was very normal for some nobodies to end up dead in the aftermath. Busso barked domineeringly, "Everyone here is our witnesses. If you want to arrest us, then get the order from His Majesty or the aristocratic Senate first. Now scram. Otherwise, I'll flog you to death, you peasants." The dozens of security officers quickly dispersed, making way for Yang Feng's group. Yang Feng sighed secretly. This is the strength of power. If Yang Feng didn't have enough power, he wouldn't have been enfeoffed as a hereditary peer greater aristocrat of the Morrince Empire. Even as a great wizard, others had yet to find out that he already promoted to an archwizard. If he openly committed murder in the St. Toulon city, he would be hunted down. However, with the status of a hereditary peer earl of the Morrince Empire, only His Majesty, the aristocratic Senate responsible for aristocratic affairs, and the temples of churches had the right to judge Yang Feng. The security hall and other organs of authority would have the power to arrest Yang Feng only after collecting strong enough evidence, submitting it to the three forces mentioned before, and getting the green light. This was the privilege of greater aristocrats. In the Morrince Empire, countless people aspired to become greater aristocrats because of the various privileges. Even many sacred swordsmen and legend wizards would serve aristocrats in order to obtain aristocratic hereditary peer titles and land. In the Morrince Empire, which was an ancient empire with an over 100,000-year-long history, it was very difficult to become a hereditary peer aristocrat. Even sacred swordsmen had to serve the empire and render enough meritorious deeds before they could become hereditary peer aristocrats. Otherwise, they could only get the title of life peer aristocrats. If Yang Feng hadn't occupied the forsaken Red Earth wasteland, turned the land fertile, and decisively chosen to attach his territory, which satisfied the emperor's vanity of expanding the empire's territory, Yang Feng would find it impossible to become a hereditary peer aristocrat of the Morrince Empire. The Orthics family had great influence in the St. Toulon city, so Busso quickly arranged a small villa with a wide area and complete facilities for Yang Feng to move in. After Busso arranged everything, he invited Yang Feng apologetically. "Ian, let's go have a drink. I owe you an explanation for today's affair." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Okay." Escorted by a few guards, the two left the villa, entered a luxurious carriage each, and headed towards the inner part of the St. Toulon city. The carriages stopped in front of a magnificent and extremely spacious inn that looked like a small manor. Yang Feng and Busso both alighted their carriages. This is the beautiful and Gaiety Inn. It is one of the 4 best inns in the St. Toulon city, and it is very distinctive. "Let's go inside," said Busso with a mysterious smile. Yang Feng smiled and followed Busso into the beautiful and Gaiety Inn. When they entered the inn, Yang Feng saw elven, foxmen, catmen, dogmen beauties, and beauties of other races dressed up inside, giving off a dazzling sight. When seeing this scene for the first time, some more innocent men wouldn't even know where to look. Welcome to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn, distinguished guests. We will serve you wholeheartedly and give you a wonderful night. When the dozens of beauties of different races saw Yang Feng's group of 2 enter, they prostrated themselves on the ground and said in unison, as if holy maidens waiting upon gods. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Elves? They even dare to use elves? Isn't the master of this establishment afraid of being assassinated by the powerhouses of the Elven Empire?" Elven slaves were one of the most precious kinds of female slaves on the Feisua plain. The Elven Empire loathed people who used elven slaves, which would bring the elves decades and even centuries of pain, the most. Once someone was discovered using elven slaves, the Elven Empire would send experts to assassinate them. Busso said with a smile, "This is the St. Toulon city and not the Elven Woods. If elven experts dare to come here, that would be just akin giving us a few more playthings." There were countless powerhouses in the St. Toulon city. Even Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses would be suppressed if they came here and misbehaved. No matter how angry the experts of the Elven Empire were, they still had no way around this. Just then, a curvaceous, exceedingly fascinating, alluring beauty full of mature charm, with long, wavy blue hair walked over with a touch of fragrance wafting from her. Although her complexion wasn't as delicate as that of elves, but she was full of mature charm. She said with a spirited smile, "Governor Busso, you came." Busso's eyes flashed with a trace of infatuation. He touched the hands of the mature beauty and said with a smile, "Ani, take us to a heaven-rank private room." Ani smiled sweetly, then looked at Yang Feng and asked in curiosity, "Okay, and this is?" Busso smiled and said, "This is Earl Ian, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. He is a hereditary peer earl. You mustn't slight him." A trace of graveness welled up inside Ani's eyes. Then she gave a sweet smile and said with faintly discernible respect, "So it's Earl Ian. Hello, I am Ani, one of the managers of the Beautiful and Gaiety Inn. If you need anything, you can come and ask me. The Beautiful and Gaiety Inn will meet any of your requests." Yang Feng said faintly, "Okay." Under Ani's lead, Yang Feng's group went further inside the inn. Along the way, Yang Feng's horizons were expanded. In the Beautiful and Gaiety Inn, beauties were as common as clouds, and there was a manifold of ways to play with them. Even he, who was from Earth, couldn't help but have his horizons expanded. The source of this content is froueol.com. Eventually, under Ani's lead, Yang Feng's group of 2 arrived in a spacious and quiet private room without a trace of vulgarity, which sharply contrasted with the outside of the private room. Busso said with a vulgar smile, "How about it? Are you interested? Let's go have a good time after dinner." Chapter 255 Sixth Prince Garca. Chapter 255 Sixth Prince Garca. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng smiled and said, "That sounds pretty good. However, I don't plan to indulge myself until I reach my goal." Busso asked curiously, "Your goal? Can you tell me what it is?" Yang Feng answered with a smile, "It is to pursue truth and gain eternity." Busso chuckled involuntarily, and there was a trace of disapproval in his eyes. To pursue truth and gain eternity? This is the dream of all wizards. Right, you're also a wizard. Even gods didn't dare to claim that they could live forever. A trifling great wizards, others had yet to find out that he already promoted to an archwizard. However, set such a goal for himself, which was unrealistic in Busso's view. Busso said with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, Ian. Bernard should have come to find trouble with me because the Orthix family supports His Highness Garca, the 6th Prince of the Empire. You came with me to the St. Toulon city, so they also regard you as a supporter of His Highness Garca." Yang Feng was prepared for it. The Orthix family worked so hard to help Yang Feng get the precious title of hereditary peer earl, which made Yang Feng a greater aristocrat of the Morrince Empire. They naturally had to get something in return. Buso felt unsure when he saw Yang Feng's expressionless face before saying at once, Ian, 6th Prince Garca is a very talented, intelligent, and amicable person. If he can ascend the throne, that will be great news for the entire Morrince Empire. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile, I don't care what becomes of the Morrince Empire when he ascends the throne at all. I only care about what I can gain from his ascension to the throne. Yang Feng was already a hereditary peer aristocrat, and just like Buso, he was qualified to participate in the struggle for supreme power in the Morrince Empire and become a backstage manipulator. He was not a small character that could easily crushed and forced into someone's ploy. Haha. So long as you support me in my ascension to the throne, I will grant you the title of Duke and assign you the Funes province as your fief. Following a hearty laughter, a handsome young man with dazzling, short golden hair and dressed in white civilian clothes entered the room. Behind the young man followed a beautiful girl with a golden ponytail and dressed in men's clothes, yet with 2 bulging peaks, exuding a noble temperament. A young man with an ordinary build, short blue hair, and a plain appearance radiating the aura of a competent warrior. An arrogant-looking 27 or 28-year-old, tall, extremely handsome young man with a sword at his waist. Buso hurriedly rose from his seat and bowed towards the young man in salute. Greetings, Your Highness Garca. Yang Feng stood up, bowed slightly towards the young man according to the aristocratic etiquette, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, Greetings, Your Highness Garca. Good. No need to be too polite. With a good-natured smile, Garca went straight to the seat of honor and sat down. The girl with the noble temperament sat to the left of Garca. The tall, extremely handsome young man sat next to the girl. The plain-looking man sat to the right of Garca. Garca praised passionately, Let me introduce you. These 2 gentlemen are Governor Buso and the legendary Earl Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland. The latter did what countless legendary heroes failed to. He built the miracle city in the barren and dead Red Earth Wasteland. When he heard his proudest deed to be so highly praised by 6th Prince Garca, Yang Feng felt a trace of warmth rise in his heart. The tall, handsome young man stared at Yang Feng, and a trace of profound jealousy flashed past the abyss of his eyes. Garca went on to say with a smile, Earl Ian, this is my sister Oleana. This is my great friend Goyina. And this is the lightning sacred swordsman's chief disciple Jiran. Jiran is not yet 30 years old, but he already cultivated the lightning chi to the Star Knight rank. He is the most promising young martial arts genius to promote to a sacred warrior in the Saint Toulon city. Sitting next to Oleana, Jiran showed a proud smile. Not yet 30 years old, yet he cultivated chi until the Star Knight tank. This cultivation speed was regarded as extremely amazing in the Morrince Empire. Even though he had the guidance of a famous master, but such a high cultivation speed still proved that Jiran was extremely talented in the way of the sword. Garca said directly, Earl Ian, so long as you support me, I will enfeoff you as a duke and assign you the Funes province as your fief once I ascend the throne. The Funes province had a common border with the Red Earth Wasteland. It was a vast but sparsely populated province of the Morrince Empire. It was barren on resources and perennially covered with ice and snow. Although the Funes province was twice or thrice the size of other provinces, but its population was less than 1/20th of other provinces, and it was the most barren province of the Morrince Empire. Garca was so generous that he was willing to offer the Funes province to Yang Feng. Yang Feng wrinkled his eyebrows slightly and swept Oleana, Goyina, and Jiran with a glance. Confidentiality was the be-all and end-all in major schemes. Garca tried to rope Yang Feng in front of the 3 people, which left him slightly worried. Garca seemed to have seen through Yang Feng's mind and said with a meaningful smile, Earl Ian, you needn't worry. Oleana is my half-sister. Goyina is a great friend of mine from my childhood, and Jiran is my good friend. They won't betray me. Besides, Imperial Father is quite clear about our matters. As for you, you are already on my side in the eyes of many people. The Orthix family was a staunch supporter of Garca because he was the son of the southern consort Katarina. If he ascended to the throne, the Orthix family would be able to achieve great glory and gain huge power. Buso, in fact, was Garca's uncle. The Orthics family fought tooth and nail to protect Yang Feng in the court and have him become the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. In the eyes of many people, Yang Feng was already a member of the Sixth Prince's entourage. Once branded with this mark, it was very difficult to get rid of it. Yang Feng contemplated for a while before making a prompt decision. "I am willing to serve your highness." In the Morrince Empire, Yang Feng had offended Duke Iser as well as the side of the Great Prince. If he didn't find a patron right away, he might find it difficult to leave the St. Toulon city alive. Garca laughed straightforwardly, saying, "Ha ha! Good, good. From today on, we are on the same side." A hereditary peer greater aristocrat with a 20,000-strong private army, over 100,000 slaves, and their own fief joined Garca's camp, which increased his chances of ascending the throne by a bit. Garca clapped his hands gently, with a touch of fragrance wafting from them. Beautiful and charming human women with different bearings came from outside. Yang Feng's eyes brightened slightly. These beautiful women with light makeup were excellent. If placed on Earth, they would be greatly coveted by all men. Garca beckoned with his finger somewhat coquettishly, and a beautiful woman with a mature and alluring body went to his side with an enchanting smile and snuggled up to him. Garca laughed wildly and said, "Everyone, you're free to pick as you like. If you want elven, foxmen, catman beauties, or beauties of other races, say the word and they'll be here." Busso laughed and picked a tall, big-breasted beauty. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Goiina picked a beautiful woman with a coquettish and unrestrained temperament. Yang Feng smiled and picked a petite girl with blue hair, well-developed twin peaks, and a pure and pitiable temperament. Oleana and Jiran refused the women and had them withdraw. Garca pinched the chest of the beautiful woman in his embrace, then smiled and clapped gently with his hands. "Earl Ian, you came here at the right time. Let's have you experience the most wonderful program of the Beautiful and Gaiety Inn." Suddenly, as if spring water rustling in the mountains, pleasant music sounded. As if she was a goddess who descended from the realm of gods, an exceptionally beautiful woman covered in beautiful light, with shiny, golden hair, and brimming with a mysterious, charming, and a fascinating aura appeared in the middle of the stage of the private room. 36 very beautiful human girls surrounded the exceptionally beautiful woman like green leaves foiling a sunflower, and used their beauty to foil the exceptionally beautiful woman in the center like a goddess. When the exceptionally beautiful woman appeared in the middle of the stage along with melodious and sweet music, the room seemed to have turned into her domain, and all eyes were deeply attracted by her. In the private room, she seemed to be the only protagonist. Yang Feng's gaze was deeply attracted by the exceptionally beautiful woman. When the exceptionally beautiful woman danced, her movements were as enchanting as when moonlight scattered over the earth. She looked like a beautiful fairy who received the favor and blessing of the gods, offering the gods a beautiful dance as sacrifice to please them. The wonderful and graceful dance movements were suffused with endless charm, with every motion bringing into full play the beauty and charm of the dancer. The dance moves of the 36 beautiful human girls in the middle of the stage were also very beautiful and moving. However, in front of the golden-haired, exceptionally beautiful woman, it was like night and day. Everyone's eyes were focused on the beautiful day, unable to tear them away. Their breaths were taken away. Eventually, the exceptionally beautiful woman stopped and looked like the sun retracting its splendor. She paid her respects to Yang Feng and the others and withdrew with the 36 beautiful girls. "Who is she?" When the golden-haired beauty withdrew, Yang Feng finally couldn't help asking. This was the first time Yang Feng had seen such a beautiful and moving dance. As if it was a matter of course, he couldn't help but get moved slightly and feel a trace of covetousness rise inside him. Chapter 256, Florence, the Chosen of the Dance Goddess. Chapter 256, Florence, the Chosen of the Dance Goddess. Translator, Xuanhuan. Garca smiled brightly and, as if they had been buddies forever, said to Yang Feng, "Ha ha! Sure enough, you asked who she is, Ian." At that time, after I saw her dance, the first words that came out of my mouth were exactly the same as yours. Garca went on to say with a smile, "If it was some other woman, I could give her to you right away. Unfortunately, I can't. Her name is Florence, and she is a divine chosen of the dance goddess. Except for the aloof gods, no one in the Morrince Empire could force her to do anything against her will. The dance goddess Frederica was the youngest daughter of the strong divine power rank radiant primary god Prados, and the intermediate divine power rank earth goddess Maria of the Zalia divine system. The radiant primary god Prados and the earth goddess Maria had a total of 9 daughters. 6 of the daughters had died in battle, with only 3 remaining. The 3 remaining daughters were the goddess of joy Dorothy, the goddess of romance Mavis, and the dance goddess Frederica. Among them, the goddess of joy Dorothy and the dance goddess Frederick were feeble divine power rank gods, and the goddess of romance Mavis was a weak divine power rank god. As the dance goddess, Frederica was reputed for her beautiful dancing, which could leave the other gods enamored. Similarly, she was known for her weak fighting strength. However, no one dared to bully her because the radiant primary god Prados and the earth goddess Maria were very fond of their daughter. As Frederica's divine chosen, Florence may not have much power in the Morrince Empire. However, anyone who dared to act against her would be regarded as a heretic and burned at the stake. Even the emperor of the Morrince Empire didn't dare to force Florence to be his plaything. Yang Feng replied somewhat regretfully, "So it's like this." Yang Feng had done some research prior to entering the Feisua plane. Divine chosen were beings most intimate with and most favored by gods, and the gazes of gods would occasionally fall on them. Yang Feng didn't want to provoke such an existence. Garca smiled and clapped his hands, saying, "However, although I can't give her to you, but I can still ask her to have a drink with us." A beautiful human woman standing to the side retreated at once. Shortly after, a peerless beauty dressed in a white dress, with a golden ponytail and skin as smooth as jade entered the room with a chuckle. The peerless beauty had a slightly flushed face, carried the fragrance of someone who just took a bath, and had the tips of her hair still wet. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly. After taking a bath, although Florence wasn't as stunning as she was on the dance floor, but she was still very beautiful and extremely charming. Her charm was a mixture of naivety and sexuality. After Florence entered the room, everyone's gazes fell on her. With a light smile and a touch of fragrance wafting from her, she very naturally sat on an empty seat next to Yang Feng. A trace of disappointment flashed past the eyes of Busso and Jiran. Garca smiled and introduced, "Florence, you're familiar with these friends here. Let me introduce you to a new friend. This one is the legendary Earl Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland, who built the miracle city in the barren Red Earth Wasteland and did what countless legendary heroes before him failed to." Florence stared at Yang Feng, and a touch of curiosity flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she revealed a sweet smile. "So you are Earl Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland. Hello, I am Florence, an ordinary dancer. Nice to meet you," Yang Feng said politely in a very skilled, aristocratic manner. "I am Ian. Beautiful Lady Florence. The pleasure is all mine." Looking like a curious baby, Florence asked, "I've been to the Red Earth Wasteland once. The climate of that place is dry, there's no water, and there's a shortage of food. Ian, how did you establish a city there?" Yang Feng smiled lightly and said, "It was with the guidance of the great Weave Goddess. In order to spread the glory of the goddess, everyone gave they all, created a miracle, and finally established the miracle city." A peculiar light flashed through Florence's eyes when she was tactfully refused. Never had a man spoken to her like that after seeing her exceptionally beautiful dance. In the past, so long as she probed a bit, men would voluntarily boast about their merits and tell her everything to showcase her their greatness. Garza smiled and interjected, "Florence, no need to ask. Everyone has their secrets, right?" Florence revealed a fuming expression, which made her look very pitiable. "I don't really want to know anyway." Oleana suddenly smiled and asked, "Ian, I heard that you are an alchemist and have forged the magic sword Warrior's Edge. Do you still have a Warrior's Edge?" If it was someone else, I would have said no. However, since it was the beautiful Lady Oleana who asked me, then I must have it. Yang Feng smiled and, with the flick of his wrist, the magic sword Warrior's Edge suddenly appeared in his hand. Bright light surrounded the Warrior's Edge, making it look mysterious and powerful. When Jiran saw the warrior's edge, his eyes lit up and, just like when seeing a peerless beauty, he could hardly move his gaze away. Yang Feng smiled and handed Oleana the warrior's edge. A peculiar glint flashed past Oleana's beautiful eyes when she saw the warrior's edge. She drew the dagger she had on her and slashed at the warrior's edge. Ding! With a crisp sound, the fine steel dagger was cut in twine. That's a warrior's edge. It's such a good sword. Oleana played with the warrior's edge fondly. Her eyes shone with a strange glint, and she said slowly, "The Storm's sacred swordsman Domitio used a warrior's edge to defeat the Gale's sacred swordsman Favela. Master Ian, magic sword warrior's edges forged by you are coveted by countless martial artists in the St. Toulon city." Yang Feng smiled slightly. "Princess Oleana, since you like this sword, then I'll gift it to you." The most precious thing about the magic sword warrior's edge was divine blood steel mixed into the sword. Yang Feng had a lot of divine blood steel. If he wasn't worried that it would arouse suspicion as well as lead to lower prices, the people of the Miracle City would have been equipped with warrior's edges by now. "Gift it to me?" Oleana stared at Yang Feng, then suddenly smiled and said, "Ian, warrior's edges are currently very hard to come by in the St. Toulon city, and their price has already exceeded 3 million gold coins. Do you really want to give it to me?" Yang Feng said without care. "If you like it, then the sword is yours, Oleana." With the warrior's edge in her hand, Oleana fell into hesitation. On the Feisua plain, 3 million gold coins was a huge fortune, with which you could buy as much as 300,000 slaves. Oleana finally shook her head and returned the magic sword to Yang Feng. "It's too valuable. I can't accept it." Yang Feng was slightly surprised, but then smiled and took back the magic sword. Jiran said suddenly, "Master Ian, I heard that you practice magic and martial dual cultivation, that you're not only a great wizard, but also a firmament knight rank swordsman. How about we have a spar in terms of swordsmanship? Of course, I will suppress my chi to the firmament knight rank." When he heard the other party's words, Garca frowned slightly and looked at Jiran. He saw Jiran's balled-up fists and face full of jealousy. In the room, Florence and Oleana both favored Yang Feng, and Yang Feng was the center of the conversation. This left the self-important Jiran full of jealousy. After hearing that Yang Feng was willing to gift Oleana a warrior's edge, which was worth 3 million gold coins, Jiran could no longer suppress his jealousy. "Sounds good. It just so happens that I wanted to see to what extent my strength reached." Yang Feng looked at Jiran, whose face was slightly twisted due to jealousy, smiled faintly, got up, and went to an empty area outside. He took out an ordinary fine steel sword. Jiran secretly heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Yang Feng take out an ordinary fine steel sword. The sword in his hand was an excellent fine steel sword, which was several times better than the military standard sword of the Morrince Empire. However, there was no comparison between his sword and the magic sword warrior's edge at all. He was relieved to see Yang Feng change to an ordinary fine steel sword. "Bastard, you aren't using the warrior's edge? Are you looking down on me? Underestimate me at your own peril." Jiran just heaved a long sigh of relief when fury overcame his heart. He stared at Yang Feng, and his eyes shone with anger. He drew the sword at his waist and went to stand opposite of Yang Feng. Jiran suddenly added, "We're just sparring in terms of swordsmanship, so refrain from using spells at critical times. Master Ian." A trace of disdain flashed past the abyss of Oleana's and Florence's beautiful eyes. Wizards were very weak at close combat. As a Star Knight, Jiran had an unfair advantage against a wizard in close combat. Yet he still didn't let Yang Feng use magic. This was shameless. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. Garca creased his eyebrows slightly and gave Jiran a profound look. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with scorching battle intent, and he said with a soft smile, "No problem. I won't use magic. To put it in other words, you can't force me to use magic." Chapter 257, Defeating Jiran. Chapter 257, Defeating Jiran. Translator, Zayamoj. You are talking a big game, but you'll lose nonetheless. Jiran's eyes flashed with a furious glint. He barked fiercely, erupted with firmament knight rank chi, and unleashed the lightning sacred swordsman's lightning sword art. As if intending to devour him, densely packed sword rays, like lightning, swept towards Yang Feng with a frightening momentum. His eyes were calm as Yang Feng also erupted with firmament knight rank chi. After being promoted to a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng's physical constitution was comparable to that of many level 3 extraordinary life forms. After erupting with chi and strengthening himself, Jiran's physical constitution was far inferior to that of Yang Feng. If Yang Feng conjured the spell to morph himself into a humanoid black dragon, a punch from him would be able to crush Jiran's sword rays and another punch would be able to crush his heart. Such a tyrannical fighting style was preferred by dragons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, multiple-armed trolls, and other extraordinary life forms with strong bodies. Such a tyrannical fighting style also had its weaknesses. If you ran into a powerhouse with a sword forged from divine bloodsteel, you would be killed by the other in a face-to-face confrontation. Some extraordinary life forms with strong physiques would be restrained and frequently even insta-killed by human warlocks wielding secret treasures without displaying their combat prowess. Of course, there was a variety of fighting methods in the demonic fighting sect, and sword methods were also present. The demonic fighting sword art was a thoroughly tempered sword martial art with endless might. Yang Feng unleashed the demonic fighting art and executed expansive sword moves, with sword rays flying everywhere. Jiran's sword turned into lightning-like sword rays that continuously bombarded Yang Feng and issued crisp sounds. No matter how fast he channeled the sword rays, they were still easily blocked by Yang Feng. Oleana's beautiful eyes glimmered with a brilliant light as she stared at Yang Feng, and her mood surged. Amazing! Such outstanding swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is even better than that of Jiran. Garka's eyes lit up brightly. He was shocked. So amazing! Apart from gods, there are people who can practice magic and martial dual cultivation to this degree. On the Feisua plane, magic and martial dual cultivation was practically a thing of legends. Only gods or elves, fiends, dragons, and other strong beings with talent far beyond that of humans could practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Because of the weave, human wizards would forget the spell models they memorized the day before. Therefore, it was very difficult for humans to become official wizards. They had to put all their effort into it. As for the great wizards and archwizards, only genius who devoted themselves to magic research could reach these realms. For Yang Feng to be this powerful in both martial arts and magic was amazing. When Florence saw this, an extraordinary light flashed through her beautiful eyes. Then her eyes fell on Yang Feng and a mysterious and magnificent divine rune flickered in the abyss of her pretty eyes. Yang Feng's initial application of the demonic fighting sword art was still somewhat rigid. After all, this was the first time he used swordsmanship outside the virtual reality battle cabin in an actual battle against a human swordsman. However, with his strong physique and hard training from the virtual reality battle cabin, he soon mastered the demonic fighting sword art and claimed control of the combat rhythm. No, you're a wizard. How can your swordsmanship be this strong? No, I refuse to accept it. I refuse. Not long into the battle, Jiran was suppressed by Yang Feng. His eyes turned bloodshot and a burning jealousy overtook his mind. He issued an angry roar and elevated his chi to the Star Knight rank from the Firmament Knight rank. The brilliant sword rays surged suddenly, piercing frantically towards Yang Feng's key points. Stop! Jiran! Garka's complexion changed dramatically. He barked and erupted with Sky Knight rank chi in an attempt to deter Jiran. Goyina, who silently sat beside Garka, suddenly burst out with frightening Star Knight rank chi, unsheathed his sword, and, like a shooting star, thrust his sword at Jiran. Fool! I was considerate for nothing. Yang Feng sneered. Then his eyes flashed with cold light and he hacked at Jiran's sword. In a flash, as if a humanoid dragon, he erupted with terrifying strength. With that sword move, Jiran's sword was sent flying and he bled from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. Next, Yang Feng ruthlessly slammed his fist towards Jiran's dantian. 1. Garka's face changed greatly and he shouted, Ian, don't! Goyina's expression changed slightly, and he thrust a sword ray at Yang Feng's arm in an attempt to force the other party to stop his fist. His gaze was ice cold. As Yang Feng silently recited an incantations, and an incredibly strong warping force field appeared around him in an instant. Goyina was flung away by the incredibly strong warping force field, and could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng's fist slammed into Jiran's dantian. Terrifying qi rushed into Jiran's dantian and crushed his dantian and meridians in an instant, wasting his cultivation. Ah! Jiran's face paled and he spat out a big mouthful of blood. Then, his face twisted, he crumpled to the ground, and curled up into the fetal position from the pain. Yang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness Garca, I'm sorry. As Jiran wanted to kill me, I overdid it and accidentally wasted him in the spur of the moment. I'm really sorry for this mishap." Garca smiled wryly. Yang Feng even used magic, so it certainly wasn't a mishap. Obviously, Yang Feng didn't want to leave Jiran, who harbored enmity towards him, be. When he acted, he wasted Jiran in a decisive and cruel fashion, not giving Garca any chance to advocate for peace. Garca clapped his hands, and several beautiful maids came out. He pointed to Jiran lying on the ground and said faintly, "Take my good friend Jiran down and have him treated." "Yes." The several maids responded respectfully, then lifted Jiran up and withdrew. Garca frowned slightly and said with a bitter smile, "Ian, you were too heavy-handed. Jiran may be nothing much, but his master, the Lightning Sacred Swordsman, is ranked 15th in the St. Toulon city in terms of swordsmanship. Since you wasted Jiran, the Lightning Sacred Swordsman won't leave the matter at that." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "A sacred swordsman is also just an ordinary civilian. Would he dare to come assassinate me?" On some low-level planes, sacred swordsmen were already the most powerful existences those planes. On those planes, the status of sacred swordsmen was naturally very high. But on the Feisua plane, although sacred swordsmen were still powerful beings, but they were not rare. Just in the St. Toulon city, there were more than 40 sacred swordsmen alone. This still didn't account for the hidden experts of churches and major forces. On the all-gods sacred mountain of the Morrince Empire, the number of legend-rank powerhouses must be much greater. Although sacred swordsmen were respected and had a very high status in the St. Toulon city, but they still fell short by a lot of a hereditary peer earl with 20,000 warriors. Jiran was jealous of Yang Feng as soon as he saw him, as he knew very well that even if he was promoted to a sacred swordsman, his status would still fall short by a lot of the status of this hereditary peer earl. Garca contemplated for a while before saying, "Normally, he shouldn't be so irrational. However, if he swallows his pride and flings caution to the wind, he'll be a most dangerous assassin." Yang Feng asked, "Is Jiran the only disciple of the Lightning Sacred Swordsman?" Garca replied, "No. The Lightning Sacred Swordsman has dozens of disciples. However, Jiran is the most outstanding one." Yang Feng said meaningfully, "The Lightning Sacred Swordsman has many family members and friends in the St. Toulon city, right?" Garca suddenly smiled and said, "Yes, he does have a lot of family members and friends in the St. Toulon city. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience." The Lightning Sacred Swordsman had too many people he cared about in the St. Toulon city, which meant that he wouldn't take the risk to go assassinate Yang Feng, who was a greater aristocrat with a massive military force at his beck and call. Otherwise, once his attempt on Yang Feng's life was thwarted, his family, friends, and disciples would die horrible and miserable deaths. In fact, in the Morrince Empire, unless they had no other choice, sacred swordsmen weren't willing to go assassinate a greater aristocrat, as it would give rise to public anger and they would end miserably. Yang Feng said lightly, "Moreover, Jiran isn't beyond saving. If the Lightning Sacred Swordsman wants to save Jiran, tell him to come see me." Garca smiled and said, "I will tell him what you said." The banquet went on, during which everyone talked merrily. Shortly after Yang Feng went to attend the banquet, Faldina, who had her spirit force sealed and was sleeping inside a room, suddenly opened her eyes. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she jumped off the bed. Faldina silently recited an incantation and waved her lily-white hand. Suddenly, a paper doll flew out, gently floated toward the bed, and turned into an exact replica of Faldina. Faldina pointed at the door of the room. It opened, and she stepped outside confidently. She disappeared once she stepped outside. No one in the villa noticed that Faldina disappeared. Frubnov.com. In a room of a luxurious inn not far from Yang Feng's villa, Edith, with traces of anxiety on his face, was pacing back and forth. Suddenly, the door of the room opened itself without any wind. Faldina appeared, plunged into Edith's arms, and said lovely, "Dear, I missed you so much. Did you miss me?" Edith hugged Faldina and said sweet words affectionately. "Of course, it's only been a few days without seeing you, yet my heart felt like it was in shambles. You are the water and I am the fish. Without you, I can't survive for a day." Faldina looked up at Edith and said, "Dear, are the preparations ready? I don't want to be around that damn Ian a day longer than necessary." Edith's eyes spewed flames of anger as he stressed each syllable. "Naturally, the preparations are ready. That damn Orthix family. If it wasn't for them, His Majesty wouldn't have forced our family to capture. I will make them pay." 1. https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/dantian. Chapter 258, Pentapartite. Chapter 258, Pentapartite. Translator, Xuanhuan. A cold light flashed through Edith's eyes and he said solemnly, "Faldina, rest assured, everything will be arranged soon. By then, those bastards Ian and Busso will meet tragic ends." Faldina smiled sweetly and nestled herself into Edith's embrace. "Well, I believe you. I'll make Ian fall head over heels for me." In the distance, amidst the banquet, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly constricted slightly and flickered with an intense light, and killing intent flashed through the abyss of his eyes. Faldina was undoubtedly an extremely charming woman. If Yang Feng wasn't alert, he might become infatuated by her. When the banquet was over, Busso took the beautiful woman in his arms to a private room. Florence left the banquet halfway through. Garca's group of 3 left the Beautiful and Gaiety Inn with 2 beautiful women. After he drank a few glasses with the petite beauty, Yang Feng suddenly waved his hand and had the petite beauty retire somewhat regretfully. A blonde, extremely beautiful woman walked into the private room and sat on a seat beside Yang Feng. The woman was Florence, the divine chosen of the dance goddess. Florence's big, beautiful eyes sparkled with a limpid light and she sighed faintly. "Master Ian, why have you come to the St. Toulon city and got yourself involved with this whirlpool? The dispute over the throne has always been a most dangerous affair. With your resources, you were bound to become a legend wizard if you stayed in the Red Earth wasteland." Legend wizard? A trace of ridicule appeared in the abyss of Yang Feng's eyes. With the tremendous amount of resources in his hands, he could be promoted to a great warlock before the age of 100. He didn't care about becoming a trifling legend wizard. On the Feisua plane, only demigods as well as the aloof gods were Yang Feng's goal. Yang Feng's purpose for letting his clone enter the Feisua plane was so that it could become one of the gods. Thus, even if Yang Feng's true body were to die on the Zhangji plane, he could live on in the Feisua plane as a god. On the Feisua plane, no one could cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years and then emerge as a god. Only if you were a descendant of a god could you emerge as a god. Of course, it was only a possibility, not a certainty. Also, if you were someone favored and carefully cultivated by a strong god and granted a godhead, you could become that god's ancillary god. Apart from this, anyone who wanted to become a god had to establish their church and forces. Later, they could rely on tremendous faith power to ignite their divine fire, condense a godhead, break through the limitations of mortal life forms, and incarnate into a god. In this process, you had to compete. You had to compete for power, establish a huge force, and amass a tremendous amount of resources. These resources have been occupied by other interest groups. Therefore, you could only get rid of them and take those resources for yourself. This required power and strength. As the center of power of one of the two human empires of the Feisua Plain, Yang Feng decided to step into the Saint Toulon city and involve himself with the huge whirlpool. Either he would be crushed by this huge whirlpool or he would cross and gain tremendous benefits and power. A power so tremendous that it could make sacred swordsmen and legend wizards bow their heads. Yang Feng finished a glass of wine, then replied with a smile. Rule the world at dawn and own beautiful women at dusk. This is an ambition hidden in the heart of every man. Most men are like this, and even women are no exception. Many ordinary people have no chance to become such a person. Now that such a chance presented itself in front of me, I can't give it up. Rule the world at dawn and own beautiful women at dusk. Florence pondered over this sentence quietly. Then her eyes sparkled brilliantly and she said with a smile, I couldn't tell that you're also a poet, Ian. You can even recite such an interesting and profound verse. Yang Feng's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp, and he said with a faint smile, Florence, on whose side are you? This chapter is updat by freebnovel.com. Florence replied with a smile, I'm on no one's side. I am the best friend of the 19th princess, Princess Stacy. I came back because I didn't want to see a friend get involved with this dangerous and muddy giant whirlpool. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, as Yang Feng silently scrutinized Florence, and a strong pressure slowly exuded from his body. Florence suddenly got up and smiled. Okay, I'm going to leave first. The next time we meet, I'll dance for you if I'm in a good mood. Yang Feng was stunned slightly before smiling meaningfully and saying faintly, All right. Florence waved her lily-white hand, and a slip of paper flew lightly towards Yang Feng. This is the address of the wise man Adrian. I am a good friend of his daughter. If you have the chance, go take a look at the wise man's home. There will be likely a surprise. Say that I sent you over so he won't refuse you entry at least. Next, with a touch of fragrance wafting from her, Florence turned around and left. This divine chosen of the dance goddess is truly an interesting beauty. Yang Feng smiled faintly, looked at the slip of paper, and memorized the address. The next day, Busso slept until noon. Busso entered the private room and apologized to Yang Feng. Sorry, Ian. That little minx was too enchanting. My bad. Yang Feng put down the book in his hands and said with a light smile, Take a seat. Busso followed Yang Feng's instruction unconsciously and sat opposite to Yang Feng. On the table separating the both of them lied a variety of rare delicacies. Yang Feng said solemnly, Tell me about the situation of the capital. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? Who are our allies? freewebnov.co. Although Yang Feng already had Artai's information network at his disposal. However, it hadn't been long since it was established, and it could only access the lower class and gather some common information. Artais was just a common lesser aristocrat, so he had no access to the intelligence on the struggles of the upper class. Even with massive financial support, it was still not an easy task to establish a huge intelligence network. Busso replied gravely, At present, in the Morrince Empire, the most promising successors to the throne are the great Prince André, 3rd Prince Porta, 6th Prince Garca, 9th Prince Sanair, and 13th Prince Sucre. The other princes have no right to succeed the throne. In the Morrince Empire, only the children born by the 2 empresses and 4 consorts had the right to succeed the throne. The other princes and princesses had no right to succeed the throne. Their status was equivalent to that of ordinary aristocrats, and they weren't even a match for a new greater aristocrat like Yang Feng. The great Prince André, whose mother is the Empress Susanna, has the support of the Hansen family, Ubago family, and Saukaz family. Susanna is a daughter of the patriarch of the Saukaz family. The 3rd Prince Porta, whose mother is the Eastern consort Sophia, has the support of the Chica family and Somin family. Sophia is from the Somin family. The 6th Prince Garca has the support of the Orthox family and Windak family. The 9th Prince Sanair, whose mother is the Northern consort Alina, has the support of the Surat family. The 13th Prince Sucre, whose mother is the Western consort Alva, has the support of the Quito family. If we only go by the respective forces, then the great Prince Andrei, the third Prince Porta, and His Highness Garca are in the lead. With you on our side, our forces will be able to compete with the great Prince Andrei, said Busso with an elated smile. After listening to the other party, Yang Feng understood his importance. In the Morrince Empire, many greater aristocrats reached an impasse, where it was hard to take a step forward. Naturally, they would choose to pursue stability and wouldn't tread too deep into the whirlpool. The several greater aristocratic families Busso mentioned had very high statuses. They had to fight tooth and nail for their glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, as they had no way out. Of course, in addition to the families that Busso mentioned, there was still a huge heap of intermediate and lesser aristocrats revolving around the five princes. These aristocrats formed one after another interest groups and strove to become new greater aristocrats. Yang Feng continued to talk with Busso and gradually gained an understanding of the current state of affairs of the Morrince Empire. Morrince 2867th was getting on in years and could die at any moment, and the goal of the five princes was the throne. Among the five princes, the mother of the great Prince Andrei was a noble empress, and he had the full support of three families. He was a brilliant martial artist and a very outstanding man. He was also the Grand Marshal of the Southern Corps of the Morrince Empire, and commanded the Southern Corps to wage war against the Southern Desert Empire all year round, gaining more victories than defeats. He was the star of a generation of the Morrince Empire. Among the five princes, Andrei was the most outstanding one. In a tacit understanding, the other four princes secretly joined hands to suppress Andrei's forces. At the time in the court, Yang Feng was able to become the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland so smoothly because the forces of the other three princes had a tacit understanding and kept quiet. Even though Yang Feng joined the faction of the sixth Prince Garca, the four princes were still in the weaker position in contrast to the great Prince Andrei. After all, the four princes also fought among themselves, so they could not form a united front. After learning of the current state of affairs, Yang Feng could only smile wryly in secret. If it was up to him, he would be more willing to join the faction of the great prince. After all, the influence of the great prince was clearly much greater, and whether it was seniority or power, the great prince had the advantage. Unfortunately, Yang Feng had already been branded and had no leeway to make his own choice. Chapter 259, The Potion Dragon Stamina. Chapter 259, The Potion Dragon Stamina. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng socialized in different banquets in the days that followed. Garca held banquets one after another, and introduced Yang Feng to his supporters. When the intermediate and lesser aristocrats saw Yang Feng, who was a hereditary peer aristocrat with great power, join their faction, their confidence in Garca's victory was strengthened by a little. At the same time, those aristocrats continuously showered Yang Feng with their courtesy. Within 3 days, he was presented with over a dozen beautiful women, which he accepted unceremoniously. On the 4th day, Yang Feng received the summon from Morrince 2867th. The Victory Palace. This is the Victory Palace. Yang Feng stood in front of the Imperial Palace, looking at the beautiful and luxurious Imperial Palace, which had a 50-meter tall city wall. His eyes flickered with a peculiar light. The Imperial Palace of the Morrince Empire was called the Victory Palace, which implied invincibility. After constructing the Victory Palace, the first emperor of the Morrince Empire asked the gods to bless it. Under the blessings of the gods, the Victory Palace was enchanted with numerous permanent divine spells, which would not fade away so long as the gods didn't die. Under the blessings of the gods, even feeble divine power rank gods couldn't destroy the city wall of the Victory Palace. In the airspace above the Victory Palace, even many demigods were incapable of flight. However, this sturdy palace had experienced countless carnage. Numerous court coups d'état took place in the Imperial Palace, to which over 500 emperors of the Morrince Empire succumbed. After a brief pause, Yang Feng followed an attendant into the palace. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the gate of the Imperial Palace, he was enveloped by powerful detection divine spells that were released from the gate. The nano-robots of blasphemy atop Yang Feng's head quickly simulated spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. In the Saint Talon city, Non-believers would be burnt at the stake once found out. The divine spell inspection at the gate of the Victory Palace was much stronger than that at the gate of the St. Talon city. Nonetheless, Yang Feng still managed to deceive the inspection with the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. Follow current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. The attendant quietly looked at Yang Feng for a while. Seeing that Yang Feng didn't give rise to any changes under the divine spell inspection, the attendant continued to lead Yang Feng into the palace. Inside the reception hall, Morrince 2867 sat loftily on the throne, overlooking the scene at the bottom. His aged, cloudy eyes flashed with indifference. An official said, "Your Majesty, Earl Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland is here." Morrince 2867 replied apathetically, "Send him in." Yang Feng slowly entered the reception hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Yang Feng felt a powerful pressure from the golden throne, as if the person above the golden throne was the ruler of the world who could not be defied. The reception hall was also blessed by the gods, and Emperor's might was among the blessings. When you entered the reception hall, you would enter the area of effect of Emperor's might, and would unconsciously feel reverence towards the man atop the throne. Under Emperor's might, some weak-willed people would have their mental faculties suppressed. "Your humble servant Earl Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland greets your Majesty." Yang Feng went forward, knelt on one knee, and saluted Morrince 2867. When having an audience with the Emperor, aristocrats of the Morrince Empire would kneel on one knee at most. Ordinarily, when aristocrats met the Emperor, they would bow slightly in salute. However, this was the first time Yang Feng had an audience with Morrince 2867, so he had to kneel on one knee as per etiquette. Morrince 2867 looked at Yang Feng curiously and said faintly, "Get up." Yang Feng got up and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Morrince 2867 asked abruptly, "Ian, I heard that you plundered hundreds of millions of gold coins from the Melinson province. Is it true?" Gazes of schadenfreude gathered on Yang Feng. The officials of Garca's faction were nervous. If Yang Feng's response didn't agree with the Emperor, it would be a catastrophe. Morrince 2867 had a very bad temperament. As he grew older, he became more unscrupulous. Busso's back was drenched in cold sweat as he stood among the ministers. If Yang Feng's response didn't agree with Morrince 2867, the other would have Yang Feng killed. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile, "It is." Morrince 2867's eyes lit up. Yang Feng continued without batting an eye. "However, Governor Busso is a brilliant general of a generation. Your humble servant came to his senses at last after being defeated 44 times in a row. Furthermore, all the plundered belongings were returned to their rightful owners." Morrince 2867's complexion became gloomy, as he had planned to squeeze the hundreds of millions of gold coins out of Yang Feng and use them for his own entertainment. An official of the faction of the Great Prince jumped out and barked, "Ian, you say that you returned the belongings, but do you have any proof of that? If not, then it's a blatant attempt at deceiving His Majesty." Morrince 2867's complexion became even gloomier. Yang Feng smiled, and with a flick of his wrist 3 vials of potions, which radiated a blood-like light, appeared in his hand. "Your Majesty, I am a wizard as well as a pharmacist proficient at potions. When I delved into pharmacy and traveled the world, I found a potion formula from ancient times. It was the potion formula of dragon stamina. As a man, I studied the formula and succeeded in refining a few vials of dragon stamina. I want to offer the vials of potion to you, Your Majesty." Morrince 2867's eyes congealed and flashing with excitement, and he shouted somewhat impatiently, "Let me see!" Once the potion dragon stamina was ingested by a man, a dragon-like vigor and strength would fill their body. Besides, not only had it no side effects, but it still had the effect of strengthening the body. Before the battle of gods, human monarchs and greater aristocrats were very fond of this potion. However, because this potion wasn't valued during the time of the battle of gods, it disappeared in the long river of history. In the Victory Palace, there were many pharmacists specially tasked with refining a variety of potions for the emperor to ingest. However, none of those potions could match a legendary potion like Dragon Stamina. From beside Morrince 2867th, an attendant walked down the steps and arrived in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng handed the attendant the 3 vials of Dragon Stamina, who took the vials and took them towards Morrince 2867th. Morrince 2867th clapped his hands. The light and shade next to him twisted, and a wizard dressed in a wizard robe suddenly appeared. The wizard had a hook nose, a thin figure, and a gloomy aura between his eyebrows. When he saw the wizard, Yang Feng's pupils constricted slightly. The wizard's spiritual force was as great as a sea. He was clearly a legend-rank wizard. The wizard took the vials of Dragon Stamina, then opened them, smelt the content, and sent a drop of it into his mouth. The wizard whispered, "Your Majesty, the potion is real. It's really the lost potion Dragon Stamina. If these 3 vials of potion were indeed refined by Ian, then he is really a top pharmacist." Morrince 2867th said with a smile, "Very good. Ian, I like the potions you offered me. I want these vials of potion and the potion formula." Yang Feng smiled and handed the potion formula to a guard beside him. "This is the magic formula." The guard immediately handed Morrince 2867th the potion formula. Morrince 2867th threw the formula to the wizard beside him. He looked at Yang Feng, who was now more pleasing to the eye, and said with a smile, "Ian, I received your offering. Say if there is anything that you want. This humble servant feels great honor that my offering pleases your Majesty. It has always been the wish of this humble servant to be able to serve your Majesty." Yang Feng smiled, then changed his tone, pointed to the official who had just jumped out, and said, "When this humble servant was talking with your Majesty, this person interrupted your Majesty without your Majesty's permission, and falsely accused this humble servant. This humble servant asks your Majesty to serve justice." Morrince 2867th's apathetic gaze fell on the official. The legs of the official went soft and he pleaded desperately, "Your Majesty, I didn't accuse him falsely. Your Majesty, I really didn't accuse him falsely." Morrince 2867th said indifferently, "Martigny, you dare to falsely accuse a greater aristocrat of the Empire? Take him away and hang him." Martigny collapsed on the ground. Snot and tears streamed down his face, and he kowtowed, "Your Majesty, this humble servant didn't accuse him falsely. Your Majesty." Several guards came from the side and dragged Martigny outside. In the reception hall, many of the gazes that focused on Yang Feng were full of fear and dread. As he watched Martigny being dragged away, a chill couldn't help but to creep into the abyss of Yang Feng's eyes. Without a trial and after just a few words, a court official was dragged out and killed. It was obvious how dangerous Morrince 2867th, who was a foolish ruler among foolish rulers, was. With such a foolish ruler sitting on the throne, Yang Feng felt like his fate was completely out of his grasp. Chapter 260 Court Grandmaster. Chapter 260 Court Grandmaster. Translator, Xuanhuan. Morrince 2867th spoke indifferently, "Ian." Yang Feng was even more respectful, his manners meticulous. "This humble servant is listening." Morrince 2867th pondered for a while before saying, "I very much like the potion and potion formula that you offered me. You are a wizard. As such, I'll reward you with the position of Court Grandmaster." Yang Feng was taken aback slightly before replying deferentially, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Envious gazes were gathered on Yang Feng. There were many court wizards consecrated in the Morrince Empire. Court wizards were divided into 5 grades. Grade 1, 2, and 3 Court Master, Court Grandmaster, and Court Master-in-Chief. Some Archwizard rank wizards could only become Grade 3 Court Masters in the Imperial Palace of the Morrince Empire, while only the strongest Archwizards or Legend Wizards could become Court Grandmasters. Yang Feng, who was only a mere Great Wizard, others had yet to find out that he already promoted to an Archwizard, could become a court grandmaster, which represented honor as well as great power. According to the customs of the imperial palace, a court grandmaster would have 1 grade 3 court master, 8 grade 2 court masters, and 50 grade 1 court masters of their subordinates. In other words, as soon as Yang Feng became a court grandmaster, he had 59 strong wizards under his command. Of course, whether he could really subdue the 59 wizards depended on Yang Feng's capability. In the St. Toulon city, with the blessings of the gods and the numerous purification barriers, Yang Feng could not control others with liquid metal nano-robots. Otherwise, if he made a misstep, he would be found out and have the foundation he laid down destroyed. After receiving the appointment, Yang Feng humbly retreated to amid the ministers and stopped next to Busso. As a hereditary peer earl, he was qualified to attend the court. Shortly after, the court was dispersed. Earl Ian, His Majesty invites you to the imperial study. Just as Yang Feng wanted to leave, an attendant came to him and said respectfully. Yang Feng replied, "All right." Yang Feng followed the attendant through a cluster of corridors before arriving at the imperial study. There was only Morrince 2867th, who sat on a chair and flipped through a memorial to the throne in the imperial study. Yang Feng made an impeccable salutation and then spoke. "Ian, this humble servant, greets your majesty." Morrince 2867th slowly turned around, looked at Yang Feng with his slightly muddy eyes, revealed a smile that was not a smile, and said faintly, "Ian, I heard that Garca invited you to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn, where you passed a wonderful night when you arrived at the St. Toulon city. Ian, what did he want from you?" Yang Feng was shocked greatly, and numerous thoughts revolved in his mind. By secretly relying on the superb perception of a level 3 warlock, he could clearly detect at least 6 hidden legend rank powers locked on him in the room. If he did anything suspicious, he would be besieged by 6 legend rank powerhouses. Yang Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat. His thoughts revolved lightning fast before he spoke honestly. His Highness 6th Prince Garca invited this humble servant to the beautiful and Gaiety Inn in the hopes that this humble servant would join his faction to help him ascend the throne. Morrince 2867th asked seemingly casually, "Have you agreed to join his faction yet?" This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng replied, "It was due to the recommendation from Governor Busso that this humble servant could surrender to your majesty and become the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. This kindness has been deeply ingrained in this servant's mind. Without any hesitation, this servant agreed to join the faction of His Highness 6th Prince." Morrince 2867th said with a light smile, "The one who made you an earl was me, not Garca. You should be loyal to me, not him." Yang Feng bowed his head slightly and flattered, Yes. Your Majesty was indeed the one who made this servant an earl. This servant is willing to serve you till the last breath, Your Majesty." Morrince 2867th was a murderous, lascivious, incapable ruler. So long as his bottom line wasn't crossed, Yang Feng didn't want to antagonize the other party. Yang Feng said resolutely, "If Your Majesty wants for this subordinate to break ties with the faction of His Highness 6th Princes, this subordinate will immediately do so." Compared with his own life, the relationship between Yang Feng and the 6th Prince Garca was not worth mentioning. Morrince 2867th nodded in satisfaction and spoke meaningfully, "No need. Since you agreed to join Garca's faction, then do a good job helping him." Yang Feng heaved a long breath of relief. He felt that the clothes on his back were drenched in sweat. He said with a respectful expression, "Yes, Your Majesty." To accompany a ruler was akin to accompany a tiger. As an incapable ruler, Morrince 2867th was extremely dangerous. If your response wasn't to his liking, you might have to forfeit your life. Morrince 2867th spoke faintly, "All right, if there's nothing else, you may withdraw." Yang Feng said suddenly, "Your Majesty, would you please hear out this humble servant?" Morrince 2867th replied indifferently, "Speak." Yang Feng spoke respectfully. "This humble servant wants to open a magic college in the St. Toulon city to cultivate talents for the empire. This servant would like to invite to assume the post of Dean of this magic college, Your Majesty. On the Feisua plain, the magic inheritance method was very antiquated. Apart from the churches as well as the empires cultivating their court wizards, there were only some loose wizard organizations formed by wizards. Those who went on to be apprentice wizards were either discovered by wizards during their travels, recommended by acquaintances to be brought under their wings and cultivated, or came from wizard families. A wizard would usually take no more than 4 apprentices. Such an inheritance method led to a very small number of wizards in the world. On the Zhangji plain a long time ago, the magic inheritance method was the same. However, the dissemination of colleges eventually replaced this antiquated inheritance method and became the mainstream of the major forces on the Zhangji plain. Morrince 2867 contemplated for a moment before suddenly saying with a smile, "A magic college, you say? Okay. However, I won't subsidize it." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "That's not an issue. All the expenses will be covered by me." Morrince 2867 said somewhat impatiently, "Good. You may withdraw." Yang Feng said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Morrince 2867 took a vial of dragon stamina and drank it. His spirit was immediately roused and, as if he recovered his youth, he felt his body full of strength. "What a good potion!" Morrince 2867 gave a long sigh, then went towards the imperial harem with a look of delight. Yang Feng felt relieved when he stepped out of the palace gate. The feeling of his fate being in another person's hand was extremely uncomfortable for a warlock like Yang Feng, who pursued the truth and freedom. In the Victory Palace, except for divine chosen, the upper echelon of churches, and the patriarchs of divine descendant families hidden in the Morrince Empire, all other people were ants in front of Morrince 2867. With an order, he could squash those ants to death. Even legend rank powerhouses were no different. All the while, Morrince 2867 himself wasn't even a knight rank powerhouse. This was the strength of power. "Ian, stop right there." Yang Feng had just left the palace, when a girl dressed in a blue martial attire, with a blue ponytail and a sword at the waist blocked in front of him and stared daggers at him. The girl had a tall figure, a beautiful appearance, and an awe-inspiring and heroic temperament. FREOEBnovel.com. Behind the blue-haired girl followed 6 young men with swords at their waist. Looking very imposing, the 6 young men looked resentfully at Yang Feng. Yang Feng creased his brows slightly and asked faintly, "Who are you?" The blue-haired girl said indignantly, "Jiran is my father's chief disciple. For you to waste him, you think that you're above the law. Now I see." Yang Feng showed a slight smile of contempt and said lightly, "If I committed a crime, then go report it to the security hall. Now get out of my way. You commoners are blocking the way of a greater aristocrat. According to the law of the empire, you have to repent with 30 lashes." When they heard that, the imposing aura of the 6 young men standing behind the blue-haired girl was dampened, and they recalled that the man before their eyes was a genuine greater aristocrat of the empire. The law of the Morrince Empire stipulated that it was a crime for commoners to stand in the way of greater aristocrats, and it was subject to 10 gold coins and 30 lashes penalty. In the Morrince Empire, commoners could not fight greater aristocrats, which was why countless people obsessed about becoming aristocrats themselves. The complexion of a young man changed, and he spoke in a low voice. "Becky, let's leave. He is a greater aristocrat. If we continue to linger around and he screams, we'll be in trouble." The black dogs of the security hall are hunting dogs of greater aristocrats. The security officers of the security hall were clad in a black uniform, which was how they came to be known as black dogs among the lower class. "I'm not afraid of him. My father is the lightning sacred swordsman. He's just an earl. What is so great about him? Look how I teach him a lesson. You cowards." Becky was angry. She barked and burst out with Sky Knight rank chi. Her figure flashed and she shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Due to Yang Feng being a greater aristocrat, she was also fearful and didn't drew her sword. She just wanted to catch Yang Feng and teach him a hard lesson. "Interesting." Yang Feng smiled and shouted at once, Somebody wants to make an attempt on the life of a greater aristocrat. Someone come quick. Somebody here wants to make an attempt on the life of a greater aristocrat. Who? Who dares to make an attempt on the life of a greater aristocrat? For security officers patrolling nearby came over in a hurry while shouting and blowing their sirens frantically. Chapter 261, Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius. Chapter 261, Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius. Translator, Xuanhuan. Security officers, like cats on a hot tin roof, quickly rushed over from all sides. Unlike ordinary people, if there was an attempt on the life of a greater aristocrat in the middle of the street and the surrounding security officers didn't manage to thwart the attempt, they would lose their job in the best-case scenario. If the relatives and subordinates of the greater aristocrat were to take their anger on the security officers, the latter would have miserable endings. Dozens of security officers came from all sides and surrounded the area. Besides, the sirens rang constantly, gathering their companions from the surroundings. Yang Feng held out his hand and blocked Becky's fist. Next, his face flushed bright red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I am Earl Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland and I was personally infected by His Majesty. These people tried to kill me. Seize them. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Feng took a dozen steps back, pointed at Becky's group of 7 people, and shouted loudly. Simultaneously, he took out his aristocratic badge and threw it to the Grade 3 supervisor who just arrived at the scene. Stop! Stop your unruly conduct. Don't resist. Otherwise, we will execute you on the spot on the charge of making an attempt on the life of a greater aristocrat. If you continue to resist, your families will also be imprisoned on the charge of treason. The Grade 3 supervisor carefully inspected Yang Feng's aristocratic badge. Then his complexion changed slightly. He pointed at Becky's group of 7 people and yelled. Becky's group of 7 people stopped at once. They were powerhouses with Sky Knight rank and above cultivation bases. If they started killing, they could kill the dozens of security officers at the scene. However, in addition to a large number of ordinary security officers, the security hall still had a special force called the Sword of Justice. The Sword of Justice Special Force was composed of knight rank and above powerhouses. There were even 5 sacred swordsmen in the Sword of Justice. Once the security hall dispatched the Sword of Justice Special Force, even the lightning sacred swordsmen wouldn't dare to resist it directly. On the Feisua Plain, powerhouses were as common as dirt. Therefore, the various branches of power of the Morrince Empire were similarly full of experts. Otherwise, the order of the empire could not be maintained at all. Becky explained loudly, I am Becky, the daughter of the lightning sacred swordsman. We didn't try to kill Ian. As if a victimized greater aristocrat, Yang Feng used a very impassioned voice to yell. So it was the lightning sacred swordsman who has ordered you to do this. Previously, I accidentally injured a civilian named Jiran, who is the chief disciple of the lightning sacred swordsman. Now, for the sake of that disciple, he went so far as to order his daughter to kill me. It's lunacy. I need the protection of the Sword of Justice Special Force. No. I demand that the security hall dispatches the Sword of Justice Special Force to capture the lightning sacred swordsman. The Grade 3 supervisor suddenly had a headache. On the Feisua Plain, sacred swordsmen were among the strongest powerhouses below the demigod rank. An average Joe wouldn't dare to offend such a being. So long as sacred swordsmen didn't do anything too heinous, very few people would go to them to look for trouble. But Yang Feng was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat of the Morrince Empire, who had a noble status and great power. He similarly wasn't someone a Grade 3 supervisor could contend against. The Grade 3 supervisor was a very bright character, so he said promptly, Earl Ian, the Sword of Justice isn't something that I, a mere Grade 3 supervisor, can dispatch. If you really want to dispatch the Sword of Justice, please send a formal request to the higher-ups. Yang Feng, with an aristocratic arrogance, pointed at Becky and them and said lightly, Very well, but these people made an attempt on my life in the middle of the street. The evidence is conclusive, as you've seen. Arrest them. The Grade 3 supervisor said coldly with a gloomy expression. You heard it. Put down your weapons at once and don't resist. or we will execute you on the spot on the charge of making an attempt on the life of a greater aristocrat. If you continue to resist, your families will also be imprisoned on the charge of treason. Of course, if you don't resist, we will allow you to invite a lawyer to defend you in the court of law." The 6 young men looked at each other, then smiled wryly, drew the swords at their waist, and threw them aside. More than a dozen security officers quickly rushed up to the 6 young men and handcuffed them. Becky yelled unwillingly, "How can you do this? He only said a few words and you're going to arrest us." "Why?" The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and he said faintly, "Why you ask? It's because I am a greater aristocrat and you are just a rabble of commoners." When he heard that, the grade 3 supervisor kept silent, as if hadn't heard anything. No matter what he thought himself, but when confronted with a hereditary peer earl, he could only keep silent. "Earl Ian, why bother with some children?" A gentle voice suddenly came from the side. A middle-aged man in a blue martial attire, with a medium stature, short blue hair, a sword at the waist, an ordinary appearance, and traces of vicissitudes of life on his face slowly walked out from the side. As if there was an invisible force around the middle-aged man, everyone who saw him made way for him unconsciously. When the security officers saw the middle-aged man, as if they were struck by lightning, they trembled and retreated a few steps. When Yang Feng saw the middle-aged man, all sorts of warnings went off in his mind, as the frightening perception of a level 3 warlock warned him unceasingly that this middle-aged man was very dangerous. In Yang Feng's eyes, the middle-aged man seemed to be the incarnation of an exceptional sword. As if a sword pressing against his neck, a mysterious intent locked onto his neck firmly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of graveness and he said slowly, "Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius." The area within 10 meters of a sacred swordsman was their domain. Unless they released spells beforehand, most legend wizards on the Feisua plane would run into a dead when once a sacred swordsman closed the distance between them to 10 meters. Even if it was on the Zhangji plane, great warlock rank powerhouses might face death once a sacred swordsman got to a distance of 10 meters from them. Once they stepped into the legend rank, the swords of sacred swordsmen had a trace of the power of law, making them extraordinary and exceedingly sharp. Even the powerful life force surrounding great warlocks at all times wouldn't be able to withstand such a sword. Normally, when he wasn't angry, the lightning sacred sword Cassius looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. But once he channeled his strength, he was like a sword god, exceedingly sharp and unstoppable. Cassius walked towards Yang Feng calmly. Numerous people retreated, as if Yang Feng was the only one left to face this sacred swordsman. Although Cassius' gaze was one of indifference, yet it concealed a frightening sword intent that locked on Yang Feng's key points, giving rise to a stabbing pain. His body flared up with all sorts of warnings, and he nearly couldn't resist his urge to press the dimensional crest and release the level for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts. Yang Feng suddenly said with a faint smile, "Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius, are you here to kill me? I recall that you seem to have a 70-year-old mother, a beautiful wife and 2 brothers. Your 2 brothers have 1 son and 2 daughters respectively. There are 132 people in your family altogether. The people attached to your family make a total of 587 people. Do you want these people to accompany me in death, and then wander the world alone?" Cassius' pupils shrank slightly. He erupted with a frightening sword intent in a flash, and nearly sliced Yang Feng into numerous pieces. Yang Feng, however, looked at Cassius with an unruly expression, as he sneered repeatedly, not saying anything. Cassius confronted Yang Feng silently. Finally, his eyes flashed with helplessness. He smiled bitterly, and completely retracted the sword intent. "No, I just came to pick up my daughter. I think that there ought to be some misunderstanding. The source of this content is frubuvel.cm. Sacred swordsmen were also people, they also had parents, siblings, and friends. This restraint, as if shackles, locked onto them. As long as he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, Cassius would never take the risk of having his friends and family executed, and kill a greater aristocrat in public." The grade 3 supervisor breathed a long sigh of relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and the clothes he wore were all wet from the sweat. One was a human sacred swordsman with a peerless swordsmanship, the other was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat with great power. They weren't existences whom he could offend lightly. Now that both sides calmed down, he was a little relieved. Since you say that this is a misunderstanding, then I take it a misunderstanding, Cassius. I can cure Jiran. If you want to cure him, bring your daughter and follow me. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Feng gave Cassius a meaningful look, then turned towards his villa and went ahead. Becky glared angrily at Yang Feng's back and said in a spoiled manner, "Father, how can he be this unbridled? So disgusting." Cassius' eyes flashed with a mixture of envy and jealousy, and he sighed lightly. "That's because he's a greater aristocrat, even though his swordsmanship was unparalleled, to the point that even legend wizards would find it difficult to parry a blow from him once he closed the distance to 10 meters from the opponent. But the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius was still a commoner, not an aristocrat, not a hereditary peer greater aristocrat. With his swordsmanship, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius could get the title of a life peer aristocrat and get the rights of an aristocrat if he went to the court. However, it was very difficult to become a hereditary peer aristocrat. With it hundreds of thousands of years-long heritage, if every legend rank powerhouse were to be infeft as a hereditary peer aristocrat, the Morrince Empire would have been divided up until there was nothing left. A greater aristocrat title was the lifelong goal of many sacred swordsmen of the Morrince Empire. "Becky, let's go." As he looked at Yang Feng's back, Cassius' gaze flickered. He pondered for a while before saying slowly, "From her childhood, Becky worshipped her sacred swordsman father the most. Naturally, she wouldn't disobey him. Okay, father." Chapter 262, Recruiting a Sacred Swordsman. Chapter 262, Recruiting a Sacred Swordsman. Translator, Xuanhuan. The villa that could house all of Yang Feng's subordinates in the St. Toulon city had already been bought by him from Busso. Inside the villa, in a luxuriously decorated room, Yang Feng sat on a sofa covered in tiger fur. Opposite to him sat two people, Namalu Cassius and his daughter. Yang Feng smiled faintly, saying, "When Jiran challenged me, he was accidentally hurt by me. From the perspective of the Empire's law, I have no obligation to treat him. However, I have always been generous. I'll cure him if you give me 6 million gold coins." Becky was shocked, and then yelled, "6 million gold coins? There is no way we can come up with such a big sum." Cassius couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. Human sacred swordsmen were also people of the secular world. Unlike gods who dwelt in their divine countries high among the stars and didn't have to worry over gold coins, a human sacred swordsman also had to work or own a property to make money. Generally, sacred swordsmen would open martial arts schools to recruit the children of greater aristocrats as disciples or side with the court and serve as the court's hunting dogs. Among the 5 legend rank powerhouses of the Sword of Justice, 2 were sacred swordsmen who sided with the court later in life. Cassius also made a living via a martial arts school. His family had more than 1 million gold coins in assets, yet the liquid capital was merely over 100,000 gold coins. Although he didn't lack money, but there was no way he could come up with such a huge sum as 6 million gold coins. Yang Feng said faintly, "That is a precious potion that can allow people heal their damaged dantian and restore their chi. Naturally, the price can't be low. If you aren't willing, you can invite a pope from one of the temples to help you. So long as they cast the level 4 divine spell Great Praise of Life, they can also heal Jiran's injuries." The level 4 divine spell Great Praise of Life was one of the strongest healing divine spells of the temples. This divine spell could heal any injury within a day's time. Even people at the brink of death would be pulled away from the white light. Only peak powerhouses of the temples, such as popes or cardinals, could conjure such a divine spell. Moreover, you had to pay a huge price to cast such a powerful healing divine spell. No one would cast such a powerful divine spell for a trifling star knight. Becky was immediately rendered speechless. The popes and cardinals of churches were very noble characters. Even if Cassius went to beg, there was no way he could get one such individual cast such a powerful healing divine spell. Cassius, who had went through countless storms and tribulations, said plainly. Earl Ian, since you had us come here, you must be intent on treating Jiran. Please tell me your conditions. Yang Feng smiled and revealed his real intentions. I can cure Jiran. However, I want for you to become my retainer and serve me. Cassius. Cassius asked meaningfully. Earl Ian, do you know how many greater aristocrats have come to recruit me? Yang Feng shook his head. Cassius said faintly. A total of 137 greater aristocrats have come to recruit me to serve them. However, I didn't agree. I can't think of any reason why I should serve you. Yang Feng replied unhurriedly. They just failed to come up with something that would entice you. Cassius, I can make you an aristocrat. Cassius just smiled without saying anything. If he was willing to join the court of the Morrince Empire and become a hunting dog of the court, he could easily get the title of a life-peer earl, become a life-peer aristocrat, and enjoy all the rights of the aristocracy. Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then went on to say, I can make you a hereditary peer aristocrat. Cassius' eyelids jumped up slightly and his eyes flashed with a trace of graveness. Hereditary peer aristocrats could pass on their title from generation to generation and had a fief of their own. Even the title of a small-time hereditary peer knight was considered to be a genuine step into the aristocratic class. Yang Feng continued with a smile. If you side with me, I can grant you a chevalier d'âme, recommend you to the empire, and have you become a member of the hereditary peer aristocracy. Cassius' heart throbbed, and ripples went off in his originally tranquil eyes. He, who lived all his life in the Morrince Empire, understood how difficult it was to get the title of a hereditary peer chevalier. A hereditary peer chevalier was like an emperor in their fief. They only had to offer a certain amount of gold coins to the royal family, and then could do whatever they pleased. Besides, they could legally set up a 200-strong private army to protect their fief. An aristocrat with the title of a hereditary peer chevalier was qualified to join the circle of first-class aristocrats and become a member of the exclusive aristocracy. As the lightning sacred swordsman, Cassius had very strong martial prowess. Greater aristocrats have come to recruit him. However, he understood that they wanted to get a strong henchman or bodyguard rather than a partner of the same social class as them. One of the reasons that Cassius was unwilling to become a henchman of those greater aristocrats was that once he got old and his strength declined to a certain extent, his master might very likely abandon or even eliminate him. Yang Feng smiled and said, If you render enough merits, I can even help you become a hereditary peer baron and make you a member of the real aristocracy. As you may know, the Red Earth wasteland is exceedingly vast, so bestowing you with a barondom isn't worth mentioning. Hereditary peer baron. Cassius' eyes erupted with a scorching light. His heart rate sped up, and his blood circulated wildly. Only if they rendered extraordinary achievements might sacred swordsmen that sided with the court of the Morrince Empire be able to get 1 or 2 knightdoms and become part of the aristocratic class after serving the empire for a lifetime. With a bit of luck, they might even get a chevalier d'âme and have their offspring step into the aristocratic class. Hereditary peer baron, such a reward could only be seen during the founding years of the Morrince Empire or during the most critical battles of the empire, such as a large-scale battle against the old enemy the Titan Empire, or during a democalypse or sepocalypse. Yang Feng went on to say lightly, Let's do it like this. If you are willing to side with me and fight for me wholeheartedly, then even if you die, I will ensure that your son or daughter can becoming a hereditary peer baron. Of course, a hereditary peer baron isn't the limit. If you render enough merits, you can even take a step further and become a hereditary peer viscount. We can go to the temple of the god of contracts and have this notarized. Cassius suddenly felt his mouth become dry, and his eyes flashed with ecstasy. Hereditary peer viscount. In the Morrince Empire, hereditary peer earl aristocrats and upwards were called greater aristocrats, and had huge power. Hereditary peer baron aristocrats and upwards were considered to be real aristocrats. Hereditary peer viscounts were considered to be quasi-greater aristocrats. Some powerful viscounts could even be admitted into the circle of the greater aristocracy and become real members of the greater aristocracy. Cassius could not resist such a huge temptation, at all. In the Morrince Empire, apart from the emperor and some top-notch big shots with long and ancient heritages, No one could come up with a barondom to recruit a sacred swordsman. After contemplating for a while, Cassius' eyes flashed with resolve, and he said solemnly, "Early in, if you can really fulfill your promise, then I am willing to join you as a retainer. This is the contract, have a look." Yang Feng smiled, took out a contract document, and handed it to Cassius. Cassius took the contract document and looked at it carefully for a while. His eyes flashed with a complex feeling, and he said faintly, "Sir Earl, it seems that you have prepared the contract document beforehand. Was the misunderstanding between you and my daughter also part of your plan?" Becky was shocked, and looked at Yang Feng with some fear in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng smiled and said, "No, it was just me taking advantage of the situation. That's all. Of course, if you hadn't come, I had other choices, such as the Storm Sacred Swordsman, Gale Sacred Swordsman, Flame Sacred Swordsman, Windfire Sacred Swordsman, and the like. There are dozens of sacred swordsmen in the St. Toulon city who are yet to be recruited by others. I can pay them a visit and, eventually, am bound to recruit 2 or 3 sacred swordsmen. The source of this content is frioUEOL.com. Cassius contemplated for a while before nodding eventually. To gain a chevalierdom and advance to a hereditary peer chevalier by siding with Yang Feng, this deal was a great enticement to sacred swordsmen of the St. Toulon city. Compared to legend wizards, who dedicated themselves to knowledge, heart and soul, and possessed great wealth, sacred swordsmen were more vulnerable to the temptation of power and wealth. Legend rank powerhouses were also just people with friends and family, who wanted to lead good lives and rise head and shoulders above others. There were also sacred swordsmen who pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. However, even more sacred swordsmen pursued fame, and joined the court of the Morrince Empire or some greater aristocratic families. The gods of the Feisua Plain were aloof beings who looked down at the common masses from high above. Royal families, greater aristocrats, and churches jointly controlled the world and the hierarchical social system. Even though sacred swordsmen had strong martial prowess, but they could only climb this hierarchical social system step by step. People with strong martial prowess didn't necessarily have a high social status and lead better lives. However, the social status of hereditary peer aristocrats was certainly very high, and so long as they weren't too foolish, they could lead very good lives. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Then let's go to the temple of the God of Contracts to sign a fair contract with the God of Contracts as witness." Cassius got up impatiently, then smiled embarrassedly and, while hiding his anxiety, replied, "Very well." Chapter 263 Breaking in Capture. Chapter 263 Breaking in Capture. Translator, Xuanhuan. I've had people prepare all the relevant documents and had Busso hand them over to the aristocratic senate. In about half a month, you will be a hereditary peer chevalier of the empire. After walking out of the temple of the God of Contracts, Yang Feng smiled and said to Cassius. Cassius not only looked grateful, but even changed his form of address. "Many thanks, master," Yang Feng said with a smile. "Becky, in a few days, you will be a real aristocratic lady." Aristocratic lady. Becky was a little excited when she heard that, but there was also a trace of melancholy about her. Ever since Becky could remember, Cassius had already been a sacred swordsman. She had always been proud of her sacred swordsman father, and believed him to be the mightiest person in the world. But when Becky was 12 years old, she had a taste of the cruelty of this hierarchical society. She was rejected by the St. Violet School, which was the most famous school for girls in the St. Toulon city, because she was not a descendant of an aristocrat. At that time, she realized that her sacred swordsman father wasn't omnipotent. In this world, there was nothing that could not be sliced through by the sword of a sacred swordsman. However, the sword of a sacred swordsman could not slice through the invisible barrier that separated aristocrats and commoners. As Becky grew older, she became ever more aware of the heavy weight the word aristocrat carried in the Morrince Empire. The person with whom she was once secretly in love with chose a girl who was inferior to her in all respects because she was of an aristocratic lineage. A position that she cared about was easily snatched away by an aristocratic girl. On social occasions, many people would admire her due to her sacred swordsman father. However, the most popular girls were those aristocratic ladies, and not her, who was the daughter of a sacred swordsman. Becky looked at Yang Feng, whom she had despised previously, yet had now become her father's master, and wanted to say something, yet she stopped, not knowing what to say. Yang Feng naturally didn't care about Becky. He turned to Cassius and asked, "Cassius, I also want to recruit a few more sacred swordsmen. In the St. Toulon city, who do you think can be recruited by me?" As a sacred swordsman himself, Cassius had the qualification to enter the circle of sacred swordsmen, so he knew much more than Yang Feng. Free web novel Desio. Cassius contemplated for a while before saying, "Windfire sacred swordsman Adio, Earth sacred swordsman Magia, Raging sacred swordsman Lucero, Sea sacred swordsman Mahanu, Violet sacred swordsman Nidio, Lily sacred swordsman Muhika. These 7 sacred swordsmen might be recruited by you, master." In the St. Toulon city, a majority of the sacred swordsmen had either joined the court and entered a variety of powerful organizations, or were recruited by greater aristocrats. There were only dozens of unaffiliated sacred swordsmen. Among those dozens of sacred swordsmen, some were indifferent to fame and fortune, and devoted themselves to martial arts. At the same time, there were others who could not be recruited due to various reasons. Yang Feng asked suddenly, "Can the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Painaville be recruited?" The Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Painaville was publicly acknowledged as the strongest sacred swordsman in the St. Toulon city. He had been pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship all his life, and had never been defeated ever since he stepped into the legend rank. He had went to the Beastman Empire to kill sacred warriors, Desert Empire to kill sacred barbarians, and Titan Empire to kill the NR1 sacred swordsman. Since 20 years ago, the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Painaville was publicly acknowledged as the NR1 human sacred swordsman. According to legend, so long as he had a sword in his hand, he could even slay demigods. The physical constitution of human sacred swordsmen couldn't compare to that of human warlocks, and their life expectancy was merely 120 to 150 years. In his youth, the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman had a fortuitous encounter, where he drank a vial of water of life left in the secular world by the intermediate divine power rank goddess of life Cornelia of the Zalia divine system. As a result, his life expectancy was extended by 100 years. The Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Painaville was 70 years old and was at his prime. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest human powerhouse below the demigod rank. Many people speculated that the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Painaville could even slay demigods with his sword. No matter the plane, there would always be hard to fathom peerless geniuses. The Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Painaville was one such beyond fathom peerless genius of the sword path. With an expression of both admiration and envy, Cassius shook his head, saying, "Impossible, master." Once, a divine descendant family offered him the title of a hereditary peer viscount, yet it still failed to recruit the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman Painaville. He is the kind of freak who can devote everything to martial arts. On the Feisua plain, some peerless powerhouses who pursued the pinnacle of cultivation regarded fame and wealth as dung, after all. Most were legend wizards who pursued truth, but there was no lack of sacred swordsmen and powerhouses of other occupations. Yang Feng smiled and said indifferently, "In this case, contact the 7 sacred swordsmen for now. If they are willing to become my retainers, then I'll have a talk with them." This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Cassius nodded, saying, "Yes, master." An intense light flickered past Yang Feng's eyes, and he said slowly, "Before that, let's make a trip. Some things should be dealt with as soon as possible." Cassius replied, "Yes, master." In a luxurious inn not far away from Yang Feng's villa, Edith held Faldina in his arms, as he said sweet words. Suddenly, with a bang, a foot kicked in the door to the room, shattering it and sending numerous splinters flying. Dressed in security officer silver uniform with a silver sword embroidered below the right shoulder, Sword of Justice Special Force security officers broke in and occupied every strategic location in an instant. A sturdy, eagle-eyed and hook-nosed middle-aged man with short blue hair and well-groomed two thin strokes of mustache stepped into the room, swept Edith with a glance, and said plainly, "Edith, you did well. You finally lured here the witch as His Majesty ordered." Faldina was shocked greatly, as she stared at Edith with her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Edith's complexion changed dramatically and he shouted, "No, Faldina, you have to believe me. I didn't betray you. I really didn't. I can swear on my life." It turns out that the first successor of the Hansen family has colluded with the witch from the Titan Empire. In this case, Sir Dassault, I ask that you give His Majesty an impartial report. There are so many witnesses here after all. Following a soft laugh, Yang Feng slowly stepped into the spacious room and looked at the embracing couple with a smile on his face. Dassault was the middle-aged man with the well-groomed, too thin strokes of mustache. He was also one of the 5 sacred swordsmen as well as one of the 5 tycoons of the Sword of Justice. When he heard what Yang Feng said, Dassault locked his eyebrows tightly. He was well aware of the disturbance it would cause if Morrince 2867 knew that the first successor of the Hansen family colluded with the witch of the Titan Empire. If he handled this badly, the entire Hansen family would face the risk of annihilation. He was a good friend of the Hansen family, so he naturally couldn't sit by and watch this unravel. Dassault's face sank and he said coldly, "Earl Ian, the Sword of Justice is dealing with this case, so please be quiet. If you can't keep quiet, then please leave." Yang Feng said with a meaningful smile, "Well, I'm here just to watch you handle this case impartially. Oh, by the way, His Majesty has officially appointed me as a court grandmaster. You can address me as Court Grandmaster Ian." Dassault's heart shook, and he went silent for a while. For Yang Feng to become a court grandmaster meant that he could request an audience with Morrince 2867. At the same time, he was a member of the court of the Morrince Empire, served His Majesty, and had great power. So long as he didn't make any mistake, Dassault had no right to drive him away. Edith's eyes turned bloodshot. He drew his sword, pointed at Yang Feng, and roared mournfully, "It was you, Ian, you sold us out. You devil, fucking bastard." Yang Feng took a few steps back, glanced at Edith, and said with a contemptuous smile, "Sir Dassault, it seems like I heard someone threaten me." Dassault's eyes widened, and he barked fiercely, "Edith, don't fool around. Capture the witch of the Titan Empire behind you. His Majesty judged her to be a criminal. Think of the Hansen family." "No, absolutely not. I will never hand over Faldina." His eyes bloodshot, Edith gave a roar of rage, channeled his pinnacle star knight rank chi, and had star-like sword rays light up as he stabbed at Dassault. Only by pushing Dassault, who was a sacred swordsman, could Edith and Faldina hope to escape this place. When the frightening star knight rank chi burst out, a berserk hurricane rose in the room and crushed numerous furniture and ornaments. "Fool!" Dassault's eyes widened. Then he roared, unsheathed his sword, and had an extremely brilliant sword ray light up amid the endless stars. The endless stars were shattered and Edith was forced back by a few steps by the frightening rebound. Yang Feng praised, "Amazing! What exquisite swordsmanship! As expected of a sacred swordsman." Edith's swordsmanship was a notch better than Yang Feng's, yet when he displayed his swordsmanship to the full, it was broken just like that with a strike from Dassault's sword. This meant that if Yang Feng met Dassault on the battlefield, his demonic fighting sword art would similarly collapse at the first blow. Edith bit his lips and, like a madman, had countless star-like sword rays light up once more as he stabbed at Dassault. Chapter 264, A Sword Strike to the Belly. Chapter 264, A Sword Strike to the Belly. Translator, Xuanhuan. When the star-like sword rays lit up, it seemed as if countless stars carrying an aura of destruction fell into the secular world. Everyone at the scene was shocked when they saw the star-like sword rays, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of dejection. The frightening star-like sword rays had just emerged, when a sword gently pierced into the midst of the star-like sword rays and broke the countless sword rays. The star-like sword rays kept lighting up and collapsing. Every time Edith's swordsmanship was broken, he would be forced a few steps back, spit a mouthful of blood, and look paler. Even though he was a peerless genius and had exceptional swordsmanship, yet he still could not withstand a blow from a sacred swordsman. Faldina's beautiful eyes were cold, as she silently recited an incantation. She gathered her spirit, when suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. With the splitting headache, she was not able to conjure the spell. Her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and she saw Yang Feng smile at her contemptuously. Faldina wanted to say something, but when she saw that Edith was in a desperate struggle, she fell silent again. She was a very intelligent person, and knew that she could not disturb Edith right now. The other members of the Sword of Justice secret force in the room stood quietly aside. They had no intentions to go arrest Faldina. Only when he personally captured Faldina could Edith get rid of the accusation that the Hansen family colluded with the Witch of the Titan Empire. Edith's sword rays were broken 24 times in a row by Dessaw. There was more and more blood covering his body, and his vision grew more and more blurry. When the star-like sword rays lit up for the 25th time, the countless sword rays carried a trace of the power of law. The countless star-light glimmered and instantly gathered into a star sword surrounded by starlight, and clashed with Dassault's sword. Ding! With a loud noise, the sword of the sacred swordsman Dessault was deflected. Sacred swordsman boundary. He actually had a breakthrough amid battle and reached the sacred swordsman boundary. Dassault's eyes flashed with shock, and he exclaimed. Ever since he was little, Edith, the first successor of the Hansen family, was a genius at treading the martial path, and even more so at the sword path. Even Dessault did not expect that the former would get promoted to a sacred swordsman so quickly, that he would have a flash of insight amid battle and advance to a sacred swordsman. Even on the Feisua plain, people who could have a breakthrough amid battle were considered to be geniuses among geniuses and freak-like existences. Although Edith forced Dessault back, but he didn't continue to pursue the other party. His eyes flashed with a killing intent as deep as the sea. He had star-like sword rays light up, as he mercilessly stabbed at Yang Feng, who stood aside with a smile on his face. He didn't have to guess to know that the reason why the Sword of Justice Special Force came here had something to do with Yang Feng. Dassault's eyes flashed a few times, as his thoughts revolved lightning fast. He placed a hand on his chest and forced himself to spit out a mouthful of blood. He watched the star-like sword rays stab towards Yang Feng, and a glint of delight was revealed in the abyss of his eyes. The area within 10 meters was the domain of a sacred swordsman. Once a sacred swordsman closed the distance to within 10 meters of their opponent, even legend wizard and great warlock rank powerhouses would be insta-killed if they didn't prepare some spells beforehand. In Dassault's view, Yang Feng, a great wizard, others had yet to find out that he already promoted to an archwizard, was a dead man. Yang Feng looked at the star-like sword rays and praised sincerely in secret. Amazing! So this is a genius among genius, a born leading character. He actually managed to break through a major realm amid battle. So badass. The way warlocks of the Zhangji plane and beings from other planes practice cultivation was different. Every time the cultivation of wizards advanced by a major realm, they had to find a safe place to absorb a copious amount of biomagic energy and condense an even more powerful spell model in their spirit sea. It was impossible for them to gain a flash of insight amid battle and break through a major realm. Just at the moment when everyone thought that Yang Feng was a dead man, a brilliant lightning-like sword ray pierced at the star-like sword rays from behind Yang Feng. Boom! With a loud blare, the star-like sword rays were shattered directly, and Edith took a few steps back with a look of incredulity on his face. All eyes focused on the space behind Yang Feng. A person slowly walked out from behind Yang Feng. It was the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. When Dassault saw Cassius, his pupils constricted slightly, and he whispered, "Lightning sacred swordsman Cassius." He sided with Ian. When the members of the Sword of Justice Special Force present saw the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius behind Yang Feng, their complexions suddenly changed dramatically, and their eyes were filled with fear and graveness. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius was definitely one of the top sacred swordsmen in the Saint Toulon city, and his achievements on the sword path were terrifying and even slightly better than Dassault's. Edith had a look of incredulity on his face. As if he had seen his idol get corrupted, he said grievously, "Lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, you sided with Ian." A grand sacred swordsman sided with Ian and became his hunting dog. What about the integrity of a sacred swordsman? Integrity of a sacred swordsman. Cassius chuckled to himself and looked at Edith as if he was looking at an innocent child. Previously, he never agreed to side with other aristocrats because the price they offered was too low. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius was born into an ordinary commoner family. By relying on his talent in swordsmanship and paying countless blood, tears, and sweat, he treaded the sword path until he became a sacred swordsman. In the Morrince Empire, where the hierarchy was paramount, the status of a sacred swordsman was only slightly higher than that of an ordinary aristocrat. However, there was no comparison between the status of a sacred swordsman and that of a greater aristocrat. Aristocratic children like Edith naturally didn't know that what many commoner sacred swordsmen desired the most was to become hereditary peer greater aristocrats. Of course, very few sacred swordsmen could achieve this goal. Now that Cassius got an opportunity to become a greater aristocrat by using his matchless swordsmanship, he naturally wouldn't let it slip past his fingers. Cassius said plainly, "I am Earl Ian's retainer. Anyone who wants to harm Sir Ian must ask the sword in my hand first." Edith's eyes flashed with despair. Against two sacred swordsmen joining hands, Edith, who was an injured newly promoted sacred swordsman, didn't stand a chance. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Sir Dassault, Edith is stubbornly resisting arrest and shields the witch of the Titan Empire. I think that he should be executed on the spot. Otherwise, I will report to His Majesty everything that happened today." Edith was able to have a breakthrough amid battle. Such a person was absolutely a genius among geniuses, and could be rated as a freak-like powerhouse. Since this powerhouse was an enemy of Yang Feng's, it would be best to have him die as soon as possible. Dassault's complexion changed slightly. His eyes flashed with a look of struggle. He turned to stare at Edith, and his gaze became more and more gloomy. Dassault had made a name for himself a long time ago and was a sacred swordsman at his prime, after all. If he hadn't been lenient, Edith would have already died 10 times over. Although Dassault was one of the 5 tycoons of the Sword of Justice, but he could not hide the truth from others, after all. If Edith continued to resist, for the sake of his future prospect and his family, Dassault could only go against his wishes, arrest Edith and Faldina together, and make a truthful report. "Edith, what are you doing? Why haven't you captured the witch of the Titan Empire and offered her to His Majesty yet?" Iser stepped into the room unhurriedly. His gaze brushed past Yang Feng as well as Cassius standing beside him and ultimately fell on Edith, and he said sternly. Edith's eyes flashed with a trace of fear and he said loudly, "Father, she is my." Iser glared at Edith and barked, "Shut up! She is a witch of the Titan Empire, and she was judged to be a criminal by His Majesty. If you don't capture her, the Hansen family may likely get destroyed. Think about your mother, your sister, your uncle, your aunt, and your adorable little nephews who love you the most. Do you want them to lose their lives just because of you? Do you want to destroy our Hansen family because of this witch?" When he heard that, Edith immediately felt cold all over his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face was pale and his body was trembling nonstop. The smiling faces of his relatives in the Hansen family swept past his mind, and he felt a mountain-like pressure. The sword in his hand trembled, and he no longer had the resolve and strength from before. Faldina silently looked at Edith with a pale face. She didn't plead or express anger, but just looked at her lover and awaited his judgment. Iser snapped, "The life and death, honor and disgrace of the over 100,000 people of the Hansen family can be decided by a thought from you. Capture her. This is the only glimmer of hope for the Hansen family. Edith, capture her." Edith's mind was in a state confusion and his body trembled nonstop. Iser barked, "Think about your mother. Edith, think about your mother." Edith thought of his mother, who showered him with love ever since he was little and paid God knows how much blood, tears, and sweat for his sake. His mind was in a turmoil. His sword shook and pierced into Faldina's belly. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. Drops of scarlet-red blood flowed down from Faldina's belly, and, like scarlet-red flowers, bloomed with a desolate beauty. Faldina's beautiful, big eyes became clouded and were completely swallowed by despair, only leaving a deathly stillness behind. Edith looked at the scarlet red. The sword in his hand fell to the ground, and he screamed with a look of dismay. "No, dear. No, it wasn't me." Iser snapped. "Edith, grab her." Iser's voice seemed to carry a magic power to it. As if hypnotized, Edith inconceivably grabbed Faldina by the shoulder. Chapter 265, Escape. Chapter 265, Escape. Translator, Xuanhuan. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Faldina's eyes brimmed with deathly stillness. Suddenly, she felt her sealed strength return to her in full. Boom! Following a loud sound, the floor underneath Faldina caved in strangely, and she and Edith fell to the floor below. Faldina looked coldly at Edith, pointed at him, and a dozen arcane projectiles slammed into him ruthlessly. With his guard down, Edith barely managed to urge his nearly attained sacred swordsman chi to defend himself before being hit by the dozen arcane projectiles and being sent flying. At the moment when he was hit by arcane projectiles, Edith's eyes were overcome with shock and incredulity, but he was still sent flying by the strong impact. Faldina silently chanted an incantation, pointed with her hand, and launched the level 1 spell Dark Fog. A thick, dark fog gushed out and covered everyone in the room at once. In the thick, dark fog, Dassault's eyes flashed with graveness, and he took out a jade card. The jade card released fluctuations of divine spell power and white light shot out of it. Dark fog was instantly dispelled under the white light. The Knights of the Sword of Justice knew that Faldina was a very strong archwizard, so Dassault carried many magic treasures on him. The moment dark fog was dispelled, Dassault's figure flickered, and he shot towards the big hole like a bolt of lightning. Fireball, Ice Cone, Wind Blade, and other level 1 spells burst out from the hole and crazily slammed towards Dassault. A brilliant sword ray sparkled. Frightening sacred swordsman rank chi was channeled, and a powerful sword ray ring suddenly broke out and slammed into the elemental spells. The densely packed level 1 spells were completely shattered by Dassault's sword ray ring. The chi of the Feisua plane was a kind of life energy. Although the capacity of chi was not up to par with that of the inscrutable life energy cultivated by warlocks, but once it erupted, its strength was enough to crush many low-level spells. The various level 1 spells only blocked Dassault for a moment. Meanwhile, a pair of wings of wind formed behind Faldina. Surrounded by hurricanes, she smashed the door of the inn and flew outside like if a fairy. Weakness. Petrification ray. Web. Fear. Stun. Faldina had just rushed out of the inn, when dozens of negative status spells dropped from the sky and slammed towards her. Bright crystals emerged around Faldina and formed a diamond-shaped magic shield. The various negative status spells fell on the diamond-shaped magic shield and collapsed immediately. The numerous diamond-shaped crystals were part of the legend-rank secret treasure crystal network. While it was being operated, no level 1 or level 2 spells could harm Faldina before she depleted her spirit force. Faced with the numerous spells, Faldina seemed to turn into a huge bird as she flew towards an alley to the side. The terrain of the St. Toulon city was very complex. Once Faldina escaped into the complex network of alleys, she could escape with her life. Psyche Shock. An archwizard silently recited an incantation, point at Faldina, and conjured the level 3 spell Psyche Shock. Faldina's lovely body was suddenly jolted, and she fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Although the marvelous crystal network could weaken the power of most level 3 spells, but it could not shield a person from level 3 spells completely. Air Bind. Another archwizard silently recited an incantation and pointed at Faldina with the magic staff in their hand. Countless streams of air condensed madly and formed chains that swept towards Faldina and twisted around her firmly. When Faldina came to her senses, immense spirit force poured into the crystal network. The crystal network released strong magic light and directly dispelled air bind. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Faldina bent over, covered her mouth, and coughed. Blood dripped onto the ground from between her lily-white fingers. An archwizard sighed lightly, and his eyes flickered with admiration. What a terrific little girl! She is of such a tender age, yet already has the cultivation base of an archwizard. Unfortunately, she is from the Titan Empire. Faced with the siege of dozens of wizards and the offensive of 2 archwizards, Faldina still nearly managed to escape. In addition to the legend-rank secret treasure crystal network, her own strength was also first class. Weakness, web, fear, stun, dot. A series of spells dropped from the sky and landed on Faldina, yet were blocked by the secret treasure crystal network. Every time a spell was blocked, the crystal network dimmed a bit, and Faldina's face turned a bit paler. The 2 archwizards silently recited incantations and sent binding spells towards Faldina. Morrince 2867 wanted Faldina alive, so she had to live. Such was the power of the Emperor of the Morrince Empire, which was one of the strongest human empires on the Feisua plain. Boom! 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 Suddenly, huge explosions engulfed the street. The knight and wizards of the Sword of Justice were completely engulfed by the frightening explosions. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and stone fragments flew about. The moment the explosions occurred, the wizards blessed themselves with defensive spells. FrioBNL.com. The 2 archwizards took a few steps back, silently recited incantations, and also blessed themselves with defensive spells. The people on site had very ugly expressions after the smoke and dust from the explosions dispersed completely, as they discovered that the heavily injured Faldina, who was supposed to be a sitting duck, disappeared. Still inside the inn, Yang Feng looked outside, sneered, and ridiculed. The Hansen family is something else. You even set free a person whom His Majesty wants to capture. It seems that the relationship between the witch and Edith is really intimate. In the room, with his hands clasping his head, Edith curled up into a ball despondently. He looked like a waste. Iser smiled faintly and started distorting things. Earl Ian, the Hansen family is loyal to His Majesty. Edith stabbed the witch with his sword. He never really loved that witch. He just wanted to use her to get information about the Titan Empire. Oh, is that so? Have I misunderstood you, Edith? Yang Feng looked at Edith, who looked like a corpse, with a look of amazement on his face, and asked with a smile, Edith, you never really loved Faldina. You just wanted to use her to get information about the Titan Empire? Is this true? Edith, who looked like a corpse, opened his eyes and stared at Yang Feng. His gemstone-like eyes, which were even prettier than those of a beautiful woman, were full of enmity. Iser snapped, Edith, answer Earlian. The Hansen family is a pillar of the Morrince Empire as well as a most loyal vassal of His Majesty. Tell him so. Edith's body trembled slightly. Then he bit his lips hard and said while stressing each syllable, I, Edith, never loved Faldina. I just used her to get information about the Titan Empire. Once he uttered those words, Edith broke his lips from biting them too hard. Blood trickled from his lips and dropped to the ground. These words seemed to have sapped his body from all its energy, and he crumpled on the bed, looking lifeless. It's a pity. It seems that I have misunderstood you. I will give an account of everything that happened today to His Majesty. Goodbye. Yang Feng revealed a smile, turned around, and went outside in large strides. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius followed behind Yang Feng while keeping his vigilance, on guard of the members of the Sword of Justice Special Force. Dassault looked at Yang Feng's back, and his eyes flashing with graveness. He said slowly, This fellow is very dangerous. Iser looked coldly, then sighed slowly and said regretfully, The lightning sacred swordsman was actually recruited by him. He is getting more and more of a handful. Damn the Orthox family. If Iser hadn't coveted the wealth of the Miracle City at the time, he would not have pushed for the hunting Fang Corps of the Morrince Empire to attack the Miracle City. Later, if the Orthox family hadn't supported Yang Feng and pushed for him to gain the status of a hereditary peer earl, the Miracle City wouldn't be difficult to deal with in Iser's view. Now that Yang Feng was a hereditary peer earl of the Morrince Empire and had the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius by his side, it had become even more difficult to deal with him. As the master of the Miracle City, Yang Feng had great wealth. and as a hereditary peer earl of the Morrince Empire, he was able to turn that great wealth into his strength. Iser could easily guess that more and more sacred swordsmen of the St. Toulon city would choose to join Yang Feng's camp. Due to his extremely vast fief, the Red Earth Wasteland, even if he granted 10,000 barrendoms, that still wouldn't impact him negatively. It was due to his potential that the Orthics family chose to support Yang Feng and draw him into their faction. Not far from the inn, in a hidden basement of an ordinary house, Faldina's complexion was pale as she gasped for air. Blood trickled down from her belly and fell on the floor. Chapter 266, Wisdom Apple. Chapter 266, Wisdom Apple. Translator, Xuanhuan. The door to the basement suddenly opened and a figure slowly walked inside. Ian, it really is you. Faldina lifted her head slowly and saw the figure walk into the basement. There was a strange, impossible-to-read expression in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng smiled and sat in front of Faldina. Yes, it's me. You were the one who brought the Sword of Justice. Yes, it was me who put pressure on the Sword of Justice and had them come to you. It was you who sealed my strength. The potion I gave you sealed your strength. Faldina was silent for a moment. Then her face twisted slightly. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Why?" Yang Feng plastered a smile on his face and said, "I should be the one asking you that. I am a person who advocates the idea of equality between men and women. If a woman wanted to destroy me, I think that she should have a taste of her medicine. No, I would be glad if she had a taste of her medicine." Was Edith's sword strike painful? Faldina was silent for a good while. Then her silver-white teeth bit on her lips, and blood fell to the ground. She said, "It was painful, very painful. The former Faldina was stabbed to death by that suffocatingly painful sword strike. Then I'll let you listen to a really interesting conversation." Yang Feng smiled, took out a sound recording crystal, and poured spirit force into it. "Edith, you never really loved Faldina. You just wanted to use her to get information about the Titan Empire. Is this true?" Suddenly, Yang Feng's voice sounded in the basement. Faldina's face was pale white. She dug her fingernails deep into the flesh of her hands, and blood trickled along her lily-white hands and fell to the ground. I, Edith, never loved Faldina. I just used her to get information about the Titan Empire." Edith's pained voice that stressed each syllable sounded in the room and, as if daggers, stabbed Faldina in the heart. Faldina spat out a big mouthful of blood. Her complexion turned extremely pale, and her eyes were covered with deathly stillness. She whispered, "You devil!" Yang Feng looked at Faldina, who spat out blood, with ridicule. There was no trace of sympathy, only indescribable pleasure. Shortly after, Yang Feng said with a sneer, "Right back at you. I admit that I am not a good person. But what about you? Are you good people?" Faldina's face was pale white, and she balled up her hands into fists. She asked, "Don't you want to know about the divine armament secret treasure?" Yang Feng replied lightly, "It would be great if I got to know about the divine armament secret treasure, but I don't. It's no skin off my back. Unless there's a chance encounter, how could it be easy to get your hands on such a treasure like a divine armament? If you know about a divine armament secret treasure, then you would have already gotten your hands on it if you could, right?" Faldina was a genius wizard. She was of such a tender age, yet she had already cultivated until the archwizard realm. It was not impossible for her to promote to a legend wizard in the future. For such a genius to know about a divine armament secret treasure, yet not to get her hands on it, the difficulty involved in getting a hold of the divine armament could very well be imagined. Faldina revealed a sneer. "It's a wisdom apple and it's about to ripen." Yang Feng's complexion immediately changed greatly. His mind was in turmoil, his body shook, and he leaned forward. His eyes exuded greed as he exclaimed, "Wisdom apple! Shouldn't it still take it 372 years for it to ripen?" The wisdom apple was the most precious treasure of the Feisua plan, as well as the treasure most coveted by powerhouses of countless plains. Among the countless plains, there was only one wisdom apple tree. The wisdom apple tree took 10,000 years to sprout, 10,000 years to blossoms, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. Each time it would only bear one wisdom apple. Anyone who ate a wisdom apple, no matter how much of a waste they used to be, would possess frightening intelligence and become a super freak cultivation genius. By then, any knowledge could be easily comprehended at a glance. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. Those who ate a wisdom apple and didn't die before maturing would become bigwigs among bigwigs. The strong divine power rank radiant primary god Prados of the Xalia divine system had eaten a wisdom apple. The radiant primary god Prados was the most powerful strong divine power rank god of the Feisua plane. When the Feisua plane was under the control of the Zhangji plane, each wisdom apple was an indispensable tribute of the Feisua plane. Only the warlock emperors of the warlock dynasties were entitled to enjoy wisdom apples, which took 30,000 years to be born. Such a precious treasure would naturally be coveted by many strong beings. Many plane wars began due to wisdom apples of the Feisua plane. The demonic fighting sect of the Zhangji plane also had a detailed record on the wisdom apple. According to the latest information, it should still take the wisdom apple 372 years to ripen. One of the reasons why Yang Feng came to the Feisua plane was naturally because he coveted the wisdom apple. If he could get a hold of the wisdom apple, his comprehension ability and cultivation speed would be boosted. Faldina said with a sweet smile, "Earl Ian, it seems that you are not of simple origin. You even know of the wisdom apple." On the Feisua plane, information about wisdom apples had been erased by the gods. Except for divine descendants with ancient heritage as well as the core upper echelon of churches, no one knew about the existence of wisdom apples. A wisdom apple may be able to change the fate of an ordinary person and allow them to become a god with a divine country high among the stars. The gods in the starry sky weren't willing to have ordinary people know of this information, as they also desired to acquire this treasure. Yang Feng forcibly suppressed his excitement and greed. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "What do you want? So long as it is within reason, I can agree to it." Enmity flashed past Faldina's beautiful eyes, and, with a voice that seemed to come from the 9th layer of hell, she said slowly, "I want to watch you destroy the Hansen family." Yang Feng frowned slightly and said, "He is from the Hansen family." Faldina touched the wound on her belly, which no longer shed blood, and felt a bit of pain from it, which made her beautiful eyes become overcast. She revealed an ominous and bewitching smile. "It's precisely because he is of the Hansen family. I want to destroy the Hansen family. I want him to pay the price for today's sword strike." "All right, I promise you." After contemplating for a while, Yang Feng still could not figure out Faldina's thoughts. Instead of overthinking, he silently recited an incantation, pointed at Faldina, and conjured a lie detection spell. Apart from believers of the feeble divine power rank god of lies and deception Usopp as well as some strange secret treasures, even legend rank powerhouses, when enchanted with a lie detection spell, would be exposed once they told a lie. In the Titan divine system, there was no god similar to the god of lies and deception. Only if she had one of the very few treasures forged by Usopp circulating in the world, could Faldina resist the lie detection spell. The wisdom apple lies at the end of the world, on an island in the Golden Strait. In ancient times, before there were gods, there was a powerful devil called the Time Lord, who cast a spell that the gods cannot defy on the Golden Strait. Yang Feng was speechless. The Time Lord, who was one of the strongest powerhouses of the Zhangji plane, apparently came to the Feisua plane and took away a wisdom apple. Covered by that spell, the Golden Strait became a restricted area for the gods. Demigods, who ignited their divine fire, and gods, who have their godheads, will be deprived of all their strength and become ordinary people once they enter the Golden Strait. The wisdom apple tree takes 10,000 years to sprout, 10,000 years to blossom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. This cannot be altered. However, the goddess of life, goddess of plants, and goddess of forests of the Xalia divine system sent people to the wisdom apple tree, and consumed countless precious divine force and treasures to nourish the wisdom apple tree every year. Eventually, the date the wisdom apple would ripen was shifted ahead by more than 300 years. Thus, in 3 years' times, "The wisdom apple will ripen," said Faldina lightly. Yang Feng sighed in admiration. "The gods of the Xalia divine system are worthy of their reputation. They are really clever." A wisdom apple was an exceedingly peerless treasure that could trigger a planar war. Each time a wisdom apple was about to be bare, countless powerhouses would flock to the Feisua Plain and a great war would ensue. Even though the gods of the Feisua Plain had a home advantage and were practically undefeated, but there would still be gods dying, consuming the power of gods. Once the wisdom apple was bore ahead of schedule, the gods could take the wisdom apple away ahead of time and avoid the war. For the gods, who could at least live for millions of years, if they weren't forced, it was best not to engage in deadly conflicts. Yang Feng asked suddenly, "How do you know when the wisdom apple is going to ripen?" Faldina replied faintly, "The wisdom apple can change the fates of ordinary people and give them a chance at becoming gods themselves. Thus, in addition to gods, ordinary people are also very tempted by it. The gods of the Feisua Plain were very lofty and dominated everything, and their longevity was nearly unlimited. Ordinary people were just that, although powerhouses who were at the top of the world would crawl at the feet of the gods. But inside, they were eager to take that step forward and become gods themselves. And even divine descendants were no exception. Although divine descendants received God's blessing at birth and had a far superior longevity and cultivation talent, but they still aspired to become gods themselves." Chapter 267, The White Tower. Chapter 267, The White Tower. Translator, Xuanhuan. A white tower was located to the west of the Victory Palace. It was a 9-story tall magic tower made from white secret corundum, and it had a height of 100 meters. This was the only magic tower in the St. Toulon city. The White Tower was the headquarters of court masters. Inside the White Tower gathered the top wizards of the Morrince Empire who sided with the court, and there was even no lack of legend wizards. A luxurious carriage slowly followed a bluestone road from afar and stopped in front of the White Tower. Yang Feng, dressed in a pure white court Grand Master robe, alighted the luxurious carriage unhurriedly and looked at the tall White Tower. The hereditary peer greater aristocrats of the Morrince Empire usually lived in their fiefs, where they were akin to emperors. Very few chose to hold real office in the court of the Morrince Empire. Having a hereditary peer earl like Yang Feng become a court Grand Master was both a grace as well as a means to place him under reasonable house arrest in the St. Toulon city. Although, in the eyes of many people, Morrince 2867 was a cruel and lustful as well as incapable monarch, but he didn't lack in some aspects that were required of emperors. Yang Feng slowly stepped into the White Tower. Once he entered the White Tower, Yang Feng saw apprentice wizards and wizards going back and forth in the White Tower in a hurry. Every apprentice wizard was a respected existence in the outside world. But here they did just some chores. As for the official wizards, who were very difficult to come across in the outside world, they could be seen everywhere. Frightening legend wizard spirit fluctuations occasionally spread out from the top of the White Tower. Clearly, there were legend wizards carrying out magic experiments in the White Tower. A big white dog came to Yang Feng and asked in a human voice, "Excuse me, are you Court Grandmaster Ian?" Yang Feng looked curiously at the big white dog, and his eyes shone brilliantly. He discovered that the big dog wasn't some demonic beast extraordinary life form. "I am." The big white dog then said, "My name is Ola and I am a grade 1 courtmaster. Please come with me." Yang Feng followed the big white dog deeper into the White Tower. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Why have you been turned into a dog?" Ola grinned bitterly. "I made a mistake when I assisted Court Grand Master Asenho in a large-scale experiment, and destroyed the experiment. As a result, the Court Grand Master used a morphing spell to turn me into a dog. I have to live as a dog for a month. Although, due to the weave, it was hard for wizards of the Feisua Plain to rise to the top, but the means of wizards were numerous and varied, with more emerging with the time. A morphing spell that turned a person into a dog was just a level 3 spell. Ola arrived in front of a hall, reached out with his paw and pointed, saying, "This is your hall and that of your subordinates. They are inside." Yang Feng looked up and saw a door plate with 13th Magic Brigade written on it, hang in the upper right corner of the hall. From today on, He was a court grand master as well as the captain of the 13th Magic Brigade. The court masters of the 13th Magic Brigade were his direct subordinates. Yang Feng pushed open the door and went inside. Inside the hall, there were 59 court masters carefully studying magic books while sitting. When Yang Feng entered, they only lifted their heads to take a look at him before continuing to read the magic books in their hands, looking indifferent. fgayebnovel.com. A sense of indifference and exclusion pervaded the hall. Inside the hall, there were 8 great wizards and 1 archwizard. No one believed that Yang Feng, who lacked the qualifications and strength, could be their captain. Yang Feng said lightly, "I am Ian. From today on, I am your leader." There was silence. Wizards were a very proud bunch. Even though these wizards had joined the court of the Morrince Empire and became its hunting dogs, but deep down they were still very proud. If Yang Feng was a legend wizard, the court masters would be happy to obey Yang Feng's orders. If Yang Feng was a court master who was promoted to a court grandmaster and had the strength of an archwizard, these court masters would obey Yang Feng's orders. But as a mere outsider great wizard, others had yet to find out that he already promoted to an archwizard. Yang Feng would find it difficult to command these prideful court masters even though he was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat. Yang Feng smiled faintly. This response of the court masters came as no surprise to him. Yang Feng said slowly, "I have obtained His Majesty's permission to build a magic college in the St. Toulon city. A magic college capable of producing legend wizards. I'm short on teachers. I came here to recruit some teachers. Who among you would like to be a teacher of the first magic college of the Empire? A teacher of a magic college capable of producing legend wizards." At last, once his words fell, ripples were set off among the still court masters. The court masters raised their heads and looked at Yang Feng, and their eyes flickered with ridicule. Legend wizards were the strongest existences of the Feisua plane below the demigod rank. Under the premise that they were 100 meters apart, even the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman, who was reputed to be capable of slaying demigods, when pitted against a legend wizard, his chances at victory wouldn't exceed 20%. In the same circumstances, a sacred swordsman like the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius would only reach a dead end when pitted against a legend wizard. Legend wizards were as rare as they were strong. In the court of the Morrince Empire, among court grand masters, there were only less than 10 legend wizards. As for legend wizard promotion magic notes, they were extremely precious and seldom seen by ordinary people. Even these court masters had to make great contributions or have extraordinary talent to have access to legend wizard magic notes. A middle-aged archwizard with somewhat grizzled hair dressed in a black wizard robe with a grade 3 court master badge on the chest looked up at Yang Feng, and his eyes showed a look of ridicule. "Court Grand Master Ian, I am a grade 3 court master, Court Master Barros. Unless you can defeat me, your word isn't worth shit here." Barros had spent 10 years in the position of a grade 3 court mage. For the last 5 years, he had been working hard for the sake of the position of the court grand master. But when Yang Feng came, he snatched away the position of a court grand master, leaving Barros full of anger and jealousy. Even though Yang Feng was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, but Barros still could not endure the anger in his heart. Yang Feng asked faintly, "So what you are saying is that so long as I beat you, then I'll be recognized as the real head here?" Barros sneered. "That's right. The sole mission of us court masters is to guard His Majesty and the St. Toulon city. What we need is combat strength. So long as you defeat me, you'll be recognized as the head of the 13th Magic Division." Yang Feng looked around at the court masters and said slowly, "If I defeat Barros, then you will obey my orders?" A great wizard stood up and looked directly at Yang Feng without any reservations, saying, "Earl Ian, if you can defeat Master Barros, then I, Basat, will obey you." Another great wizard also stood up and said solemnly, "That's right, Earl Ian, if you can defeat Master Barros, then I, Cato, will obey you." Court masters, one after another, stood up and shouted, as their eyes flashed with contempt. For a great wizard to challenge an archwizard, that was suicidal. The court masters of the Morrince Empire specialized in combat, and their fighting strength exceeded that of ordinary wizards by far. Barros had even killed 2 archwizards, and was a powerhouse with a fierce reputation among archwizards. Yang Feng showed a smile and said, "So I just have to beat you? That's really simple." Simple. There was a flash of anger in Barros' eyes. Since he became a wizard, no one had ever scorned him. And those who did scorn him were all dead. Now, as a highly respectable archwizard, he met someone who scorned him. On the Feisua Plain, the status of wizards was much higher than that of warriors, and the status of an archwizard was even higher than that of a sacred swordsman, as magic power could accomplish many things that the chi of sacred swordsmen could not. If an archwizard was prepared, they could even kill a sacred swordsman. Yang Feng said lightly, "Barros, let's have a spar." Barros sneered and said, "Okay. Early in, if you win, I will be your most loyal subordinate from now on. If you lose, please resign from the position of Court Grand Master." Once Yang Feng resigned from the position of the Court Grand Master, Barros would have hope of becoming the Court Grand Master, gain tremendous power and status, and be able to read more advanced magic notes. The higher the status of a person in the Court Master system was, the more resources they could get. This was meant to stimulate court masters to work harder. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, "All right, if I lose, I will resign as the Court Grand Master." Barros got up and said softly, "Then let's go to the magic arena now." Yang Feng replied, "Let's go." Yang Feng had just agreed, when magic lights shone in the hall, as the court masters quickly spread the news throughout the White Tower. They wanted for the whole White Tower to witness the bet. Like this, if Yang Feng lost yet was unwilling to fulfill his promise, then even with his noble title of a greater aristocrat, he would have no ground to stand on in the White Tower. Taich most up-to-date novels are published on fgayuyobinovel.com. Yang Feng looked at the unrestrained magic lights lighting up and showed a smile. "It seems that I'm really unpopular." Chapter 268, Magic Sentences. Chapter 268, Magic Sentences. Translator, Xuanhuan. Boom! Following a loud noise, a huge explosion occurred in a laboratory of the White Tower. The ensuing shock wave smashed the door of the laboratory. With his wizard robe and hair in a mess, a white-haired and white-bearded old man covered in a powerful warping force field came out of the laboratory. The eyes of the old man were bloodshot, and he cursed inelegantly. "Fuck! Failed again! Which link is the problem? Is it true that only gods can instacast level for spells? Hey, what happened? How come there are so many people?" Suddenly, the old man exclaimed and said to himself, "It even alarmed that old fellow Blanca." The old man disappeared with a flicker of magic light. In the magic arena of the White Tower, on an observation dais specially set up for legend wizards, light and shade twisted and the old man appeared. On the dais, there sat an ordinary-looking, emaciated old man, with exceptionally bright eyes that looked like stars. Only legend wizards could stand atop this dais, which meant that the 2 old men were extremely powerful legend wizards. The 1,000 seats beneath the dais were already half-filled. Every court master present in the White Tower came to the magic arena to see Yang Feng lose. The old man whose hair was a mess sat on a chair and asked casually, "Blanca, how come the fight between 2 young fellows alarmed you?" Blanca responded lightly, "Bernardo, of the 2 fellows that are about to fight below, one is from the Red Earth Wasteland. He is the person who established a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. His name is Ian, and he's a great wizard." Bernardo was shocked, and a glint of graveness flashed in his eyes. The Red Earth Wasteland? Someone actually managed to establish a city in that damnable place? How did he do it? The Red Earth Wasteland was a place contaminated with divine blood, so it was dry and had no food. Only if it was a miracle of the gods would it be possible to purify that place. Historically, numerous heroes tried to subdue the Red Earth Wasteland, yet they all suffered a crushing defeat. Bernardo was shocked. This was the first time he heard that someone managed to establish a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. Bernardo hesitated for a moment, then his eyes flashed with graveness and he said slowly, "Barros is an archwizard. For Ian to challenge him, he should also be an archwizard. Did you came here to see whether he grasps the essence of magic? New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. Blanca was silent for a while before nodding his head unhurriedly. Bernardo also turned silent for a moment. Then a complex look flashed in his eyes and he said slowly, "The essence of magic is a taboo of the gods. Apart from divine descendants, no one else is allowed to pry into it. Blanca, you are on a dangerous path. Don't you understand? I am a wizard, a real wizard who pursues knowledge and truth. Even the threat of death cannot sway my determination to pursue truth and knowledge. 10 years ago, I should have abandoned everything and pursued truth. Unfortunately, at that time, there was still something I was unable to abandon. I finally made up my mind to do what I want to do." Blanca's eyes sparkled brightly as he stressed each syllable. Bernardo's gaze was complicated, and he sighed slowly. "You're a madman." Bernardo understood that his friend decided to take a rough and dangerous path that wasn't approved by the gods. Numerous wizards tried to reach the other shore of truth through that path, yet they all succumbed to the wrath of the gods. Blanca replied faintly, "Real wizards are mad," Bernardo said slowly, "even though he can conquer the Red Earth wasteland. But that doesn't mean that he grasps the essence of magic. Among humans, only divine descendants grasp the essence of magic and the mystery of power." Blanca said calmly, "If he doesn't, then I'll seek out a divine descendants." On the Fesua plain, clones of gods often walked the secular world and copulated with ordinary people, giving birth to one after another divine descendants. Only divine descendants could practice magic and martial dual cultivation and know the true mysteries of magic and martial arts. Also, only divine descendants could conjure spells without the support of the weave. freewebnovel.cm. Magic that could be released without relying on the weave was called the essence of magic by wizards of this world, and was regarded as true magic power. Wizards that had to rely on the weave to cast their spells could be turned into ordinary people with a thought from the weave goddess, and that included legend rank wizards. Ordinary wizards were prohibited from pursuing the essence of magic by the gods. Once the weave goddess got wind of someone who pursued the essence of magic, numerous powerhouses of the weave church would be dispatched to erase the perpetrator wizard and destroy all data. All because the essence of magic could destabilize the foundation of belief in the weave goddess. With a complex look in his eyes, Bernardo opened his mouth slightly, but then sighed in frustration and remained silent. He secretly admired his old friend's choice very much. However, he had a lot weighing him down, so he naturally could not lose his mind and go pursue the essence of magic lest his family members would be burned at the stake as heretics by the weave church. There was a silence on the dais, as Blanca's star-like eyes were locked on the magic arena. Standing on the edge of the magic arena, Yang Feng relied on the extraordinary perception of a level 3 warlock to clearly perceive the hostile gazes coming from all around. Court masters were a fairly exclusive bunch. There were 2 types of court masters. One was the wizards cultivated by the court of the Morrince Empire since young. The other was wizards who sided with the Morrince Empire for the sake of glory, splendor, wealth, and status as well as magic knowledge. Court Grand Masters were either legend wizards with amazing magic prowess or very strong archwizards cultivated by the court of the Morrince Empire since young who made numerous contributions. Yang Feng, however, was just a great wizard. And even though he was a hereditary peer greater aristocrat, but in the eyes of the court masters, he didn't have the qualifications nor strength to be a court Grand Master and command them. In many parts of the Morrince Empire, great wizards were already overlord powerhouses. Great wizards were very respected by most aristocrats and held very high statuses. However, in the court master system, where powerhouses were as common as flies, great wizards were nothing special. Under those hostile gaze, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation. He was surrounded by wind and flew above the magic arena. Barros' eyes showed a trace of mockery as he stepped onto the magic arena and arrived opposite of Yang Feng. Barros sneered and said, "You wasted a spell in order to make yourself look good. How foolish! In battle, a spell may reverse the situation at the last moment." As a grade 3 court master, Barros had gone through his share of battles and spars. Amid battle, Every spell had to be meticulously accounted for, as the number of spells a wizard could release any given day was fixed. Even with potions capable of restoring spirit force, wizards would still become ordinary people and lose all combat strength once the spell slots from the day before were used up. Yang Feng responded calmly, "I am much stronger than you are, so even if I waste some of my spells, you're still bound to lose to me." "You will be the one to lose," said Barros very calmly. As a grade 3 court master who had gone through numerous battles, he was well aware that wizards were at their strongest when they were cool-headed in battle. "Start the match," said a court master who acted as the referee lightly. Barros uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, the level 3 spell Superior Warping Force field appeared around him and formed a twisting protective cover. An archwizard sighed in praise. "Magic sentence! Barros is indeed amazing." Another archwizard sighed in praise as well. With magic sentences, his casting speed is at least twice as fast as that of ordinary archwizards. His actual combat ability may be comparable to that of some vagrant legend wizards. Magic sentences were a kind of fast-casting technique used for spells. This top magic technique allowed an archwizard to cast their spells at least twice as fast as usual. In battle, the spell casting speed was very important for wizards. In a frontal confrontation, a big gap in terms of the spell casting speed of archwizards was a major factor that could decide victory and defeat. Magic sentences were very difficult to grasp, so not every archwizard could grasp the technique. Only geniuses court masters who specialized in combat like Barros could accomplish this. The two legend wizards atop the dais were indifferent, however. As peak legend wizards, they had long since mastered such a simple technique like magic sentences. Besides, with the power of the weave, they could even instacast level 3 spells. Any archwizard who would challenge a legend wizard who could instacast level 3 spells would come across a dead end. Magic sentences. I know them too, and mine are stronger. Yang Feng smiled faintly. The nano-robots of blasphemy simulated the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic of the weave goddess. Then he connected to the weave and uttered 2 magic sentences. He conjured Superior Warping Force field around him in a flash. At the same time, he cast the level 3 spell Psyche Shock and sent it slamming towards Barros. Chapter 269 Defeating Barros. Chapter 269 Defeating Barros. Translator, Xuanhuan. Barros suddenly felt a splitting headache from Psyche Shock. He nearly spat out blood and nearly wanted to kneel on the ground. However, he was an archwizard and had gone through numerous battles after all. He uttered a magic sentence and cast the level 2 spell Psyche Resistance in a flash. A white light enveloped Barros, making him feel a little better. On the dais, when Blanca saw this, his eyes suddenly released a bright light and revealed a trace of joy. Archwizard. Ian is actually an archwizard. Magic sentence, and a superior magic sentence to boot. Isn't this a technique that only legend wizards can grasp? When the wizards in the magic arena saw this, a commotion ensued, and shock filled their eyes. Compared with the fact that Yang Feng was an archwizard, the fact that he grasped superior magic sentence was more shocking. No one below the legend wizard step had ever managed to grasp superior magic sentence. Thus, Yang Feng had just created a new record. Almost at the same time, Yang Feng uttered 2 magic sentences and immediately conjured the level 3 spell Fire Snake twice. 2 very fierce flame snakes appeared out of nowhere, and, while carrying a tremendous burning power, pounced madly at Barros. Originally, even though Yang Feng had the strength of a level 3 warlock, he could not cast 2 level 3 spells in a flash. Even though he was a level 3 warlock, but he still had to recite an incantation when casting a level 3 spell. However, there was the weave in this world. The weave was not only a means for the weave goddess to control wizards, it also bestowed wizards with a variety of miraculous magic techniques in the world, and magic sentences was one of them. In a world without the weave, magic sentences were of no use. On the Feisua plane, however, they were crucial to instacast level 3 spells. In the demonic fighting sect, numerous powerhouses have studied how to shorten the casting time by using magic sentences. The fastest person could instacast 3 level 3 spells. Yang Feng could instacast 2 level 3 spells, which was already terrifying. The terrifying flame snakes pounced at the superior warping force field around Barros and burned it frantically. The warping force field was burned away inch by inch. The power from the fierce fire elemental particles burnt Barros' hair and released a burnt smell. Barros gritted his teeth and uttered a magic sentence. A berserk firestorm surrounded Barros. The two flame snakes pounced on the firestorm. Shortly after, they were absorbed and dispelled by the firestorm. Yang Feng uttered two magic sentences expressionlessly. Berserk water elemental particles gathered and formed two water snakes, which hit the firestorm. Sizzle! Sizzle! Copious amounts of white mist rose into the air. Although the firestorm was torn apart by the water snakes formed from water elemental particles, but the two water snakes were also mostly dispelled. The moment the two water snakes were dispelled, an arcane projectile slammed into Barros' chest. The impact broke a few of his ribs. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, tumbled to the ground, and gasped heavily. There was a look of pain on his face. There was not a single peep in the magic arena. No one expected that Yang Feng could beat Barros, who was a peak archwizard only a step away from becoming a legend wizard. Barros coughed up blood and said slowly, "You won!" Yang Feng smiled faintly and uttered a magic sentence. Suddenly, healing water appeared. It flew towards Barros and entered his body. With the power of the healing water, Barros' broken ribs and internal injuries were healed rapidly. FREOWebnovel.com. Barros got up from the ground and came up to Yang Feng. There was a look of struggle in his eyes. Eventually, he gave a long sigh, saying, "Greetings, sir. From today on, I am your loyal subordinate." The court masters in the entire White Tower were witnesses to the bet between Barros and Yang Feng. If Barros broke his promise, he would have no place to stay in the White Tower. After seeing this, the onlooker court masters dispersed slowly. They understood that today Yang Feng had become a genuine court grandmaster as well as one of the tycoons of the court master system, and that he held great power. "Master Ian, I am the legend wizard Blanca. I would like to have a talk with you." A voice suddenly sounded in the magic arena. Lights gathered and formed into a circle in front of Yang Feng. Barros was shocked and exclaimed, "Master Blanca!" The legend wizard Blanca was absolutely one of the strongest 5 people in the court master system. His strength was terrifying. The Morrince Empire had paid a huge price to recruit this person. Of the powerhouses who died at his hands, 3 were legend wizards and 12 were sacred swordsmen. He was known as one of the strongest and most skilled at fighting wizards. The gap between Barros and Blanca was as wide as the gap between a child and an adult. Yang Feng pondered for a while and stepped into the circle of light. Numerous lights flickered, and Yang Feng disappeared in the circle. Barros looked at the circle with a complicated look in his eyes, then sighed lightly, turned around, and left. In a room full of books, a light flashed, and Yang Feng stepped out of the light. He saw Blanca stand quietly in front of him. Blanca gave a common wizard salute and revealed a smile. "Hello, Master Ian. I am Blanca." Yang Feng also gave a common wizard salute and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Ian. Please sit." Yang Feng and Blanca sat on a sofa respectively. Blanca's starry eyes sparkled brightly as he asked eagerly, "Master Ian, have you grasped the essence of magic?" Yang Feng's heart surged with vigilance, and he replied lightly, "The essence of magic can only be grasped by divine descendants. I am just an ordinary person. I don't dare to violate the domain of the gods. The essence of magic could only be cultivated by cardinals and popes of churches or divine descendants. It was an absolute taboo for human wizards." Blanca asked calmly, "In this world, only divine descendant powerhouses can practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Ian, if you haven't acquired the essence of magic, then how can you practice magic and martial dual cultivation?" Thanks to the weave, wizards of the Feisua plane could quickly cast their spells. At the same time, it would make them forget the spells they learned the day before, and they were forced to memorize the spells each day. Due to this endless iteration, it was basically impossible to practice magic and martial dual cultivation. Among humans, only divine descendants, who grasped the essence of magic, could practice magic and martial dual cultivation and become the world's top powerhouses. Yang Feng replied with a faint smile. There are always some geniuses in the world, just like the legendary hero of the Empire, Salamander, from 100 years ago. Wasn't he also an ordinary commoner who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation, and eventually founded the Salamander family and made the family one of the most strongest families in the Empire? The Feisua Plain had gods. Simultaneously, the plain had many precious extraordinary plants and extraordinary life forms called demonic beasts. And there were also the relics of some ancient gods. The gods of the Feisua Plain had fought bitter battles against the human warlocks of the Zhangji Plain, which led to the deaths of numerous ancient gods. The current gods of the Feisua Plain had ascended to godhood by treading atop the corpses of former gods. Simultaneously, many fierce wars broke out between the new gods. Thus, there were many inheritances in the secular world. Due to a fortuitous encounter, Salamander, without being a divine descendant, became a peak powerhouse who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation, a legendary hero of the Morrince Empire, and the founder of a greater aristocratic family. There were also humans who practiced magic and martial dual cultivation without being divine descendants, but they were naturally very few in numbers. Although few, but they still existed. Therefore, Yang Feng wasn't worried about being accused of heresy, as he was a fanatic of the Weave Church. Yang Feng stood up, ready to leave. Anyone who pursues the essence of magic is committing blasphemy against the Weave Goddess. Master Blanca, I will treat it as if I haven't heard you mention this. Goodbye. Blanca suddenly grinned and said, You aren't a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. Yang Feng quietly looked at Blanca with a calm gaze, without saying a word. Blanca gave a calm analysis. If you were a fanatic of the Weave Goddess, you should have chewed me out when you heard me mention the essence of magic just now. I have seen many fanatics. No matter the circumstances, a fanatic would go mad whenever they heard anything blasphemous. You aren't mad, but very calm instead. Therefore, you are not a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. Yang Feng's heart immediately shook slightly. Looking at Blanca, his gaze couldn't help but turn solemn. He wasn't a believer of any god. Only by relying on the nano-robots of blasphemy to cheat the Weave Goddess did he manage to become a fanatic of the Weave Goddess. Blanca had set up a linguistic trap from the very beginning, but Yang Feng hadn't noticed it. After all, he wasn't a real believer. Blanca suddenly smiled and looked very mildly at Yang Feng. Don't think about killing me. In this room, no ordinary person is my match. Even the Broken Star Sacred Swordsman would come to a dead end in my room, while a mighty demigod could only force me to flee in a sorry state. A legend wizard who had done preparations beforehand was certainly very difficult to kill, especially in a place where they have been making preparations for ages. Follow current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. Chapter 270 Blanca. Chapter 270 Blanca. Translator, Xuanhuan. Blanca said with a smile, Please take a sit. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment before sitting back on the sofa. Blanca stared at Yang Feng with a gaze full of admiration. It's amazing! What power could deceive her eyes? High among the stars, gods could perceive the countless believers of theirs. So long as the believers thought of their true names as they prayed, gods could see and know what their believers saw and knew. This made them nearly omniscient and omnipotent. To deceive the perception of a strong divine power rank god in their temple could be regarded as heaven-defying. Apart from divine chosen and divine descendants of the god of lies and deception, others would find this impossible to achieve. Yang Feng said faintly with a tranquil expression, I am a most devout believer of the mighty Weave Goddess. As if thinking of something, Blanca replied with a smile, Yes, you are a most devout believer of the Weave Goddess. After saying that, Blanca silently recited an incantation and pointed out. Suddenly, yellow magic light flickered and covered the entire room. With the flickering yellow magic light, the entire room seemed to be cut off from the world. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. What an amazing method! This is space magic. His attainments in magic are really impressive. If he were to cultivate the secret methods of warlocks, his future would likely be very promising. Blanca smiled and said, "This room is now in a different space from the Feisua plane. Unless a god descends in person and casts their gaze on this place, it is impossible to eavesdrop on our conversation. We can talk frankly now." Blanca's eyes sparkled with a scorching light and he said solemnly, "I want the essence of magic, or the real magic knowledge, that you grasp." Yang Feng asked calmly, "What can you give me in return?" Blanca showed a smile and heaved a long sigh of relief. With his strength as a legend wizard, it was not difficult for him to capture a divine descendant. However, divine descendants had the blood of gods flowing through their veins. Once they were born, they would get the blessing of the gods and possess various abilities. Thus, it was very difficult to control them, and a misstep could lead to a backlash. Divine descendants were of millennia-old families, and no one knew how many powerhouses they had concealed. The reason why Blanca had never acted against divine descendants was that he feared their peak powerhouses. Blanca murmured for a while before saying, "I can take you as a disciple and guide you to become a legend wizard. I have 36 legend wizard promotion magic notes, which I can give to you." Blanca was one of the strongest legend wizards in the White Tower and the St. Toulon city, so countless wizards and even archwizards yearned to become his disciples and get his guidance. Yang Feng said lightly, "For me, the advancement to a legend wizard doesn't pose a problem. With the ancient Black Dragon bloodline, and coupled with the countless resources harvested from the Tyrannid subcontinent, it was only a matter of time before Yang Feng was promoted to a great warlock. This was also an important reason why he dared to go to the Feisua plane alone and accepted the mission to kill a demigod. Fundamentally, legend rank was not his goal." Blanca was shocked. He looked up at Yang Feng and carefully scrutinized him. After being silent for a moment, he showed a smile, and his gazes was even more scorching. "It seems that I underestimated you. What do you want then?" Yang Feng answered, "I want you to be my subordinate. Like this, I can teach you the essence of magic." Blanca creased his eyebrows slightly and sank into his thoughts after he heard that. As a legend wizard, he had his pride. He felt somewhat conflicted now that an archwizard wanted to become his master. Yang Feng went on to say with a smile, "Once you cultivate the essence of magic that I impart you with, your life expectancy can break through human limitations and exceed 1,000 years. Besides, I will give you back your freedom once you serve me for 200 years. Blanca said gently, "May I take a look at the essence of magic that you grasp first? I need to see for myself whether that knowledge is worth for me to exchange 200 years for." Yang Feng smiled, and with a flick of his wrist, various spell model books appeared in front of him. Blanca picked up the Fireball spell model book and took a closer look. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically and he exclaimed, "How could this be? Is this the Fireball spell model? No. What was the spell model that I studied previously? 1/2 no. 1/15 no. 1/20. The real spell model is this huge. How could such a complex spell model be released without the support from the weave? Soul seed, spirit sea. Humans can actually condense a soul seed of their sea of knowledge." When Blanca saw those books, his complexion kept changing. He was shocked, and he felt that his worldview was about to be overturned. However, he was still eager to absorb the various knowledge from the books. As a legend wizard, Blanca's meditation method was the most powerful meditation method of the Feisua plane. Decades of painstakingly practicing a superior meditation method had his spirit force approach that realm of Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse. Due to his extremely outstanding spirit force, Blanca had an equally outstanding memory. Thus, no matter the spell model, he could memorize it at a glance. In this way, he could quickly repeat the dull work of memorizing spell models every day, and then continue to meditate and study other spell models. On the Feisua plane, legend wizards were very scarce, and every legend wizard was absolutely a genius among geniuses. If placed on the continent of the Zhangji plane and given access to the corresponding cultivation methods and resources, they could definitely cultivate until the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Blanca sighed with a pained expression. "So this is the essence of magic. Unfortunately, I learned of it too late. I don't have enough life force to condense a soul seed. Although Blanca's spiritual force was comparable to that of a peak great warlock rank powerhouse, but to condense a soul seed, he required a strong life force. His body was so weak that it was very hard for him to condense a soul seed and change to the warlock path. The physique of each apprentice warlock was far greater than that of knight rank powerhouses. When the time came to condense the soul seed, a very strong life force was needed to condense their soul into a soul seed with infinite potential. Although wizards of the Feisua plan had very strong spirit force, but they were unable to condense a soul seed. Although, in his view, these spell models were the real spell models, but Blanca was unable to engrave them in his sea knowledge, as his sea of knowledge lacked the fulcrum known as the soul seed and could not support the spirit sea and spell models. The weave of the Feisua plane had numerous spell models. Wizards only had to memorize a small part of the spell model, use an incantation to connect to the weave, and pour their spirit force inside to be able to release the spell. Warlocks, on the other hand, constructed a spirit sea that could bear countless spell models in their sea of knowledge. Ordinary warlocks could learn fewer spells than wizards, and their casting speed was not as fast as that of wizards who relied on the weave. However, in the eyes of legend wizards like Blanca, spells that could not be cast by relying on the weave were real spells, and those who grasped them wielded real strength. Real strength was before him now, yet he could not grasp it. Naturally, Blanca felt great pain over it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. I have a way for you to acquire a strong life force, condense a soul seed, and change to the essence of magic. An extremely scorching light flashed in Blanca's eyes, and he said with great excitement, Really? In that case, I am willing to serve you for 200 years. On the Feisua plane, human wizards were the beings most vulnerable to the corruption of devils and fiends. Once they yearned to pursue the essence of magic, they would go against the doctrine of the weave goddess, and could only degenerate, making deals with devils and fiends in order to attain the essence of magic. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Once Blanca, who was a legend wizard, became Yang Feng's subordinate, the 59 court masters under Blanca's control would also be at Yang Feng's disposal, and he would gain an extremely strong force. A wizard squad led by a legend wizard could kill 20 ordinary human sacred swordsmen. This was the strength of magic and the reason why the countless wizards were respected. After a long time, Yang Feng stepped out of the White Tower and boarded a luxury carriage that appeared in front of him. He said lightly, Go to the mansion of the sixth prince. The coachman of the luxury carriage pulled the reins and took Yang Feng to the mansion of the sixth prince. The mansion of the sixth prince, inside the reception hall. Garca was very surprised to see Yang Feng in front of him, and he asked curiously, Earl Ian, what brings you here? Yang Feng replied with a smile, I want to hold a potion auction in the St. Toulon city. Garca's eyes lit up and he praised sincerely, That's a great idea. After he offered Morrince 2867th the potion dragon stamina, the bigwigs of the St. Toulon city became aware that Yang Feng was a very outstanding pharmacist, and even a grand pharmacist to boot. Even the grand pharmacists of the imperial palace might not be Yang Feng's equal. A potion auction held by a grand pharmacist would absolutely have countless aristocrats and powerhouses scramble to attend. Yang Feng said, I need your help, Your Highness. I want to hold this auction as soon as possible. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.